Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Man, today would have been a great day to just chill, relax, and kick back at the talent lounge, player lounge, get comfortable. But today is not the day. Today is a day where once again we're at the Esports World Cup to present another year of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational with the best athletes, the best teams, the best plays, and the best competition.
Welcome to the grandest stage of all female MLBB tournaments, where 16 teams, the best that the world has to offer, is here to compete, each with their own story to tell at MWI here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel, and alongside with me are my amazing friends, Eterna as well as Chantel. Day number 1, are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm really excited today and glad to be back in Riyadh for EWC this time around for MWI. Of course, to witness and celebrate the strength and the empowerment of female players in MLBB.
I'm really glad that they get center stage once again, right? It's a huge opportunity for the girls, the regions as well, to develop as a whole. And I'm excited to see what they've got on store for us today.
And hey, you know what? This is... We gotta celebrate this, right? Because MWI, first day, we gotta make it big. So, to celebrate the opening of MWI here at EWC, we're gonna give away diamonds for you guys. So make sure you guys get the code. And remember, it is case sensitive. So for the big letters, use the uppercase. For the small letters, use the lowercase. Just redeem it, and then you guys can get some diamonds for yourself. That's amazing. I wish I got some diamonds.
I want them.
I want them all.
Them?
I wasn't able to get all the skins, so they need that.
Hey, you know what? I see some amazing skins coming up. And here's the thing. We got a lot to talk about today because, again, all 16 teams, but we're not going to, we're even going to have to split Stream A and Stream B. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I really want to see how the teams have adapted because in between all the tournaments we had before, a patch came in.
Yeah, and I think for the patch, there has been a lot of effect for some of the teams. There are teams that are known to be on the assassin jungle type of meta, but at the same time, there could be instances wherein they could dwell on that or change some things.
Yeah, and now we actually got to look at the tournament format just to see what is going on here at MWI and see how they can react. So let's check out the tournament format video.
MWI is back at the Esports World Cup from July 15 to 19. The top 16 women's MLBB teams from around the world are heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a 5-day showdown on one of the biggest stages in esports. And only one team will rise as the champion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of how far the women's MLBB scene has come and a glimpse at the unstoppable future being built right now. The action kicks off with the group stage featuring 20 best-of-3 matches across 2 jam-packed days. Teams will compete in a hybrid bracket format with both upper and lower brackets giving everyone a fighting chance to stay in the race. It's a high-pressure battlefield where early wins mean everything and only the top 8 teams will advance to the knockout stage where legends are made. The top 8 teams will enter a single elimination bracket, starting with best-of-3 quarterfinals, then best-of-5 semifinals, and finally, the grand finals. A high-stakes best-of-7 showdown to crown the best women's MLBB team in the world. Expect bold drafts, clutch moments, and history in the making. These players aren't just here to compete. They're here to prove they belong at the very top.
Thank you very much, Mirko, for the voiceover. But now we got to look at the escalation here. 16 teams going to 8, best-of-7 grand finals. Eterna, break it down for us.
Yeah, so it's quite simple but very different to last year at MWI because one of the main differences for the group stage is it's no longer a round robin in each of the groups, but rather the GSL format. So essentially, you win twice, you move forward, you lose twice. Unfortunately, you have to say goodbye to your MWI path. But one of the main differences as well is the grand finals, which will not be a best of 5 like it was last year, but it will be a best of 7. So with these girls, like, don't know whether or not, because some of these teams might not be experienced going a full best of 7.
Yeah, and also playing with a best of 3, I think it's going to be really hard in terms of drafting. And with this tournament format, I think it is intended to make sure that all matches will be high stakes.
Yep.
Because it's not going to be 1-1 as compared to before as best of 2. So I'm expecting that all games are going to be close.
And now we got to see what they're fighting for because we have a total of $500,000 US tournament prize pool. Number 1 getting 150,000, second place 90,000. This is life-changing money.
Yeah, I think it marks one of the largest, if not prize pools for MWI history, and at the same time for women esports titles to date.
I also think that it's crazy for regions that are still developing. Right?
Yeah.
Because for most of the regions like Indonesia, like Philippines, they already have like a set of tools and resources that they can use to allocate and really just progress in their MLBB international stage journey. But for these emerging regions, imagine how much money that is that they can use to upgrade their team because some of these girls are still playing from their rooms.
I like that you brought it up because we got to do a vibe check here because we're going to look at the attending teams and we just got to talk about it, right? Certain teams, they've been here before, right? And others, it's their first time. Even if it's the same org, sometimes new players. You guys can see on screen, these are the 16 teams.
Yeah, we have 16 teams from very different regions here. Obviously, we're looking at teams that we have seen before, like CFU Gaming. We've seen Team Falcons before. We've seen, Navi come through, but under a different banner. And I think one of the main highlights for this tournament alone is the fact that we have a new region, which is Mongolia. So excited to see what kind of gameplay and what flavor of MLBB that they have, because reflecting back onto the men's team, that was something new, and I'm pretty sure the girls also have something in store for them as well.
And now, even though we have 16 teams, we got to break it down, all right? We're breaking it down to 4 different groups. So I feel like this is going to be very interesting to see who is going to struggle in the groups, who's going to have a good time. Chantel, Chell, which group are you looking at?
I think for me, it's going to be Group B. I mean, we have a team from Malaysia. Tidal Legends Gaming has been playing really well, rapidly evolving in terms of the meta. Even Gaming Gladiators had their boot camp in Malaysia in preparation for MWI with their coach second time around midnight. And for Team Liquid, they've been playing really well up against the dominating Navi PH, previously Smart Omega in national qualifiers.
I mean, personally, my eyes on Group A as well as Group C, right? Because you have Team Vitality, one of the main
Right.
contenders to win it all on one, paired in with Team Falcons, who also have been doing really well in their own qualifiers. And then we have Group C. That's a tough bracket as well.
And now we got to talk about the club championship here, because as you guys saw, one of the attending teams is Team Falcons. In the previous year, they were the winner of the Esports World Club Championship. But now they haven't done so well. So for the Falcons team, they have to win this one and another championship, because for you folks at home, I got to tell you, it's not just MLBB. EWC, the club championship, is huge. We got multiple game titles. And for you to be number one, I don't know, maybe you got to win 3 or 4 championships.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very crucial for Team Falcons, since some of their teams also that played during wildcards or for the wildcards wasn't able to really go into MSC. So or for them to be able to secure a title for MLBB Women's is a good thing for them, if they are able to.
I got to say, it's going to be very difficult. But if they want it, hey, you just got to win. Right now, we're going to look at the schedule for today. We got a lot of matches, right? To the point, we have 2 different streams. We got Stream A and Stream B. But right now, we're looking at the schedule here for Stream A.
That's our stream, guys. If you guys are kind of confused back there waiting. But we are going to kick things off with Group B, our opening match of the day between TLID and Tidal Legends Gaming. Then we're going to Group C, Navi PH versus CFU Gaming. It's a really good match there. After that is Team Vitality, Twisted Minds, and our final match of the day will be Onyx ID or Onyx Pertiwi versus the Dream Max Girls.
You know what? I'm really excited to see how Twisted Minds will play up against a team like Team Vitality. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're also new to the league, but at the same time, some of the players already have experience. And even for Dream Max Girls up against Onyx Pertiwi, I mean, Onyx Pertiwi, a lot of promise coming into this tournament. So I think it will be a tough game for both.
You know what? Looking at the schedule, we have 4 different matchups, and I'm pretty sure everyone is wondering which of these 4 is really the one that you have to look out for. Just looking at the schedule again, this is for Stream B, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like it's Stream B. They're going to start it off from Group B. Navi Malaysia versus Gaming Gladiators, followed in with Virtus Pro versus the Terror Queens. We have Team Falcons Mena versus WoW GG from Mongolia. Rising Rage and Foot Esports will be the closing match for Stream B.
You know, for Rising Rage and FUT Esports, we don't really have that much of information for them. So it's something that we should really look forward, because it would set up the story lines for their group and for the other teams as well.
Yeah, personally for me, I do want to see how Gaming Gladiators, after their bootcamp in Malaysia, like what is the result? I really want to see if they change the way that they play. And Arya is a new import. I don't know if she's going to be playing or not. So we'll be talking to our reporter a little bit later just to see what kind of update that they have for Stream B. But yeah, definitely amazing matches for today.
For sure, for sure. We're looking at how things will shape up. And coming into this, we have a new patch as well. So I'm excited to see I would say adaptations from these ladies coming into and reflecting of the fact that usually with the women's tournament, we see more comfort picks and they like playing with things that they're used to.
You know, for me, I always consider day number 1 as a day for discoveries. So we might see teams adjusting to the current meta, or probably teams sticking to their strategies.
Yeah. And if we want to talk about that, we got to talk about the Aramco Power Rankings, where we got to see of the 16 teams that we have, what are the 6 that for us we got to look out for. And it's
Wait.
Okay, they're showing all of us. They're showing all of us.
I was like, why are they putting me on the spot here?
Okay, let's talk about the similarities here, right? All 3 of us said Vitality is the team to watch. Onyx is the team to watch. interestingly enough, for me, I didn't actually put Team Liquid, but it turned out of all the 6 teams that you've put up, which one do you really want to highlight?
I want to highlight all of them. That's why they're on my power rankings, LaFell. What are you talking about?
Fine, if you have too much to say, Chantel, what about you?
Probably for me, it's gonna be Navi, PH, and TLPH. Not because I'm from the Philippines, but
Of course, yeah.
but because I was able to actually cover some of their games, and it's very enriching to see them play because they have their own strengths and weaknesses, but they can adapt mid-game. But I think CFU is also a team that is known for that, can surprise us with upsets.
Did you put CFU in your power
Yes.
rankings? Okay. You didn't.
Hey.
We both did.
Hey, I didn't. I did fine. You caught me red-handed. But here's the thing, guys. We're about to start day number 1, and we're in a different room, but I can feel the hype. I can feel the energy. I hope you guys can feel it too, because right now, let's check out this video.
And Jewel finds Yui Fendi. They're gonna lock onto the base. Panda unloading right now.
I gotta say, looking at that video, I just remember some of the amazing plays that we saw last year. And one of the things that I really like was the drafts. I wonder for this one, will we see the same kind of spicy drafts that we saw since last year?
Hopefully. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We got a lot of exciting things coming from MSC, and I'm pretty sure at MWI we're going to be seeing some crazy picks. But you've mentioned the drafts. What I'm excited about, looking back at that video, is the drama.
Yes.
There was so much going on last year, especially from that team from NA. So they're coming back again with a similar roster. So I want to see if something stirs up there too.
Yeah, I think emotional stability is one thing really for these ladies. They've prepared really well coming to the tournament, and this is the time wherein they need to show what they really prepared. So they don't really need to be that nervous, particularly for those teams that are new to the league. But I think for the teams, they are well prepared.
Unfortunately, it's one of those situations where it's easier said than done, right? Because even transitioning from best of 3 to best of 5, best of 7, you need very different mindsets for all those different series. Because something that people don't usually touch on is that mental stamina. Because we see a lot of teams. Game 1, Game 2, drafts are amazing. And in terms of technical positioning, perfect. But once we start moving on later stages of the game, people start making mistakes.
That's where experience comes to play, right? For those of them who are used to playing these long, drawn-out series, obviously we're going to see that stamina coming through. So I'm a little worried for the newcomers here because we do have a few teams that are new. I got to talk to Falcons last year, which was their first international tournament, and I could see that they were shaking as soon as they saw the stage. And guys, you saw the stage earlier. Have they seen the stage? They haven't, right?
They're about
Later.
They're about to.
It's huge.
And speaking of which, it's time to celebrate a decade here with MLBB because we've been nominated for 3 different categories in the Esport Awards. So make sure you guys vote for us because we got 3 here. We got MLBB for Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship for Esport Live Event, and of course, Moonton for Publisher of the Year. So make sure you guys go to esportawards.com/vote and vote for us because without you guys, we wouldn't be here.
Yes, please do. Please.
We've been here for like seven years already.
Well,
wow, what a long journey for everyone.
I'm not gonna expose my age. I don't know if you want to do that, Eterna.
I was something
7 years
10
for
years
you?
old. No, for the whole MLBB.
Wow.
Yeah, so right now we saw the schedule, but we gotta look at the Saudi National Bank match of the day. It's gonna be Navi PH going up against CFU.
And it completely makes sense, right? We're coming to this tournament. These are the 2 teams that have the most experience under their belt. And for Navi PH, they are wolves in sheep's clothing because essentially Navi is a newcomer as an org, but they're rocking the defending champions from last year.
Yeah, I think also when we look at the matchup, it's like IESF qualifiers all over again. We're in a CFU Gaming actually stopped Philippines from qualifying. So I think also in an interview, Shino was really vocal that she looks forward into defeating CFU in this tournament.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's only day one and we're already having that drama.
There's drama.
It's like, okay, you beat me before, now on the grandest stage of them all, I'm going to remind you who's the better team are.
Exactly. We're looking at so many different storylines, and it's going to be so interesting to see. But are they arriving now?
Yeah, this is the Jamil team arrivals. Every single team, all 16 teams will be here because we got a grand opening. This is day number one. We got to make it big. We got to make it impactful. We got to make it memorable. And I feel like we can do it because the teams this year, I feel like it's very tough. In fact, I feel like even though we have a winning roster, I really don't know if they can challenge the other teams. And for you guys at home, if you guys want to keep up to date, make sure you guys follow the social media on TikTok as well as Instagram. Help me out here, Eterna.
Yeah, MLBB Esports _women. Because as the years come by, as the days progress, the female league is improving.
Yeah, I think for the next couple of years, we'll have more qualifiers for the female athletes. Hopefully, more qualifiers.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel like you guys are excited because I'm excited. I want to see all the teams coming in. I want to see them compete, and I want to witness their journey to go above. Which team can actually go limitless? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to invite all 16 teams here right now, and I want to see who is really going to rock on day number one.
Esport has always been a male scene, and now here we are.
And once again, on the way, big three, woman and flow.
All those sleepless nights makes me here.
But now Radici with the flowing blood.
I want to achieve more to become role models for others, especially young women who want to compete. Women's esports are getting more recognized worldwide.
But I'm offended, locks in, and Jewel finds Yui Fendi. They're gonna lock onto the base. Panda unloading right now.
Gaming gladiators are committed, driven, and ambitious. We came here to dominate the tournament. I want my team to be remembered as the strongest female team in all esports game.
It's been stolen away from me!
We are making history.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and only those who dare will rise above. A new week of competition here at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams join us in the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena, and the hunt for a new champion begins. We wrapped up our first week of competition, but we still have 6 more weeks to go. $70 million on the line, and a throne awaits their new queen.
Now, it's incredible to be back here once again because here at the EWC is where dreams come alive. Previously for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational, we have seen new queens, new champion arise to take the throne. Now, right here for EWC, fortune favors the fearless, as what awaits the champion would be the lion's share of $500,000 and of course the right to be called the champions, the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Now, over the course of next 5 days, we'll be seeing 16 teams from all over the world take the center stage here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Everything, all of them have something to prove here on the international stage. Now, question is, will we be seeing our title defenders going for a back-to-back win? Or will we be seeing former champions reclaiming their throne? Or we could potentially be even seeing new champions arise here in Saudi Arabia. But of course, at the end of the day, only one team will rise above and become champions of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2025. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to rise above and be limitless starts right now.
So many incredible storylines waiting to be written here at the SNB Esports Arena. So without further ado, let's introduce our incredibly talented queens to the stage, starting off with CFU Gaming. The representatives from Cambodia attending their second straight MWI tournament. Will they be able to claim their first international title for their organization and for themselves?
And now, presenting to you your Burmese representatives, Terra Queens. Now, the new team led by Myanmar veterans who are returning for their third straight MWI appearance here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, have something to prove as they take on the international stage.
Next up, make some noise. It's DreamMax! The representatives from Latin America, once again with a second appearance here at MWI. A powerhouse of the region, a dominant force ready to unleash their full potential and claim the championship.
And now presenting to you Malaysia's finest, Nabi MY. Now led by veterans Hani and Fafa, who are returning from last year's MWI. They are out for redemption this year after falling short the previous round, and they want to show the world that they have what it takes to win the tournament.
Next up, a team looking to secure points for that club championship as well. Welcome to the SNB Arena, Gaming Gladiators! The representatives from North America make their presence known here in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, in the heart of the country, in the Riyadh Boulevard. Composed of returning players once again who represented NA last year. Will they be able to secure their title? Led by their roamer Ashley and powered by the Malaysian powerhouse import Arya.
And now, presenting to you Mongolia's representative. The region and the team will be making their debut this year. Straight from the heart of Mongolia, the princesses with royal ambition is ready to rise as queens of the world. Presenting to you, Wow Gigi!
And now, the title defenders of last year, under a new banner, looking for another title, it's Navi! Representing the Philippines, Once again, one of the most dominant regions that Mobile Legends has ever seen. Can they claim another title? Can they go back to back? Can they go all the way?
And now, presenting to you the Turkish Delight, our Turkey's representatives. The region and the team will be making their debut this year, and the ladies are ready to make their mark. And presenting to you the pride of Turkey, Food Esports.
And now the representatives from Indonesia, give it up for Team Vitality! The Bees from the Hive, the two-time MWI champions in 2022 and 2023. They may have missed out on making an appearance last year, but they are back, fiercer and stronger than ever, ready to make a dominant performance here on the stage.
Check your watches. What time is it? It's Onyx, Asia's representatives, making their tournament debut this year. This may be their debut, but they're already considered a powerhouse. Keep your eyes on none other than Onyx.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know them, you love them. They are the hometown heroes, the representatives from MENA. Give it up for Twisted Minds! Looking to get their first international title here on home ground. The pressure on their shoulders is immense, but these queens are ready to handle anything thrown at their way.
And now, presenting to you Mekong's representatives, led by Vietnamese veterans Daisy, Cao, and Sa, who are returning for their third straight MWI appearance, and they have their eyes set on the throne. Virtus Pro is here and ready to make waves. Put your hands together for Virtus Pro.
Next up to join us in the SNB Arena, EECA's representative. Give it up for Rising Rage! And you, representative from their region after debuting last year. And now they are more than ready to show the world exactly what they are made of and what kind of playstyle they will be bringing to the table at this tournament.
And now, presenting to you the EWC Club Champions, Africa's representatives soaring into action, Team Falcons! This year marked the first time a qualifier was held in the Africa region. Team Falcons is making their second straight MWI appearance, and they will be soaring into action here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
And as we can see in front of us now, the key wall with 16 teams and 16 keys representing their tournament life and their right to participate in this year's competition. With one goal in mind for every single one of these competitors and every single one of these challengers, keep your key intact and you keep your hopes and dreams alive. Next up in the SNB Arena, ladies and gentlemen, one representative, you know him from the Philippines, it's Team Liquid! Making their tournament debut for the first time since last year, representing Philippines. The Cavalry is ready to charge into the race to become the queens of the world and the land of dawn. Get ready for an unstoppable assault at the MWI and at the EWC.
And now, presenting to you China's representatives, Tidal Legends Gaming. Now led by their captain Bei, she has mentioned that TLG this season will be the fastest running dark horse of the competition. Now the entire roster will be making their second straight MWI appearance and they're gunning for the trophy this time around. Now the region of China only made their debut last year and is showing rapid improvement in terms of performance, and we can't wait to see the action happening over at the Land of Dawn.
I believe the stage is set, Cheryl, and we have our lovely queens resting on the stage, getting ready to start our first game of the day.
That is absolutely right. The players are ready, locked and loaded, and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Bet the Fan Fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang are here and ready to slay. Now you can expect epic gameplays and of course high-octane game fights happening over at the Land of Dawn. And without further, we're going to be handing our time back to the studio. Yalla!
Thank you very much, Cheryl, as well as Sandstorm. I gotta say, that was amazing. The drums, the keys. But now we're gonna talk about the two teams that'll be competing, the opening for MWI here. Tidal Legends Gaming as well as Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think for Team Liquid here, they are a team that has this aura just by them walking earlier down the stage. And I'm just really looking forward as to how they will play fair up against other teams because, again, other teams are, up against the Navi PH, they were also dominant. So how about other teams that they will be playing up against in this tournament because technically this is their first time in an international tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like we got to talk about Team Liquid here first. You already started it out, and looking at this matchup, it does sound like they're probably the favorites going up against Tidal Legends Gaming because, again, coming from the Philippines, one of the best regions in the world, and I hear out of everything that we can talk about them, their macro, that is something that we got to look out for.
Yeah, definitely for Team Liquid, we have Daiki, Ramisi, Saishi, Soju, and even Kla. So again, first-timers in the MWI stage, but the best description for them is they are the type of team that can easily adjust to the current meta. I can say that the Ramisi is like the missing puzzle piece that made this team really gel in. In other qualifiers, they max out 3 games against Navi PH, 5 games also. And they also have a new coach this year. It is Coach Shimuri, who is actually the coach for the TLPH MDL team.
Yeah, honestly, like as I was traveling in the elevator, I heard a lot of stories. I've heard a lot of stories.
What stories?
So they were like, oh my goodness, yo, Team Liquid, we don't know how they do it, but they got so friendly so quick. The chemistry was there. But I heard another thing as well about Tidal Legends Gaming. One of the heroes that might have to be considered to get banned out is actually Zetienne because their mid laner is known for that hero.
Yeah, it was Bei who mentioned that in an interview. She's like, one of the things that will set us apart in MWI this year is the fact that we have the mastery of Zetienne, who is a Vermal. So considering all main 5 are here, they were here as well last MWI, but unfortunately, they didn't qualify too far, right? 9th to 12th place at MWI 2024. For TLAG this time, they were able to qualify through the Chinese qualifiers, really dominating that as well. So it was really crazy. But the biggest thing that we're looking at for TLAG, and one of the reasons why a lot of people are considering them to be dark horses of the MWI this year is...
Or Yellow Elephant.
Or the yellow elephant.
Yeah,
Yep.
we
It's the
agree
fact
to
that they have been dominating the matches beforehand as well, right? Placing 3rd place in the Asian Esports Games 2024.
Okay, here's the thing. Before we even start the game, we gotta talk about topic of the day. We gotta talk about the patch because a lot has changed since the last time that we saw all of these players. And honestly, there's so much for us to cover. Like the river, landslide above. We gotta talk about this. EXP lane buff, that's actually huge.
Yeah, actually for the Revo Pro change, this could actually change the dynamics of the game, whether or not a team will rotate on the gold lane or probably on the EXP lane. And good thing is that since you have heroes like Lapu Lapu and Uranus, it gels in with the XP lane buff. So with the Lapu Lapu changed from 20% to 8% per hit on the enemy, so it means that he is more sustainable. And speaking of sustainability, Uranus is like a hero now that is really prioritized. Could be banned in this game because if you have a high burst heroes on the mid lane, definitely you don't want Uranus to have that early game.
Yeah, so speaking of which, Eterna, you had the pleasure of casting a few games this past few days. So why does everyone want Uranus?
Just exactly what Chantal mentioned earlier on, right? The changes towards the Uranus, the fact that the Uranus is a lot more sustainable, and the fact that it can be flexed as well has been a huge problem, right? So a lot of these teams have been utilizing the Uranus first pick in order for them to kind of sniff out what the enemy wants to do to look for a proper laning phase, whether it be in the EXP lane or in the jungle position. Now, one of the glaring differences as to why the Uranus has also increased in popularity in the meta is the fact that Baxia was a little bit nerfed, right? The anti-regen coming through allows the Uranus to be a lot more of a threat in the early game. So despite the changes to the Baxia, though, still very popular, just not as strong as before.
And it's not just Baxia, all the anti-regen items, all of them got nerfed from 50% to 40%. Honestly, even as an analyst, I look at it's just 10%. How big of a deal can it be? And apparently, it is a very big deal. And something that we got to talk about as well, Yi Sun-shin is back in the meta where a lot of changes in the jungle made the jungle priority much different, where now Yi Sun-shin is one of the fastest farmers in the jungle.
Yeah, and because of that, I think for the Yi Sun-shin, even the usual vision that it gives says a lot as to how a team can actually rotate over the other, and it gives them more damage per second capability, having another marksman probably, or they will have, of course, on the gold lane.
I mean, maybe they can flex like a Ruby gold lane.
A Ruby gold lane, so that's another option, because if you have heroes like Yi Sun-shin, you can do fighters on the gold lane, and at the same time, it could be complemented by a healer tank. We have the Rafaela also. So Yi Sun-shin and Rafaela, just imagine the mobility, just imagine the damage that it can deal given the right items and even the rotation.
So I'm actually excited to see whether or not we'll see the Rafaela, because I was waiting for that pick to come out in the wild cards for MSC, but the only healers that we really saw were Florin, Estes. We saw that once. And interestingly enough, if we're looking at the kind of support styles, is we saw the Minotaur, which technically has a heal to his kit, but also the Diggy. So we saw the Diggy babysit gold lane meta kind of come back, but I think that should be situational. That's not where the meta is directing us.
Something that I personally feel as a roamer in my games is that I feel like it's actually a big adjustment for a lot of teams, especially when you're playing in the previous patch and you're in a competition. You spend a lot of time practicing that meta, where you have essentially two frontliners. So now if you change, especially with the EXP laners wanting to dive in the backline, and then your roamer is a healer, who's going to be the front line? especially when teams doesn't have the practice on those utility junglers like the Boxia, like the Fredrin. So it really is about adaptation, because I feel like supporters, the healers, and etc., they're good. They're really good, but only in specific draft. It's not one of those things where you just put it in there and then it will work in every situation.
Yeah, and also at the same time, there are players that aren't used to using heroes like the support type. So there could be changes, yes, in terms of the draft, but I don't think all of the teams will stick to that meta. As Eterna said, very situational, depending on how the other teams will lay out their draft. I am expecting actually that for this case, majority of the least prioritized heroes could be the mages, just because it could set up the tempo, but definitely also be the priority in terms of the banning.
But we forgot to mention one healer, and talking about the mid lane, it actually poses my next question. What do you think about Angela?
I really feel like Angela is very good in a funnel meta, and I really feel like it really works if you have one very good hyper carry, whether it be the jungler or the gold laner. And I kind of feel like in this current meta, everyone is a little bit afraid to put all your eggs in one basket, but I feel like that's a very viable strategy, though.
Yeah, I think it could be paired up with heroes like Alice. Some of the teams do that, and heroes that could actually go in other places around the map. So, yep, for these teams, just like what we said before we started the show, it's more like of a discovery in a day number one, because they're really adapting also to the other teams, because at some point they need to adjust what's the best for them with the current situation or the current team that they're facing.
So Eterna, looking at previous games, previous metas, we're looking at the EXP and there's only like, what, 2-3 choices? What do you think about the EXP lane now? Has the pool really become much bigger?
It's an interesting discussion to talk about the EXP lane, because going back into like the few past metas, we're looking at EXPs that are a lot more sustainable and that facilitate. But coming through MSC, we see a little bit more damage dealers, but also in a way that they have tools in their kit. So we're not seeing a lot of the Benedettas, we don't see the Paquitos ever, we don't see the Dairoth ever, but we're seeing a different flavor. It's either you get a hero that's like a Lapu Lapu, which will be able to facilitate more in team fights and look for those opportunities across the map, or something a little bit more passive, like the Uranus, who is a big problem in the lane and obviously can open up the map and also just really push in. We've seen the Uranus actually even cutting 2 waves, so there's a lot more pressure in that sense. And then we're seeing heroes like the Hilda. So it really depends back on composition, but those are the heroes that we typically see. So we see the Uranus, Lapu Lapu, sometimes the Arlet.
Yes.
CC Glue, situational.
I think for that case, it really depends on whether the team wants an EXP lane that is really the frontliner or does the initiation.
Yes.
Because for our, it's very different, right? Hilda does the zoning, could potentially kill a specific player, but for our lot, it's more on crowd control. So I think for this case, if you want crowd control, the team can also be prepared if it is up against a healer type of hero composition, because that's a great counter for them.
And now I want to talk about storyline here, because actually Team Liquid as well as Tidal Legends Gaming, same but different. Because if we look at Team Liquid, technically newer roster, newer players, but they're from a region that has one of the best teams in the world. And then when we look at Tidal Legends Gaming, they were here since last year. So in terms of chemistry, they have more time. But the region is not as developed as the Philippines. So this is going to be a very interesting situation to see whether the environment really helps you out or your personal growth really helps you out.
I think this is where Ramisi should stand out for the team. I mean, yeah, she's already considered a veteran, who played for a team last year. So as long as she's able to guide the team, because she is with a team, or her teammates are actually playing before for a very long time, and they were really vocal that Ramisi is the one that actually glued them as a team. So it's more of a leadership question here for Ramisi. And now for TLG, I think it's more on the hunger. I feel like for TLPH, they're more like excited to show everyone that we are from the Philippines. So we now have 2 slots to represent. But for TLG, they want to redeem themselves from previous year.
That makes sense. That makes sense. A little fun fact though, on TLPH, they've been scrimming against the MDLPH team, TL Academy.
And their coach is the coach of MDL team.
Exactly. Not a lot of people get that opportunity.
I don't.
I think this is where the drafting will matter for TLPH because they actually implement global banning for MDL. So I kind of feel like for TLPH, they have a lot of heroes up their sleeves. Probably more on the synergies, not really sticking to the meta, but more like if you have this hero and this is good with this and that.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at TLG, if I remember from last year, their mechanics are absolutely amazing. But going up against a team like a Team Liquid, where the macro is one of the best among all 16 teams here, I do want to see how they can actually counteract that. Because maybe in the early and mid, both teams might look equal. But when the lore starts to spawn, that may be where we start to see a bit of problems here, especially for TLG, because you said that, both of you said Team Liquid, they actually scrim against the MDL team. We don't know who TLG has been scrimming up until this point.
And that's what makes it all the more interesting, right? Because once we get to the point where we're going for the Lord dances and we're contesting for these late game things, that's when things aren't template. Yeah. And a lot of teams struggle with that, right? Because it's all down to your shot caller to decide, all right, we're in this position, whether it be from behind or we're leading right now. Do we go for the contest? Do we go for more pressure around the far lane? That's the tricky thing. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Kenzaki as the shot caller, the roamer for TLG, to kind of figure that out in the game.
I think also for TLG here, somehow we have this specific heroes that are used normally in their region. I think they could capitalize on that. I mean, very specific. Like for example, for the counterpart, a lot of Brunos, and they specialize on that. It's something that they can work around. Probably, or most probably, they prepared a hero aside from Zetian because they really vocal about it, and they can just surprise TLPH into this game. And when we said the difference in terms of decision making, in terms of late game, I think for TLG, since they had their own experience in the stage, that won't be much of a problem since they really adjust well. There's a rapid growth and progress in the region.
And who knows, maybe the Zetian is a trap. Maybe that's why they're so vocal. It's like, oh, our Zetian is so good.
But
maybe
they're not really choosing Zetian.
Maybe you should bat it out. And speaking of which, now we are going straight into the drafts here. Looks like Team Liquid will be first pick, TLG will be second pick. And starting off, already banging out the Farsa as well as the 1-1. TLG betting out the Baxia as well as the Yi Sun Shin. Really targeting the junglers here for TLG.
Yeah, very, very specific. For TLG here, they know the potential of Aramizi, and at the same time, you can actually have the Baxia as flex. So they don't want any hero on that level because it's going to be hard for them if they are to show their, probably their jungle first since they are on the red side.
Yeah, interesting enough, we also saw a Uranus ban as well. So we really have to see what is going to be the priority, because if I'm not mistaken, they ban out Farsa, 1-1, and Uranus. So what will be the contested pick? Because comparing to last year, we see a lot of Jushin, but lately not a lot, because we really want those damage dealers in the mid.
I think it depends, because at MSC, I think the Jushin was like number 2 priority amongst the Farsa and the Kimi. So with the Kimi still opened up, I think it will be a huge contested pick. Beautiful flexibility on the Kimi. You can play the triple MM strategy that we've been seeing from the MSC wildcards, and the fact that the Kimi really dominates in the lane, right?
Yeah.
She has exceptional amount of damage. She has
a bit too much.
Exceptional amount of damage in the early game. It allows the rotations to happen a lot quicker because she clears really fast as well.
Yeah, and you can work around the emblems if you want it for the slow, if you want it to pure damage. But I think for other teams, If they pick around the Kimi, they have to be prepared on the next two picks. Maybe a Sting Hero, maybe a Phobius. Probably could see a Phobius on this game. So the first pick actually determines whether or not a team will go on a full head-on hero composition meant for the early game, and then you will answer with maybe a fighter and even gold laner and maybe even assassin.
No, I'm thinking assassins because going up against Kimi, even though they nerf her mobility just a little bit, it's very difficult to get on top of her. Even if you pick up something like a Lapu Lapu, if she saves her first kill, even though you jump on her, she can just escape. So I'm really looking at those assassins, the Link, the Lancelots, the Hayabusas, yeah.
So I think that's going to be one of the things that we are going to be looking in the early stage of the drafts. And there you go. So Kimi has been picked up here.
That's a good opener.
Fredrin Arlet, that was one of the things that I really wanted to tackle with the Baxia and the YSS being banned out. We usually see the rise in the Fredrin choice and then the gold lane matchup, which has been very slim, right? We've seen a lot of Iritel, Granger, and everything else is very secondary.
Yeah, I think for the drafting of TLG, they are heavily relying on securing that crowd control prior a objective taking, but there's a good answer also from the side of Coach Moody and TLPH with the Gatot. So we'll just answer the taunt from the Fedrino with the Unbreakable. So that's a good front already. But since you have Gatot on TLPH, it means that there should be another layer of a front runner for the. And here we have the Zetian for the crowd control. Vermouth will get her favorite hero. If not, so I think it's all about tempo. Again, crowd control. You can speed things up with the ultimate, and also stop majority of the players on the other side.
Something to mention, you were talking about the Phobius, and the Phobius has gotten banned out. Now I gotta ask Eternal, looking at its first three picks for Liquid as well as TLG, what are you looking at? Because looking at TLG, it looks like they really want a team fight.
Yes, it does. They're looking for a lot more tools that they can utilize, and that might be a problem. But to pause that for just a second, we do see the Lancelot being banned here in the second phase, and this is starting to limit the hero pool for the junglers, right?
Yeah.
Are they forcing like something like a Hayabusa pick or something like a Ling? I mean, technically Fanny is still open. And the funny thing about Fanny is that we don't see her getting banned a lot because a lot of players don't seem to be very comfortable on it.
Actually, Ramiti is a good Fanny user. That I'm not sure if it's just a bait from TLG and they're prepared up against Ramiti's Fanny. But I think with this one, they're really forcing, Hayabusas and such, probably for TLG here. Since they got heroes that is really more on the tempo making, probably they might want to ban out another hero against Ramisi. Hayabusa is a good option for them so that it won't be really hard for the Zetian or maybe even the gold laner for them. As long as there is enough space and clear vision, then it's a good thing already for TLG. Esmeralda. So they ban out Esmeralda.
Do you think we might be seeing a Roger for Amici?
Something that I'm actually worried about, because if TLG really goes this route to go heavy on the team fight, what if suddenly they just play macro and actually just go for the split push? Because that might be a problem for TLG right now, because they don't really have strong laners that can just survive alone, because Arlen needs to be there, Fredrin needs to be there. We might see one or two lanes being abandoned.
Yeah, I think they could go Moskov here. Just for the sake of having a split pusher on their lineup. Although, expect that early game, a lot of pressure will be made on the gold lane. So for this one, this is where we will know whether our lot will be played on the EX lane, because there's this.
It could be a roamer.
It could be a roamer,
yeah.
So, again, we've mentioned that it's all about the flex picks here for TLG. And we have the Lapu for TLG.
So this is a roamer.
We're still not sure.
It's a... Nah, I'm pretty sure it's... What, Arlet gold lane?
No way.
No.
Lapu must be in the EXP lane. There's no way.
I mean, never say never.
There's no way.
Hey.
Are you saying that because of the mere crowd control with the final slash?
No,
Malaysia has done it. Let me just say that.
No, because the problem with the Lapu Lapu is that it's
focused on
great
damage
at level 4.
Yeah.
right? What is the roamer supposed to do pre-level 4? That's why you put in the EXP to get to the level 4 as fast as possible, get the bravest fighter down.
I think Lapu Lapu is great all the time. I love him. He's amazing. He's a very reliable person.
Male empowerment. Oh my God, LaFell!
I've mentioned Alice earlier, but without the Angela.
That's why she's the analyst. Talk about this. Why is the Alice good here?
Actually, for the Alice, since if you look at the 3 heroes here, for TLG, you have melee heroes, and Alice is against the sustainable melee heroes of TLG. It means that it is meant to be up front or at the center of the team fight. You have a winning EXP lane with the CC, so it's going to be really hard for TLG here to sustain some of the lanes, probably since they doubled down on fighter heroes. So the Moskov has been picked here for TLG, again, because of the idea that they have a strong frontliner. They will have Fred Green on the side lanes, but whenever the long lane is unlocked, it's going to be Moskov doing the split push.
All right, thank you very much, Chantel. So, final thoughts, Eterna, on this draft?
I've never seen the Alice in this current meta or patch, and I don't know how it will fare against the Angela, but I guess we'll see how it goes down.
Hey, you know what? I'm ready. This is game number 1. This is the opener. This is the kind of draft we asked for. And with this, thank you very much, the both of you. But now I want to hear the voices of Athena as well as Mirko as they cast this game.
The journey to rise above and becoming a legend starts today. It's the first ever match in Game 1 for MWI 2025. It's going to be Athena and Mirko here delivering the action for this match.
Yeah, action-packed draft there. We saw the analyst LaFell as well just unload on the draft. Wow,
yeah.
The Alice comes through. One of Chantel's, she did mention it in the draft beforehand, and we get to see it. I was one of the casters actually for Ramisi's performance in MWI 2024 when she was able to get a massive outplay on the Alice. But yeah, the big concern is there's no Angela here. So usually you have a big support to help the Alice. I guess they have found that Alice is pretty good even solo in scrims.
Yeah, they trust Ramisi enough to just go with the Alice even without the Angela. Chantel is on her A game today, especially with the predictions onto the draft. And as you've mentioned here for TLG, for the first 2 actually that they picked up, that was a very powerful Arlott pick and even the Fred Rin. But looking at the MDM builds, more on the standard approach here, even for Team Liquid.
Really good stuff from Yinhuai there in the bottom lane. The Master Assassin definitely helping her to get the edge in the lane itself. It's a skill matchup, Granger versus Moskov. You would usually expect the Granger to have a bit more of an advantage in the lane, but so far Yinhuai, the rush straight to the Warrior Boots has given her a bit more defense, and with the Master Assassin, a bit more damage to take control of the lane.
You just want to survive. You just want a bit of that advantage, especially here with the emblem builds that they had. And you know why, speaking of which, is actually somewhat tricky or more on the tricky side here because of the linear damage here coming from Kla for the gold lane. But onto the top lane, it's going to be somewhat of a poke around here for Chokes and even Daiki. And let's talk about this XP laners. The option with the CC here for TLPH.
Honestly, not a big fan of the CC. Yeah, it's good against the Fredrin, but there's just so much CC, as in crowd control on the other side, that can lock the CC down. It's a mouthful. Chokes already up top, getting help. Able to get to level 4. Daiki as well, able to get level 4. So far right now, Kinzaki is going to be the one forced into the fight. Jumps in with the Vengeance. Will get the stun too. Turtle can be reset. Now a taunt over. Retraction pulse. Locking him down, but look at the global ult now. Bay in the back line. Raven's fighter and a massive bonk on the side. Saishi secures the Turtle, but it is all TLG so far. CLA rotating over Bay. Flickers out the safety. Doesn't get through the wall. Saishi goes with laser beams. Finds the kill. Kinzaki still there. Flickers out. Goes back with the Vengeance. And it will be Daiki who gets the kill, and TLG are forced back.
That was a risk that Team Liquid was willing to offer. Yinhuai, on the other hand, I saw a Spear of Destruction. It didn't hit anyone, so that extra damage wasn't there for TLG. But definitely, we could see the counter punch here for Team Liquid. That, for me, is actually a bit of a trade. Instead of getting nothing, they've got everything.
It was supposed to be a winning trade, but TLG, their composition, yeah, though they're really good in the all-in initiations, they're kind of just built for that, at least for now, right?
Yeah.
Up until the Moskov maybe scales up, then they'll have more of a say in the longer team fights. But for some time, it'll really just be get in, get out. Long team fights definitely favor the two backliners, two MMs, and an Alice of TLPH.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, the traction pulse is a beautiful setup
yeah.
here for Zaishi as well. And we could also observe on how Daiki places herself on the bushes, preventing anyone from TLG just giving those information. And speaking of which, there's info here on the bottom side wherein they're trying to find someone to easily pick off. But anyone from the side of TLPH is not easy to get it alone. Aside from Daiki, of course, it's going to be down to the XP. But speaking of which, for Tidal Legends Gaming here, Mirko, we're seeing a lot happening. They want to achieve more with the setups, as we mentioned. They have a lot of crowd controls. But what's the next plan here? What do they need to do in order to totally dominate the clashes as well?
For TLG, they just gotta be in and out real quick. They gotta play for Yin Hwai to scale up to get to those items. So far, doing pretty good, but CLA actually has a pretty good lead on Yin Hwai right now. That's almost a whole level in the gold lane. Only a concussive, or a corrosion side, sorry, for Yin Hwai now picked up. And Team Liquid are doing a good job at playing around the turtle, just dancing around, forcing TLG to use their resources to secure it.
And even the panel mentioned that Team Liquid is actually good at macro, especially onto the dancing here, onto the turtle, another traction pulse!
Oh, final slash gonna be cancelled out, even though it lands Turtle to the back line. Caught down with the curtain call, good deal from Chokers, but Bay's taking a lot of damage. Big grab, but the SOD doesn't land. Ramisi blowing blood into the back, finding the angle to split Tidal Legends Gaming, and that becomes a free turtle to TL.
It's going to be another big objective. Ramisi just going on to the back. I don't need anyone to support me. I'm going to support you guys. I'm going to support you ladies all throughout the round. And now the advantage should totally steal down the purple buff as well. TLG is bleeding right now.
It's massive, and they can't even find a trade on the other side. It's more capitalization from Team Liquid. Running wild in the game. CLA picking up a turret down below. Now a Sky Piercer too. And if the fights have, if the fights continue to go how they've been going, CLA are just going to pick it up. Another Sky Piercer. Well, the first one of the game so far, but that could be the start of a big snowball.
And that is what we're talking about, that Team Liquid, in paper, you have the Purify or somehow a counter for their setups because of this Zetian. But looking at the goal difference you mentioned, that's a huge lead this early for Kla, and it's reflecting. Even if they switch off Yin Hwai onto the top lane, there just isn't any space for her to totally maximize being a Moscow for the global presence. Instead, they're being cornered right now by Team Liquid.
I thought it was going to be tough for Kla and Zaishi, honestly, in this game, knowing how good the Arlet can be when it's a pure fight. Wait, Ramisi just didn't take any damage there. She just took it, and TLG literally don't have a way to threaten. Oh, double Sky Piercer. Zaishi picks it up as well. Kenzaki with the conceal already. Global ult comes down. Final Slash doesn't land. The current call locks him down. Kenzaki will be gunned down. One of the Sky Piercers getting it now. Cloud picks it up. The AOG into the midst of it all. As Bay is forced back. Another flowing blood, forcing Burnout to walk away. Cloud with a triple. Yin Hwai with a Spirit of Misery to push her back. But Kla walks back in. Daiki taking the shots for Kla. Body blocking.
That's a triple kill here. It's a hefty damage delivered onto TLG. And talking about that Arlot, yes, you have those perfect crowd controls, but where's the perfect landing? It just isn't connecting right now, Mirko. And all in all, for Team Liquid, they're just waiting for the errors, and they're maximizing each and every clash with an AOG here. Especially for Team Liquid, just going on to dominate this first game. And looking at our insert replay, there's the ultimate, there's the Fear Phoenix, but what's happening is that there's just too much to handle here, especially for the damage here from Kla.
I'm really not a big fan of the Arlet pick in Rome, right? We saw it early on, and I was already talking to you here, mentioning in the caster desk, that the Fredgen Arlet combo was just so, like, it was so... It's so good, firstly, but it was also, for them, so honest. The fact that they banned out Phobius and went straight for the Fredgen Arlet means that, again, this was what they had planned. The fact that they had to flex it to Rome, pick up the Lapu Lapu,
I think was a bit forced. Like, it really
Yeah.
felt forced. They had a good composition already. I think it was just because they needed to deny more picks away from TL. They didn't want the Lapo on the hands of TL, but actually has now given them another damage dealer that is snowballing out of control. And speaking of snowball, Cla, 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
You just have to bite what you can chew.
Yep.
Like, I do agree with the Force are a lot changing on the role. It would have been perfect if it was onto the XP, but gradually though, we might see some glimpse of hope here. And we mentioned onto Golden Cla just doing everything that she can, landing all those death sonatas as well. Even the basic attacks is enough to tore down TLG. And as we mentioned, Mirko, there's just a lot going on for TLG. They have this plan in mind, but the moment that they say, oh, TLPH adjusted, why not adjust our draft as well? But the thing is, if you're not ready with it, even though in paper it's beautiful because you manage to somewhat prevent some of the picks here for TLPH, but if it isn't what is part of your practice, you will be having a hard time, which is what's happening right now.
TLPH has stuck to their comfort picks, right? They didn't really go off far from what we expected. We're going to go back into the game right here with Ramisi already on the turtle and TLG with no angles of attack. At this point,
No
they
vision.
really are going to have to rely on YinY in the side lanes to continue to trade, continue to farm up to maybe give them a second life. At this point, I think Zaishi should just sell her Sky Piercer, right? Cla has 40 stacks. You're not going to out-execute Cla.
Maybe they're hitting two birds with one stone. Hitting two Sky Piercers with one team. But I do agree with you for the plan B here for TLG. It's just, YinY, just do what you can, collect all the farm that you can. But for TLPH, they have other things in mind. Of course, you're going to go onto the top lane, but onto the bottom side, there's going to be a clash.
Good final slash to the back. Now, the Brave Spider dodged away from by Cla. Picks up a monster kill. Chokus, lockdown, has a dash from EC. Walks it forward, flowing blood. And it's a double for Cla. Make it a triple again.
Oh, wow.
Cla on fire in game 1 of MWI.
It's proving you doubters. This is me on the international stage on our debut here for MWI. A great opener, a double triple kill. And we're only 8 minutes into the game. And that was a close call here. Good thing YinY was able to get home. But looking at their SEC replay here, we mentioned they have what it takes. You have their crowd control, but the damage just isn't damaging, especially with the Spear of Destruction, time and time again, not hitting anyone. And YinY just isn't there yet to give the damage that they need to totally focus on to touring down Cla here.
Absolutely phenomenal from Cla there. The spacing was amazing. Dodging away from all those skills, the flicker as well. Great display of mechanics, and obviously the macro part, again, that was highlighted a lot by a lot of our analysts for Team Liquid. They are an amazing macro team, so if you give them a small lead at the start of the game, they know how to capitalize without getting kills. Yes, it's a very, very active, very aggressive game so far with a total of 16 kills. But you can really see the capitalization of Team Liquid and how they've actually been able to deny a lot of the trades from happening from Tidal Legends, who by all means, with a Moskov, should have been able to find way more.
But it's the opposite. They're finding dead ends actually here for their game. And Team Liquid, I think Ramisi has her turtle stuffed toy. Because according to an interview, whenever she has her turtle stuffed toy in her head, she believes it boosts her retribution skills. But not to really doubt that, because for TLG, they're just not contesting each and every objective after the first turtle. They're just focusing on trying to breathe, trying to regain some freedom onto the lanes. But TLPH is not giving them any space at all. All the outer and inner turrets destroyed right now, Mirko. It's just a 10-minute mark. And the First Lord will be marching onto the bottom side, and all lanes are in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's not just that they don't want to contest, they literally just can't, right? Like Liquid, the amount of poke they have, that range from Zaishi and Cla, and even re-engages, they have so many tools to really tie up Tidal Legends Gaming. And this is concerning. Tidal Legends Gaming are coming in game 1 with their strengths. This is a Zetian that we've been waiting for Vermouth for the longest time, and now TLPH are knocking on the doorstep of Tidal Legends Gaming.
It's like a TLP should really prepare for that Zetian drop as well. And I've been mentioned she's one of the strongest in the region and one of the crowd favorites with using the Zetian as well. But looking at the damage dealt ranking, it's understandable. Cloud with a double triple kill. And as well as Daiki on the side.
Big time, but there's no follow-up. Their final slash onto 4. Bring him back now. Yinhua in the SOD. Gets it. Kinzaki jumping back and forth with Vengeance, but will fall to the bullets of Claw, who's looking for one more as Yinhua is able to flicker out. Lord still quite healthy now. 11 minutes in the game. The Crystal wide open. Bay and Vermouth doing the best they can to provide space for Yinhua to clear it out. Lord down, but there's another wave in the mid lane.
There's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off. Team Liquid just want to go for the clean route, but instead, for TLG, this isn't clean.
Yeah.
They have to do something dirty, and there's going to be a traction bows connecting!
Big one to lock them down. Claw walks up, still able to space away. Kinzaki looking for an angle to get a final slash, but TLPH just rotate over to the next best thing. 3 neutral objectives with the first Lord. 3 big structures, base turrets.
That's a huge cleanup here for Team Liquid. Meanwhile, for TLG, as you mentioned, this is their best picks, Mirko. This is one of their best choices, their aces up their sleeves. But for TLPH, Kla alone can deliver somewhat of a half HP deleted onto TLG. That's an 11-0-2 standing, or KDA, for this Granger. And speaking of which, looking at the gold distribution as well, a huge difference, by the way. Onto the turrets, we mentioned the 3 inhibitor turrets destroyed with Team Liquid. It is fairly early, but TLG is already struggling.
You can look at the gold distribution here, you know. Most of the gold for Yinhua has been through minions, kills and assists. A big contrast in how much Cloud has been able to get. I think at this point she's already fully stacked up on the Sky Piercer, so even more of a reason for Zaishi now to maybe sell that Sky Piercer. There ain't no way she's out executing an 80 stack Claw. Faye looking for an angle. They have frontliners, but the poke and the CC is just too much to deal with. And Tidal Legends, they can't even walk up. Chokes walks up again. Oh, Chain CC won't be able to survive. Cloud with 80 stack, just dealing damage. Threading the needle on the Death Sonata, finding 2 to give the team a free Lord one more time.
And that's how you layer the traction pulse and even the AOG right now for Team Liquid. It's going to be a GG right now for TLG. That's the question. Can they defend?
3 shots and Vermouth goes down. Another one for Claw. No one can out-execute a 15-kill Granger with 80 stacks on Sky Piercer. We gotta stomp a statement victory in Game 1 from TLPH.
The newcomers just setting the standard here for or facing for the first ever match and game for MWI 2025. Coming in hot. They're the team to watch out for, especially after their newbie or rookie season here on MWI. There's no jitters, there's no nervousness at all here, Mirko. Just very confident, relaxed stance here. Even for Ramisi, just discussing, guys, are we done here? Is there anything we can improve more? You want more action?
Yep.
No, all smiles.
We expected them to maybe feel the pressure again, considering that the Philippines just won MWI 2024. So having a second team come in, a lot of pressure for TLPH, at least we thought. But yeah, like you mentioned, Athena, it looks like it's just another day at the office for Team Liquid. They're looking calm, composed.
Yeah.
If it isn't visible here, you can just go and replay the game. That was as cold as can be. Team Liquid were flowing like water.
And that's just somehow something to look forward to, knowing that this is their first ever international on-site, and it's for MWI. I could just only imagine the amount of practice that they do every day, because they're fairly a new team together, aside from Ramisi. But looking at the whole chemistry as a whole, it's like they're playing from their whole lives for a few months right now. Like a longer, like Navi PH.
Absolutely. It almost just feels like even Ramisi, the new player on the team, doesn't look like a new player. She fits perfectly.
Yeah, that's a perfect combination here for TLPH. But to break down the formation and what happened for game number 1, we're going to throw it over to our panel.
Thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Athena. And I gotta say, there's a lot we gotta talk about. We gotta talk about the drafts, the plays, but let's talk about Claw. What an amazing debut.
Yeah, I think for Clash, you just enjoy that game. I mean, 14, was that 14:02 or 15:02? 15:02, right? So
That's impressive.
I think it's just the chemistry, as mentioned by Athena earlier, that was really evident onto this game. But we could really think that for TLPH, they meant that their draft will work this way with the Alice, even Daiki's function onto this game. They're just playing like a liquid, very fluid.
And it's so crazy because, like they mentioned earlier on, right? This was a team that was formed this year.
Yep.
As compared to TLG, who's been around for years, right? So you wouldn't expect this kind of quality coming through. But I mean, I guess they were scrimming with their MDL male counterparts. So the in-game knowledge is definitely showing, and not to mention the macro knowledge that was shown. Because for a lot of inexperienced teams, we usually see kills after kills, which this was reflected as one, right? Very high kill game, but the fact that TLPH knew where to use it and what to take afterwards was very important. And I gotta say, it started in the drafts. The Kimmy was a big factor to things, how we're really were able to roll down and snowball from the early game to aid the Alice in the jungle, and also to aid Kla in the lane on the Granger, who technically has a better time against the Moskov.
A good thing you've mentioned about Zaishi's hero. Again, when we've mentioned about Kimi earlier, we said that they could work around in terms of the emblems, and with the Weapon Master, it made perfect sense for the rest of the heroes here for Team Liquid to actually penetrate early game against Tidal Legends Gaming because of the slow effect. So if you have continuous damage from the Kimi, you also have the taunt from Gatot, and even the slow also from Ramis's hero, it was a lot easier for them to go in and be aggressive against Tidal Legends Gaming. And when we compare the hero composition for Tidal Legends Gaming, these are more like scaling heroes, specifically for Moskov. It's really hard because Team Liquid kind of shifted mid-game, and it's not actually considered mid-game, it's still early game, wherein Kla is part of the team fight. You have a Daiki clearing the side lanes, and sometimes a jumps in for every team fight.
And we saw the damage graph just now. Look at how big the number that Kla generated in this game. So it's not just like just taking the kills. She's doing it herself. She's giving the damage and she's taking the kill. Now, we got to mention that this is the opening game of MWI. And talk about setting a statement, man. Like, Team Liquid are looking so strong. And I feel like that might have even surprised Tidal Legends Gaming. It's like, okay, I think we're strong enough. But then going up against Team Liquid was like, wait, hold up. That's a huge gap.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people from around the world were looking at the Filipino region and the fact that, okay, we're looking at two of these Filipino teams, but it's got to be Navi PH, right? Because they're the defending champs. But now TLPH coming up on stage for the very first time does this. I do agree. It's a huge statement. So, Kla, double, triple kill. That's how much damage she was pumping out. And now we know that if Kla is given a winning lane, if she can snowball, that's going to be a big problem.
It's not fair anymore.
It isn't. It isn't.
The Sky Piercer was around 5 minutes in the game.
It was so quick.
And around 7 minutes, she is already at 5 kills on the Granger. And she was totally unstoppable during the game. And I think this is where it is evident that Ramisi is one of the key players for the team, because since she adjusted the function of the Alice, I mean, remember before we started the game, or before we threw it to the casters, we were like, what is the Alice gonna do without any sustained hero, without the Angela? But the function here is, for Ramisi's hero, it was to be in the front lane, have Daiki use the vengeance while she is doing the blood ode, and then have Kla and even the rest of the players at the back just dealing damage against TLG.
Because the tricky thing about the Alice when it was meta, do you remember those days? I think it was like was it a year ago?
I think that was a year ago.
It was like the Super Ken era. I think Mirko will attest to that, right? The tricky thing about the Alice is that it requires a lot of farm, no?
Yeah.
In the early game. That's why we do see when it was Alice in the jungle that they would go to several different lanes to kind of just give all that
Funnel
gold.
towards
Exactly.
Alice, yeah.
Funnel towards the Alice. So how did you think that it went down?
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like we're actually looking at the basics here, where you just take away the farm of the other jungler. In fact, let's look at the jungle to jungle comparison to really see like what really went down, like in terms of the numbers in this game. Because I really feel like every single lane of Tidal Legends Gaming, they lost. And if you lose your lane, your jungle is not going to be safe.
Because it's weird, right? Because we're looking at a composition from TLPH who has Kimmy in the mid lane. Technically, she needs the farm, right? So we're also looking at Granger in the gold lane who also needs farm. So let's take a look at the head-to-head. That is brutal, guys.
Look at the gold per minute. Ooh.
Yeah, very.
Talk about taking the farm out of your opponent's jungle.
Almost double.
It's like for chokes here. The real struggle was, how can I possibly have those items to even counter out Ramichi up front and do the eruption and do the taunting if there is no farm for me? And if that's the case, it was just a short game. It means that the rest of the players of a TLG around that time didn't have the chance to actually farm.
The thing is, people keep talking about Fredrin. What's great about Fredrin is you don't need that much farm. But at the same time, you don't want to be that behind. Like there has to be a limit by how far you
at
can
least an
actually
item.
fall. At least just one item difference. But yeah, if we're looking at the movements here, it really does apparent. We can see apparently that Team Liquid, they always have the forward motion, forward momentum, so they can take whatever they want in the game.
Because earlier enough, we saw the jungler XP disparity and it wasn't that far, right? First Turtle, they were the ones... Well, Ramichi was actually the one to get picked off. TLPH were able to get the lore, but that was the Kimmy picking it up. But I didn't expect things to go so badly in favor of TLPH because I remember at minute number 10, it was what, a 4-level difference between the junglers?
So now actually I want to shift the conversation a little bit. We talk a lot about Team Liquid, but now I want to talk about Tidal Legends Gaming because even during the cast, even Mirko said, I don't like that it's so honest, right? Early picking the Arlit as well as the Fredrin and then eventually having to pick up that Lapu. What do you think, Chantal? Do you think that they're too tunnel vision in their own thing, that they just don't have the answers to what Team Liquid was putting on the table?
Or it's more like they were too focused on trying to counter out the hero composition of a TLPH that they were forced to take the Lapu up against heroes like Kimi and such. But it's going to be a hard time with the Lapu against the Kimi. But the thing here is, for TLG, I think they need a specific lane wherein whatever happens, it will win. And
it's got to be the gold.
Gotta be the gold. Could be the EXP lane because we saw the difference earlier with the movements from Daiki and her counterpart. So yep, for TLG, a hero that has damage early game can also have sustain, but at the same time can deal more damage late game. Could be an EXP lane, could be a gold lane, but not leaning towards or doubling down on scaling heroes.
So I think in simple terms, they just need to go back to the fundamentals, right? They need to look at the lane matchups. They need to find a way to win at least one, right? So they know what their winning conditions are and what they need to play towards. Because looking at game number 1, what were they supposed to be working with, right? Moskov early stages doesn't really win against the Granger. If you look at the mid-trio rotations, Alice roams a lot quicker. Kimmy is able to clear these lanes a lot faster. And if we're looking at the EXP lane as well, it's 50-50 skill matchup. So coming into the drafts, I think this is going to be very important to pay attention to.
For me, what I saw in the game, when both sides are losing, even the mid-trio is like, okay, where do we go? And they couldn't even move because the Kimi just suppressed their movement so much. But now we're jumping into the second game here. Looks like TLG will be the first pick. They're banning out the Farsa, Yusinshin, as well as the Hayabusa. And Team Liquid banning out that Baxia and no Uranus for this matchup.
Yeah, very specific for TLPH since they're opening up the Zetian for them, and you don't want Zetian paired up or have a hero on the same team that is more on the sustain side. So I'm thinking for TLPH, they just don't want any hero that could slow down the pace early game, and now they ban out the 1-1 since Okay, so they banned the 1-1. It means that they are to get a hero that is always on front.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a Mathilda, could be. For them, anything can happen for these ladies. And since they are on the blue side, TLG will pick Kimmy.
Yeah, it's important to note that they swapped sides this time around,
yeah.
right? So now that the Kimmy is in their hands, the big problem is because they banned out the Hayabusa, they couldn't force a YSS ban from red side. So now TLPH have the ability to pick that up if they're comfortable with it. Chantal,
Pick up
they
the
have that, right? YSS in the jungle.
it's been banned.
It has been banned.
Oh,
yeah.
so what's the hero that's left open with the Haya ban?
Now they get the Zetian and even a Phobius.
Phobius. Phobius is the one that's left open.
I think if left at the EXP lane, even though the Kimi was of a threat earlier in game number 1, it will have a hard time if the Phobius will be on a good or winning side, even with the Vengeance. I think for TLPH, they could go and have Lancelot if it's not
I agree.
banned.
Yeah. The Lancelot, the Lynx, there's still a few ways for you to get onto the back line. Right now, TLG, they open up with the Kimmy. If they want to hide where this Kimmy is going, I think picking up an early jungler before he gets banned out and maybe get a winning matchup against the Phobius. One of the ones that I'm thinking about is the Hylos as well as CC, but both really are not priorities in the EXP lane right now. We can see that they're taking their time and they're picking up this Iritel, assuming that Team Lookit wants to pick up the Granger again.
I was about to say, I think I understand the intensity that is required and maybe the urgency, there you go, the urgency to pick up a counter towards the Phobius, but I was really afraid of the gold lane matchup. So the Iritel being picked up here is nice. It's also a setting ground to see how things are going to be going. They want a winning lane against Kla, but we are still looking at heroes like the Moskov still who can find the power at some point alongside with the Bruno if that's something that they're comfortable with. But Kalea left open and it's going to be debut pick for the Kalea here at MWI.
Actually, it's a pretty good answer from TLPH. It's as if they're forcing heroes from TLG. We have Kalea, you have to go and have Purify as your spell.
And the Irita really wants that sprint.
Yeah. So this is a very, very honest and the basic answer against this Irithel. So you don't also have the Fredrine for TLPH or for TLG rather because it was banned. I think because we all know that if you have a double marksman in your lineup, you need at least 2 up front as sustain heroes or even as jungle.
So it's still something that they're considering here. Coming to the second phase, we do see that the Fredrin gets banned out. TLG have yet to pick up a jungle with the Fredrin ban. Could this be a Joy pick? Is it still a viable choice in this meta?
Could be a Joy, could be a Lancelot, something like that, but Joy has been banned.
Well, there you go.
Yep, Joy has been banned out, and I kind of feel like TLPH with their opener, they're spoiled with choice. At this point, even if they want to pick up something crazy, like say a Hellcurt or something, I feel like they can make it work because they already have a lot of control here.
Hellcurt jungle?
Yeah, they can.
I'm not saying it's a meta pick, but I'm like emphasizing how good their opening is. Any hero should be fine. If you get the Lancelot, great. You get the Link, great. There's nothing else, sure. Saber, Hellcurt, why not, you know?
No Saber, please.
It's a emphasis
that
Shout
they
out
can
Wolf.
pull off. Yeah. Shout out Wolf. Yeah. Saber. Anyway, with this,
remain.
Leaning towards the banning. So they banned out the Lancelot. I was just saying that it's actually nice for their heroes. So I think for TLG, they need heroes that could actually burst. Or no. They already have the Kimi. Sorry, I forgot it. That it could be on the middle lane as a jungle. Could be an alpha actually.
Are they setting up for another Alice?
No, honestly, like in this game, I feel like TLG, whatever jungle pick that is available, is going to be very difficult going up against the Zetian. Because as long as her passive is up, I feel like every other jungler that's open right now, you know, the fires, the tanks, the moment you get close, you're going to get pushed back, and then that's just going to disrupt your formation.
It's interesting that they banned the Granger here for TLAG, right? Because we were discussing about the
You got respect,
Iritel
man.
early
15
pick.
kills.
Right.
Just gotta respect it.
Okay.
For that, they still have other options. Is that where you're saying they have Moskov still? Actually, even Harith could be an option here.
Ooh, I don't like Harith.
carry, yeah. Although if they get the Harith, they are doubling down on the magic damage. So
Me neither.
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's too late game. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. I mean, just when you said that again.
Yeah. Caster curse. Man, Coach Booty.
I think they heard they don't. Two casters at the studio doesn't like Harith, then we pull up a Harith.
That's a statement. I mean, if they win with this.
Yeah, that's clearly a statement.
Scythe, but it is what is it, you know?
But again, for TLPH, this is just too much magic damage for them.
No such thing. I believe there's no such thing as too much magic damage. Because magic defense sucks.
I agree.
So you can just burst anyone out. It doesn't matter.
But this means that they need a little bit more time to get to that power spike, right?
Yeah.
In the gold lane needs at least the Holy Crystal down, and then if they want Divine Glaive. Well, I mean, we're talking about teams playing with their own flavor of MLBB, especially in MWI. So a Kai in the jungle.
Although it's gonna be crucial, yes, it could be a good counter against a Harith or even the other players and heroes of TLPH. It's just that if it misses that heavy spin, then it means the next crowd control that they have is gonna be the AOG, and you don't want the other heroes exposed for TLG.
I mean, they have Traction Pulse to kind of fall onto, right? We saw that being a really big utility usage.
What if
number
Traction
one.
Pulse and Makai pushes them away? I mean, what if?
There is a possibility. These interactions could be weird, but speaking of weird,
Suyo, yeah.
Suyo in the jungle, we haven't seen that in so long.
This is like so last patch.
Yeah.
Right?
Are we sure that this is?
I mean, like to be fair, Suyo the nerf on the magic resistance. Looking at Kimi is very powerful, but other than that, you don't really have to worry about much. Anyways, thank you very much for you, ladies. But now we gotta throw it over to Mirko and Athena.
Thank you so much, Paddle. And you're right, with the Suyo pick, somewhat of a surprise, but you've mentioned that with TLPH, they're capable of picking any jungler for Ramisi. What we're going in here for the game number 2, it's going to be Athena and Mirko again here for the action for game number 2. 1-0 current score in favor of TLPH.
1-0 into the Lanadon we go. Yeah, it really just seems like this is a previous patch draft, you know? It's a Harith, Kalea, Suyo, Phobius. It's like watching the MPL Indonesia Season 15 playoffs all over again. But we do have confirmation this is a new patch because there's a Zetian on the side of TLPH. And
okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure that we are on the same timeline, right?
Making sure.
Yeah, and especially with the Akai, interesting, in my opinion, here, Akai jungler pick here for TLG. We've seen this numerous metas ago, but still, there's a possibility of them just overloading onto the crowd controls here for TLPH. And TLPH, by the way, just needs one more win to secure this match. This best of 3 series. But looking forward onto what TLG has to offer here, some of the picks from the blue side Earth for TLPH is what TLG has to offer as well with Kimi and Gatakatra.
Blade Surge already, now going for the back. Soju, not going to commit the flicker. Alkenzaki getting poked down by Zaishi. And this is the advantage you have, at least for the Suyo, especially after seeing the Akai. Now, the Akai pick, yes, it is very interesting. Really depends on how you say interesting. Because if you say interesting as a caster in a weird tone, that means you don't like it, right? And
I'm sorry.
I agree with you. It is interesting.
Yeah.
Your clear speed is so bad, and that's why the Suyo pick gets elevated even more. You're so quick with a jungle clear. You're going to be able to force out these big heavy spins. There you go. Blade Surge already. Heavy spin baited before the turtle spawns. And right now, it's looking perfect for Team Liquid to set up for neutral objective 1. No heavy spin.
And you're like a fortune teller. It's exactly how you sold it, and then that's what's happened onto the top lane. And as you mentioned, onto the first turtle, you would want more action, more denial for TLG, but they're the ones being denied even access to the turtle. Chokes is being pushed around here by Daiki.
Yeah, free one. Oh, big ult as well. 3-man stun coming down as Daiki still survives. There's some sustain over. Vengeance, you saw 3-man Dark Wave! Infernal
pursuit to the back as first blood into the Tsunami Slam. Ramisi picks up a kill. Oh man, TL, they're flowing like water just like in game 2. And even in the bottom lane, Harith winning in the lane. Yin Huai getting bullied. Ramisi, Blade Surge over Soul Sever. Doesn't want to charge up the arrow.
Team Liquid has a solid foundation. And initiation, as you mentioned, the 4 alone is enough. But just imagine if Kla just joins them onto the next clashes for the second and third turtle. Now TLG. The plan was what? Disrupt them onto their formation. But what's happening is that we're not seeing more of an action here for the Akai. And we need to highlight that, Mirko. Especially when we said it, it's interesting. Yeah. But sometimes interesting is not what you want if you want a more capable, comfortable attack here against TLPH. And you're right. Some things are just favoring Team TLPH right now.
You gotta be more decisive when you do the interesting. You don't like it. Kanzaki out of the bad spot, forced to use it. Oh, chokes again. Might it be forced to use the heavy spin? And yes, it does. Good chain CC though. Choke just goes for the disengage, and again, so much tempo relieved. Now Blade Surge from the side, they get the kill, Kanzaki! Now in the midst of it all, has the AOG, decides to go in. Good curtain call, locks him down. Daiki, a little bit too deep, but gets away with it for the pursuit. And now Ramichi, can he get the color? Boom! Doesn't get it on Bay though, Vermouth and Bay surviving.
Okay, now we're seeing some action for TLG. There's a chase down. Bay and Vermouth will be able to get out. And Ramisi just flexing her aura here. What you gonna do? What can you do? But Kla here on the middle side. Going in for the head of Chokes.
The Panda just got back. She just spawned in the game and she's forced to recall again.
I just got back. I want to play the game. I want to go for the damage. Speaking of which, TLPH was actually caught off guard there. They just committed too much onto Chokes alone.
Absolutely.
The TLG managed to somehow pick off 2 members off. And speaking of which, picking up the purple and ENG versus Kla.
1v1 in the bottom lane. This should be a solo kill. Kla, one more hit. Doesn't land a synchro vision. Ramisi getting chain CC'd by the heavy spin. Kanzaki picks up the kill. Soju will be forced to dash away, but doesn't get the wall, so won't be able to get the second part because Chokes gets another 3. Oh, now 4-4, an equalizer on the board for TLG.
Yeah, and that's what you want if you're TLG. More to the next here for Team Liquid. Very nice touch though, with a body slam as well from Chokes. Yep. And that's what you want if you want an Akai, even onto the roam or jungle. You want to stay in your place, just provide sustain as much as you can, be the body blocker here for TLJ. Looking at the gold difference, you could definitely see still onto the gold lane a huge difference here for Kla versus ENY.
You still have to be careful though, right? Like Team Liquid, you have a big lead right now coming into minute number 5, but doesn't mean that Tidal Legends Gaming don't have anything to play with. The heavy spin is a great tool to, again, be able to lock someone down. And Vermouth, her traction pulses have actually been a great help to TLG to get Chokes into a position to get the heavy spin.
Exactly.
TLPH going for the rotation now, bot.
Compared to game 1, actually, TLG has a nicer game plan here. It's much more easy to execute, especially when you mentioned the traction pulse. But Chokes here with a heavy spin, hitting Daiki, going in for the jump. It's going to be the Dark Wave. Kanzaki going out.
Good stun. Daiki though goes in for flicker out, but gets caught with the current call. Tied up now. Kla in the midst of it all. Zaman Force gets away out of the AOG. The mid lane gets cleared out too, and Ramisi gets a turret up top. So it ends up being, I'd say, pretty worth it for TLPH.
Even though there was a one takedown for TLPH targeting objectives. Oh, hitting towards front zone. Zaishi's down.
Soju 1 HP, TLG back at it again. This time turning the tides. This forcing TLPH into skirmishes. Having forced it out already, now this becomes a free turtle over to TLG, who are finally, after 2 games on the board, that's their first turtle in the series.
And that's going to be somewhat of a huge advantage here for TLG, especially onto the facing. They could get an outer threat onto the top lane, but TLPH just isn't giving any space at all. And you've mentioned this is a different persona here for TLG. They're already woken up. Looking at the item as well. So far, you have somewhat of an ass claw here for ENY. So you could definitely feel the damage. Speaking of damage,
Claude turns it around in the back again. Doesn't get the synchro vision. Pops into Purify, but will be taken out, I believe. Chrono Dash one more time. Yinhuai gets the range with the heavy crossbow shots. Gets the pick. Daiki still wants to go for the chase. Jumps on him. Dark Wave landing on Yinhuai now in the front of pursuit as well. Ramisi from the side, able to get the Blade Surge down, and the Soul Sever. Daiki is not a fighter on the Phobia. She's an assassin. Finds one on the MM. Mid lane turret going down. They're going for more. Blade Surge over the Bay with a Soul Sever tap this time. A few shots in, but the Queller won't be able to land on Bay.
That's a heavy clash here for TLPH. Just trying to not equalize, getting the most out of it. Eliminating the turret onto mid lane and somehow reaching onto the back lane or damage dealers here for TLG. It started off here on their instant replay on where Daiki, you mentioned, is not a fighter. She's an assassin. She just sees blood every time she sees Yinhuai and Bay, and that's what you want to target. That is who you want to shut down. And Team Liquid actually paved off with that kind of sacrifice play.
Yeah, it was big in the end. Team Liquid back to where they started off, at least when it comes to the lead, right? Right before they lost it in a big fight in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And that's how you need to play it. You have to try to bait Tidal Legends Gaming to use those big resources first. Once you see the heavy spin used up, you can actually reset back again. Then you look for the fight, the re-engage when you see the angle. Still, even though Chokes doesn't have heavy spin, you can't just dive into the front. Remember, Vermouth and Yinhuai at this stage are going to deal a lot of damage. They've got the items.
And that's why we could definitely see Daiki targeting them, trying to find a way to give info that they're here, they're hiding here onto the long bush. But for TLPH, now they're worried that TLG just woken up. They know what it takes. You just need to reserve that heavy spin here for Chokes. That's been mentioned for TLPH compared to game number 1. Getting objective or securing their roots here isn't as easy as game number 1. Okay, they're targeting the first ever Lord. Hiding here on the bush is Daiki and Soju. Claswell, you're going to be chased out by Chokes.
Oh, they bait out the heavy spin. Oh, Ray with the few flickers. That's a re-engage potential. Blade Surge! The capitalization, instant punishment into the back. Daiki with the in front of pursuit. Chokes very low. They're going to go for Yinhuai, who's caught in the middle of the fight. And now, with a Blade Surge, they get it done. 3-4-0. Masterfully done by Team Liquid.
And that is how you do it. Just bait the heavy spin, and the rest follows. It's as you mentioned, a full PowerPoint presentation here. If you're a visual learner, that's how you do it. That's how you counter TLG. And looking at their instant replay, without the heavy spin, there wasn't anyone to push off the members of TLPH. And even Soju right now, just delivering each and every Tidal strike and even Tsunami Slam, handing the targets with a silver platter for Ramisi and friends.
It was so good. And for TLG, it seems like their honesty in the draft has also been reflected here in the game. They're very honest in the way they want to go for pickoffs. Once you see a traction pulse, almost 100% of the time they'll go for the full initiation. The curtain call comes in. Oh, Saichi, despite the flicker, still gets caught in the back, finding it. Ramisi, look for the Blade Surge, won't be able to find it. Claw, pinned down to the wall. And now it's Soju who's left all alone, gunned down. Or rather, now shot down by Yinhuai.
4 women down. And that's the layer that you want. That's the chain CC for TLG. That's the strength of their lineup. We've mentioned just one traction pulse hitting one member from TLPH, and that's it. You just need one good AOG angle, and the rest will just give that much damage. And that is what happened. Ramisi is the only woman left here, but for TLPH, they need to be very careful in terms of just picking off or going onto the front lines. Ramisi being targeted, team members chasing her down.
When you're on a Suyo, you're never overextending. You got 2 flickers built in your kit, technically, with the Blade Surge and the Queller. Depends on how you use it.
You're a Girl Scout.
Yeah, she truly is on the Suyo here. And it's funny to say that I was legit talking about the honesty of Tidal Legends, and then they brutally honestly just initiated on a Team Liquid who were caught off guard by the honesty. Even they were surprised, like, wait, you guys are actually going off? Well, okay. We don't know how to react to this. TLPH, they got to start reading into the honesty of Tidal Legends, right? Once you throw a traction pulse, there's a 90% chance they just go all in.
You have to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, and for TLG or Tidal Legends,
See, that's a bit too
sometimes
honest.
you have to be very careful, not really revealing, as you mentioned. That's too honest. So right now for TLPH, they could go for a kill. They could jump in, especially Ramisi here with that much needed damage. They're just playing the waiting game, but no more waiting. Oh!
Exactly. Tsunami Slam over Bay has a vengeance. Oh, what a big stun! Now with the Zaman Force, it's going to be the damage coming through with the Chrono Dashes into the back choke. Still no heavy spin. Ramisi gets away with the Queller. Now gets a double kill. Vermouth and Yin Huai still safe in the back as Bay acts the front line. Taiki with the flicker forward, finding the shoulder bash. Ramisi gets a triple. 3-1, Team Liquid finding a big fight to turn things around once again.
Wow! Ramisi for 3. And we've mentioned, when you're too honest, you're going to be very vulnerable.
Sometimes you gotta lie.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta lie. And with that, they reached so far with what they have. And especially cornering most of the members here. You see Chokes here just trying to sustain as much as she can, just so Bay and even Vermouth and Yin Huai could deliver the 3 hit. But that isn't happening. If you're too close to Daiki, she will just eat you whole. Like, without any chewing. She'll just swallow you whole. And TLPH right now, yes, we've seen some glimpse of what they can do if they just wait for the heavy spin to be used here by Chokes. Looking at the kill score, it's 13-13. But looking at the overall situation onto the map, it's still TLPH's game.
Yeah, it truly is. There's so much more tempo on the map, and that's just because of the small wins they've been able to get.
Yeah.
The capitalization, that's what we've been bringing out for TLP, their macro game. Every time they get a win, there you go, Chokes walks up again, a bit too honest and gets punished for it.
Oh no!
Chokes gotta learn how to lie, man. She's gotta learn.
And you just have to be strong enough to resist the temptation to use your heavy spin. But we understand she has no choice. She has to defend, she has to exit, and now that's how you do it.
Zaman
we will
Force
fill in.
into the back, still a lot of damage. Claw almost sealing with Yin Huai low, but she gets the fadeaway instead with the heavy crossbow. The GDS now built up for Vermouth, pulling the Lord over to the mid lane, taking away the pressure off of the Crystal. You know what? TLG, even though we've been talking about how they should lie more, one traction pulse and they went in and they won the fight again. So, you know, maybe they need to be honest in the right way. Wait for the traction pulse. Curtain call though on
You just
Zaishi.
have to somehow
Bye-bye, Zaishi.
fill in the puzzles that are missing. You don't need to somehow tunnel your vision onto the heavy spin alone.
Yeah.
You could compromise and just, Kenzaki, Vermouth, could you do something like a traction pulse, maybe catching 2 to 3 members? Oh, no problem. No problem, Chokes. We could definitely do it. And for Team Liquid, as I mentioned, even though the map control earlier was onto their side, but still with that glimpse of traction pulse hitting onto the crucial members, especially Zaishi, this is somehow a masterful play here for Tidal Legends Gaming. And looking at the item as well, this is what we're talking about. They just need time. They just need to farm up. And now, well-farmed Yin Huai, by the way.
Very
Even
well
with a
farmed.
great Dragon Spear.
GDS into the Rose Gold Meteor last Oh. Okay, they gotta learn from that though, really. Chokes has been finding, or have been looking to find a lot of
Maybe
big
it's a
plays.
decoy.
Maybe she is the decoy. Maybe it sets up for that traction pulse that has been landing to take this game to the 16th minute. But I think it's better, Chokes, if, you know, wait for the traction pulse first and then the heavy spin. You know, at this point, I think it's a better peeling tool than it is an engage tool.
Yeah.
Just use it to peel, you know? You have a solid backline. Sometimes you don't need to engage to win the game, and she doesn't have heavy spin. Tsunami slamming the collapse over to Chokes, but they actually don't want to go for it all the way. Now Sun over as well. Chokes super tanky. Will be taken down. That's a godlike Ramisi in the back. The AOG lands. Zaishi. No, flickers out of it, and Ramisi is able to get a bit more sustain from the green. Kamaton not landing from Kenzaki. And TL walk away with a solid pick, just to panda down.
And as you've mentioned, you want to somehow be the pillar of your Chokes with the heavy spin, and without the heavy spin, you're just a target. You have a painted target on your back. And TL Page, on the other hand, that was a very nice dodge here for Zai. She is very needed when it comes to the crowd controls for Team Fight. And now they're contesting the third Lord for this round. Sojo onto the middle, choicing out.
Jump to the back now again. Bay with the vengeance, still getting taken out. Yin-Hwai looking for the heavy crossbow, able to find it now. Zaman force over from Claws. Daiki gets a kill. Winter Crowns being bought with immortalities. Yin-Hwai running the wrong way. Can she make an outplay happen? The Queller lands. Claw walks up with a chrono dash. And it's a big shutdown over to Claws. Daiki sets up for the game-winning push.
That's going to be a very nice cleanup here for TL Page. Only woman left here. Chokes for the defense. Going for the Tsunami Slam here for Soju. The rest of TL Page just eyeing their sights onto the crystal. An open base of TLG.
She could delay the inevitable, but it truly is inevitable here. 2-0 to Team Liquid. TLG are going to be dropped down in this GSL format.
A very great play here for TLPH. What an opener. They're not rookies at all, Mirko.
No, doesn't look like it.
Yeah. And even Ramisi leading the team onto the victory. All of them just carried the game as well. Props to all the members, especially onto Kla as well, onto gold. Just doing a great job. And picking up the Zetian as well, but somehow as Chef's Kiss, using TLG's advantage against them. And this is the Filipino version. This is how we play this Zetian. And most of the time, we could definitely see TLG just breathing fire. They have what it takes, but sometimes, as you mentioned, you have to think twice onto what Chokes should be doing.
Absolutely. Sometimes lying is fine, ladies and gentlemen, especially in competition.
Yep.
What's most important is the win, and I believe we're going to get a lot of lessons of that, of lying in the game, of not being too honest by LaFell. LaFell is a great liar, if you don't know.
Yeah. And every time he tells a story, he's just like on a poker face.
Okay, yeah.
So you have no choice. Like, you have to gauge the situation, like, right? And with the situation, I know TL Page is quite happy. Even way back home, I know Philippines are so proud with it opening with a 2-0. But right now, we're going on to the main stage host to hear our thoughts onto our player and the winning team, TL Page.
Team Liquid take the first win in their first match, and I do have to say, incredible performance. But I have to say, like, first of all, congratulations on incredible performance. First time playing on the international stage. Walk me through that. How does it feel to play on a stage like this against these incredible teams?
I think I did well because we prepared for this.
Honestly, the preparation was shown during the first match, and I do have to ask you: was there a plan? Like, I want to say, like around game 2, was there a plan to bait a mistake from your opponents during that Lord dance throughout the second game?
We bait them.
Basically, were you trying to bait them? Were you waiting for them to make a mistake and then try to take advantage of the mistake that they were making around the Lord dance?
Yes, we're using our wave bar in order to we can use our Lord
So I want to say, like, you were using the timings of your lanes to try and gain an advantage in that sense. Okay, and one final question for you. So I want to say TLG, they're known for using Zetian multiple times, and you were able to beat them in game 1, and then you used Zetian to beat them as well in game number 2. So what makes you and your team better Zetian users and players? So I want to say, like, TLG, they're known for using Zetian. You're a better Zetian player. Why?
Maybe I spam it in RG.
I like it. Just the ability to spam a little bit better than our opponents. But congratulations, Zaishi, on an incredible performance. And we're going to hand it over back to the studio.
Thank you very much, and oh boy, we got to talk about that bait around the Lord as well later, but shout outs to the casters, both Mirko as well as Tina did an amazing job, and I do agree, you know, sometimes you gotta lie to actually win the game. In fact, both of you guys look amazing.
That's are you lying?
Are you
right
lying
now?
right now?
No, I'm just saying, you know?
Just when you said that
Chantel.
sometimes it's okay to lie.
Yeah, but
Well,
at the same
I
time, I was
think
looking
you
at
look
both
so
of you.
handsome
You
every
look
day.
good today.
Every day.
I detest that. You're hitting my insecurities. How dare you? Let's talk about the game. We got the highlights playing here, and let's first start off. Was the Akai a good pick?
Honestly, the Akai could have been a good pick as long as there was a burst or maybe a follow-up whenever there is a setup play. But there were a lot of moments for chokes that other players from Team Liquid were actually able to escape the heavy spin. So I heard you, both of you, I think, that once chokes used that heavy spin, you were like, oh, now's the time for Team Liquid to initiate. So that was the go signal for Team Liquid that, hey, they don't have the heavy spin anymore. Let's go for the initiation. They don't have any crowd control.
I'm a little bit of a different opinion. I think the Kai is bad. I think
Akai is bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's why the nail in the coffin for
Talk about
TLG
hot take.
in this particular matchup was the Suyo, because the Suyo was able to clear a lot quicker, was able to rotate a lot faster as well. So it felt like in the beginning, TLPH had a little bit more control. Obviously, we do see that moment, I think, around the mid game when the Kimi got to the power spike, that it kind of twisted in favor of TLG. And I think this is the main thing that is super important to highlight, is the in-game adaptations coming in from TLPH, because they were doing the same things over and over in the mid game, and they were thinking to themselves, right, maybe at that point, like, why do we keep losing these team fights? So they're like, all right, let's bait out the big resources coming in from TLG, and then we look for a fight. And then we saw that instant change back in favor to TLPH.
So I have an opinion, and y'all let me know, yay or nay, whether that opinion actually suits or
Okay.
not. Because looking at that game, honestly, Vermont and Bay, the EXP as well as the mid, they did well.
Yeah.
But then we see like a disconnect between all of the players to be like, okay, they're doing well, but now what? You know, personally for me, it looked like they were kind of disconnected.
Yeah, I think it is because there's no really way for TLG to somehow eliminate a specific hero during a team fight. I mean, it's already an advantage if you take down a player during the team fight, but the longer the team fights get, the more it is easier for TLPH to go for the counter engage. So for TLG there, to make it short, there's no really instant kill potential with that type of lineup.
And honestly, we got to look at the head-to-head here between two lanes, and I believe we're going to look at the EXP laner here just to show that it was actually a very good game for Bay, because during the game, the gold per minute, I saw at one point there's a 3,000 gold difference when they're losing.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they should have played around that a little bit better.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? The fundamentals, I think, really need to be sorted out, because game number one, I think the matchups were a little interesting, like Miracle put it in the game earlier.
You got to say like,
Interesting. There we go. But for this particular game, they had a winning lane. Like you mentioned, 3,000 gold lead. This was the CC into the Phobius, which is a natural counter at some point, but they didn't play with it. So I do agree that that was a little off.
Like a wasted opportunity,
Yeah.
because there's other ways. Because honestly, looking at the highlights here, whenever the CC engages, you actually have a good team fight. But the moment the Akai engages the team fight, then it starts looking bad, because you just escape the heavy spin and then counter back. I kind of feel like they got to change the priority, right?
Yeah.
Let Akai be the insurance. If it goes bad, you push people away. Making it as an engage tool, I kind of feel like was bad for the team.
Yeah, I think also for your TLG, that's a good point. And they always wait for the heavy spin when in fact they could actually dive against the TLPH. It's like, okay, I will do the countdown, wait for my heavy spin, and then come in for another initiation. So I kind of feel like for TLPH, since the heavy spin is the only thing that is considered a threat on longer team fights, and the majority of their heroes has skill set that are pushing forward more on the linear side, then it was a lot easier for TLPH to dive on backside players.
Yeah, thank you very much. And honestly, that was an amazing game. For now, it looks like Team Liquid is a threat in this MWI competition. But don't go anywhere. We're going for a short break before we start the second match of the day.
This land is calling.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on the higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the MWI. And personally for us, we're all having fun here. We just wrapped up the first match of the day. Team Liquid was able to show pure dominance going up against TLG. It was an amazing match. But for you guys at home, something that I need to let you guys know, where this year, the All-Stars is amazing because we have a Dino theme map right now where even the lore change, the buff change, everything changes. So make sure you guys log in now and actually play around with the new map because we have special emotes for you guys in store. If you guys are content creators, heck, casual viewers, as long as you guys clip, show it on social media, you guys have a chance to actually win the new battle emotes. So make sure you guys play around because a lot of goodies is there for you guys. My name is Afel, and alongside with me is still Eterna as well as Chantel. Game 1, amazing. Now we got to focus on game number 2.
You know what? After seeing game number 1 or match 1, I think there are teams that are still playing on the usual strategy that they have. They don't really change to whatever the current meta is, and probably would stay the same as long as they see it as effective.
I don't like her smile.
What?
I don't like her smile.
That's okay.
Oh, right. It was a Filipino team that won.
And then we have
match 1.
another Filipino team that is super dominant too. So
yeah, things happen.
It's radiating off her. It's
Things
radiating
happen.
off her.
I mean, like, here's the thing. As long as I wasn't the one saying it, we're all good. But you know what? Since Chantel is here, how about we talk about Navi PH because they're one of the favorites because, of course, they are.
Yeah, Navi PH, they have been playing together for a very long time. Came from a city, like a province in the Philippines, have not Ayanami. The newer ones, Keishi, Amore, Mirai, and even Shinoa. I think for the team, the greatest thing that ever happened, or the greatest thing that they changed all throughout their run in most tournaments, is that they actually adapt to their strengths and at the same time incorporate to whatever they manage to make effective from the previous years. And I kind of feel like Mirai is one of those players. Aside from being the leader, it is great that she knows when to get those heroes that are more on the sustain side, more on the heavy charge like initiation, something like that.
Yeah, I really like because we're talking about the mental battle between the teams where you have to lie, and having not Ayanami there, like, what's the cause? Like, go for not Ayanami. So it's like, wait. Ayanami or not Ayanami? Which is which?
It's funny because in every tournament that she comes in, it changes, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes she's Ayanami, sometimes she's not Ayanami.
So there
Maybe
is an internal
Ayanami.
struggle.
Give that her. Tell her that.
Yeah, maybe Ayanami.
Maybe Ayanami.
But now I want to transition to talk about their opponents. We got to talk about CFU Gaming, where they're one of the teams in your teams to watch. The power rankings, the Aramco power rankings earlier.
Absolutely. Our Cambodian sweethearts here. I mean, I guess they're not sweethearts in the game because they reflect something different. They are the Sharks for a reason. I think after several tournaments, they have put their name on everyone's mind, especially Tegami, who has been an amazing high mechanic assassin player. We saw her last year at MWI just wreaking havoc on the Joy. However, last MWI wasn't the greatest of runs. They placed 19th to 12th, but following that was ISF, where they placed top 2. Now, the funny thing is about CFU afterwards, they were struggling quite a bit, right? I think if we're looking back 13th to 15th at the Battle of Gamers, 5th to 6th place in the SEA Games, and they were able to place 4th at AEG. But it goes to show that this is yet another moment for proving grounds for this particular team because they have been together for quite some time, being founded in 2022.
So we're talking a lot about the history of CFU gaming, but we here are not just focusing on the in-game. We actually want to see how they are outside of the game. So we actually prepared a special video to see how CFU gaming actually acts outside of the game.
To be honest, she looks smart and handsome like a boy. So every guest like her.
កាមី friendly តាមពេលបើសារបានស្អីស្អាតទៀត friendly ខ្លាំងលោក I must say Felix Miss Felix Kogo Simen Tidal went to the bus and គាត់រស់រាយហើយបើស្ទាប់ក្នុង game វិញគាត់ឆ្លាតហើយ flexible
我觉得特别大一个原因就是因为他打游戏太厉害了，因为你看我也是因为就是去现在被他打服了。
So everyone loves Tagami. Like some say like, oh, she looks good, she's friendly, she's charismatic and amazing at the game.
She's really shy in person.
Is she?
She's really quiet.
Maybe
I don't know,
just with you.
Maybe because it's like a language barrier or no, I'm not really sure. But when we do interviews with her, she's usually very kept to herself. So see, that video was really interesting, but I understand the admiration from all the rest of the players from across the regions, right? Tagami is so good. She is recognized by a lot of the, her male counterparts in the same position.
And here's the thing actually that we've learned about Tagami. In an interview, she said that she's really looking forward to be up against Keishi because she wants to learn while playing against her. So it's more like she's trying to defeat her teacher and probably use her techniques up against her.
Now we have to see how fast she actually adapts. But right now, looks like we have a hot call here where Rose coming in from Stream B has something to report. So let's see what's going on in Stream B.
Hey guys, welcome to the Reporter Hits. My name is Rose and I will be bringing you all the action live from Stream B. So a while ago, we have just recently concluded our first match of the day in which Navi MY got a clean sweep 2-0 win up against Gaming Gladiators. And right now we are currently gearing up for our second match of the day. Now behind me, we currently have Virtus Pro and obviously on my left, we have Terror Queens. Now this is going to be the second match of the day. I honestly cannot wait to get things started. So let's show it to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness. So Navi MY clean sweep 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. Now here's the thing. I have a few birds all around and they told me.
Little or big?
For me, it's massive. For me, it's pretty massive.
Okay.
So apparently, like Gaming Gladiators, they forced a lot of fights, and it looks like Navi MY was able to capitalize on that. And in case you guys missed it, this was the previous matchup. Team Liquid was able to win 2-0 very convincingly, by the way. Yes, the coach is
celebrating a blow. Why doesn't he have like
that's cute.
That's assistant coach or something?
Her reaction.
But continue. Why are you quiet?
You know what? Thank you for the commentary. That's very insightful, Eterna. But now we really got to talk about the upcoming match CFU against Navi PH. So I'm just going to feel the vibes here, Eterna. It's like, who do you think is going to win, Chantel?
Who do you think
is going to win?
I mean, do you really have to ask me the question
don't know.
when you know the answer?
No, we have no idea.
Wait, in all honesty, let me think about it. This is a hard question.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is, yeah.
But I think it's going to be Navi PH.
I did not see that coming.
Neither did I.
I'm not lying. I did not see that coming.
Gobsmacked.
I was flabbergasted.
Blindsided.
Oh, so if I were to ask you, who do you think will win?
I'm so CFU right now.
Oh, you too?
I'm so... Yeah. I'm going to step away from this one. I'm just excited to see the draft, coming up. We're going to see the draft, and we have to see whether the priorities are the same or not. Heck, maybe we'll see an Akai that actually works in this one.
Or maybe this time around, we'll see the enchanters for this game, maybe the Florine. Again, it's all about discoveries in terms of draft for majority of the teams on day one.
Because it technically means that with Navi stepping up here, we have Murray in the roam, and she's used to having the Estes as one of her signature heroes.
And now, honestly, before we even start the match, we're actually going over to the host on the stage before we even start the second match of the day. So, Cheryl as well as Sandstorm, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, a massive shout out to our clearly unbiased studio that we have here in Riyadh. It's been a pleasure to wrap up our first game, but we're ready for our second.
Now, I was so excited to watch the series opener right here earlier, and we've seen the likes of Team Liquid, who has made a super convincing 2-0 clean sweep against TLG. Now, things are definitely heating up right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as we're gonna jump straight in to the second series, and coincidentally, this is the highlight match of the day. We will be seeing our Tidal defenders right now with a brand new banner under their name, Navi PH, going up against CFU Gaming, the pride of Cambodia.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Navi! Like we mentioned, looking to start the defense of their key and their title in the match of the day. And of course, with a GSL tournament format, you are looking for 2 wins to qualify to the next stage.
And now, presenting to you the Cambodia's finest, CFU Gaming. As the ladies are walking down, all eyes on the prize. This is going to be their biggest challenge yet. Opening up MWI 2025, their very first series and opponents is going to be none other than the Tidal defenders. So will they pull out all the stops to face the defending champions? Let's find out.
The stage is set one more time. Our second match of the day is about to begin, and the journey continues as we try to find who will be crowned the champion of MWI, who will be the queen to rest on the throne.
That's absolutely right. The question is, who wants it more? Our Tidal defenders will do everything in their arsenal to fight tooth and nail to defend their throne, whereas the Sharks are gonna circle the calm waters, attacking whenever possible. And with that, we're gonna hand our time back to the studio. Take it away.
Appreciate the throw. And honestly, we got to talk about both teams, but let's start with Navi PH because they're amazing talaga po.
Oh, wow. You're learning some Filipino words.
So easy, so easy.
Yeah, for Navi PH here, I think the strength again is adjusting with the current meta, but at the same time incorporating their strengths as a team. So if they're up against a team like CFU, they just have to be prepared. They know them really well from AEG and even IESF. They just need to do what they're used to.
There's a lot of... This was like the highlighted match that we had today, right? And we were even talking about the... Can we call it bad blood?
Maybe about blood, yes.
A little bit of bad blood between these two teams. Okay.
Of course.
Moving on. ISF.
Yeah.
It was the Cambodian team with the same roster that we're seeing from CFU Serendipity that was the ones to kind of deny the Filipino team from entering the ISF women's, right?
Yeah, I think that was 2020 last year. So it was actually
2024.
Yeah. Yeah, last year is 2024, right? Because it's
What year is
2024.
this year? What year is this year?
Just kidding. Your jokes
That's
aside.
2025, right?
Yeah,
All right,
that's
all
true.
right, cool.
That's true.
So last year is 2024.
Yeah, not
Great
2023.
analysis.
That's how math
true.
works.
But
Great
anyway,
analysis.
for that case, we had Indonesia and even Cambodia to represent Southeast Asia in the IESF. And I think there's this interview wherein Shinoa said that they are really looking forward for this match because they want to defeat or take revenge because of that IESF game.
You know, speaking of Shinoa, I've been hearing that she has a hand injury after VOG.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Exactly, right?
What
Where did I
happened?
hear that?
No, it's like, I think she said it in an interview.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is she okay?
Wait, you understood the interview?
No, of course there's a subtitle. You
Oh
know?
yeah, subtitles, of course.
Oh, really?
No,
Wait.
literally, because that's going to be important, right?
Yeah.
The mechanics in the gold lane. I mean, she's going head to head against Yue, right?
Yeah, Ian.
Yue. Not Yue. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on.
Yue.
Yes. Now I wanna pull it back in. I wanna pull it back in. Pull it back in. Right now, honestly, looking at this matchup, because as we saw the previous one, there was a very big gap. Looking at this one, is it gonna be that big of a gap, or is it gonna be a closer match? I feel like let's start with that one because we gotta talk about power rankings here because both teams is in your Aramco power rankings.
I think for Navi PH, there's not much different. I think for this year, they are playing better because of the opportunities that they have, a lot of qualifiers, even for the national team. But in terms of the laning against CFU, there might be changes depending on how CFU started against them.
Well, here's the thing. Before we even start the match, I actually had the pleasure to talk to Navi Navi PH. They're amazing. So actually check out the video. Let's see what I did with them. Hello everyone, my name is Afel. I'm with Navi PH and I'm with Keishi and Ayanami or not Ayanami. At this point, I can't tell. How are you guys feeling? You guys feeling good?
Yeah.
All right, good. Very short and straight to the point. I appreciate it. So, because you guys are already diving right in, I need to talk about you guys winning MWI last year.
2024, the Titan Slayers presenting to you your brand new champions, Smart Omega Empress!
Different organization, but same players. So, how do you guys feel winning it last year?
Fantastic. Dream came true.
Dream came true. Now that's a good one. Do you guys think you guys can do it again?
Yeah, and a little stroke of luck.
With a little bit of luck, you guys can do it. How do you guys prepare for this MWI? Because that was a big patch before this tournament came about.
We didn't sleep.
You didn't sleep?
Maybe a little bit of sleep.
But in case if you guys don't become champions, who do you guys think can actually win this one?
Can I give 3?
Sure.
Team Vitality, Onyx, and Navi MY. Navi Mami.
Nice. I appreciate it. And what about you?
Team Onyx.
Sweet and simple. I love it. And then the last one. You guys are amazing players. But is there any one player that you guys are looking out for in this tournament?
I think Sev. Yeah.
Sev?
Onyx. Sev.
All right, cool. So that's it. This is Navi PH. My name is Afel. And again, good luck defending your title. No biasness. I just hope for the very best. And now, we'll see you guys later. So that is what you got to do.
Teleport?
Don't sleep.
Oh,
I thought.
I mean, let me just say I'm very hardworking. I can jump here and there changing suits. It's really not that big of a deal. Everyone does it. But yeah, don't sleep, folks. 1-2 hours is too much.
Yeah, probably I'll change my sleeping pattern. But
Actually, for real, I kind of feel like 8 hours is too much. I think 5 is enough. Like that's personally for me.
Is that
scientifically? I believe that women actually need more sleep.
That's true.
Yeah, scientifically, you know.
Yeah, like 9 hours.
9 hours?
Yeah.
I haven't tried 9 hours for so long.
We can do it later.
Oh, later, yeah. Anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, anyway, I just gotta say for Navi PH, they look really nice with this jersey with black and yellow.
Oh, we have a a comment here from Shinoa. The PH qualifier was tough because our bracket had a lot of strong teams. For this MWI, our first goal is to defeat CFU since we lost to them in our last tournament. So
that's it.
That's what we were talking about, right?
She could feel it.
Oh, and I heard something else.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so I got to talk to Vitality, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they were like, and then I was like, I like to trigger things from players, right?
Yes, you're very triggering, yeah.
I'm used to doing that with the male teams.
Yes, you're very triggering.
But then the female teams are like, yeah, we have a little bit of bad blood.
Oh my God.
With Omega Empress or Navi PH.
So, Navi PH has a thing with
Vitality.
Vitality 2?
2.
Okay, so that's
triple.
That's triple. Yeah.
They really know each other well. But going back to CFU for this one, do you have something else?
Yes. No,
you have a lot.
You have a lot, yeah.
No, we're going back to serious talk now.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're over the gossip talk.
Anyway, never mind.
For CFU, speaking of the meta, I think it will be interesting to see how they adapt because technically for the longest of times when CFU Serendipity find their ground and find their flow in the game, it is because of Tegami on the assassin heroes. Now, we're shifting into a meta that is not as reliant on assassins and is more open to new things. I mean, we saw the Alice in the jungle earlier before. We saw the Akai in the jungle earlier before. We're looking at the Baxias and the Fredrins. So I don't know how well she does on utility. We do know that she plays a really good YSS, but even from our first match, YSS has always been banned out.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you mentioned or actually raised because if she's known to be on the assassin side, probably there will be a different dynamic in terms of the banning and the sequencing of the hero picks here for both Navi and even CFU. But we also do know that Keishi is one of those good assassin users also. So maybe they will dwell on that or actually have their draft instead leaning towards those assassin junglers.
Honestly, like right now in this meta, it does seem like the junglers are the answers to the question, right? You don't set it up as the main win condition. You want to make it so that it complements the win condition. You pick up those assassins in case you want to shut down those backline damage dealers. You want to get those utility junglers if you need early lead coming in from those turtles. We haven't seen the X-Borg has been buffed, but maybe we can see that once we see a lot of frontliners being picked up. So yeah, honestly, it is going to be very interesting looking at those junglers. But I kind of feel, knowing what we know for the female scene, I feel like they just stick to assassins, man. Because if that's what they're good on, might as well just play into it.
I think the thing that they will change here is probably the hero pool for the EXP lane for Not Ayanami and the rest, because Not Ayanami is known to be a good Arlo user, but during MWI last year, they changed things up. So it could be a difference again coming to MWI 2025. And there is the EXP buff that we've mentioned with the patch update and stuff. So yeah, I think for CFU, as long as they're able to somehow have a standard prior taking an objective against Navi PH, then they could probably replicate their performance during AEG or even during ISF qualifiers.
Okay. So we're looking at the EXP lane. And what about the Kimmy, right? Because in game number 1...
Oh, Kimmy, man. Oh, my goodness.
Because technically, Kimmy is like 50% win, right? Because she lost the second game.
Yeah, second game, yeah.
But still, we saw the threat of the Kimmy in the mid lane.
50 is more than 49.
Exactly. Yeah, that's like 1% more.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you guys were touching on the EXP lane. Something to remember, even from last year, Na Ayanami got a winning play where she used the Baras and actually stole the Lord away.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was insane, right? And it's to the point where she commented last year, not a lot of people respected her, so she wasn't zoned out that much last year. Now that they've won MWI, she said that now I think people will respect me a little bit more, so I might actually get zoned out more. So maybe those Lord takes or Lord steals is going to be a little bit more difficult.
I think she's scary.
In game, as a person, she's nice.
She's lovely, but she's very intimidating as well.
Yeah, I think...
I felt that intimidation.
Right?
Did you see the interview? I was sweating.
Because of her?
No, they forgot to turn on the air conditioning. Of course, because of her.
Anyway, I think the great thing about her is she knows what she wants.
That's a strong, independent woman.
Yeah, and she makes sure that if I want this, I need to do this and that.
Yep.
And I make sure to do this so I am able to do this.
So there's a good setup.
Yeah.
But it's important to also note that from the side of CFU Serendipity, I think Moshi kind of feels in a similar kind of role because we had flashbacks of CFU Serendipity last year, and there were a lot of moments where plays were opened up by Moshi on the lapu-lapu. So that's a hero that we could be looking at being contested for Moshi. And I got the chance to talk to her, and I asked her, who made that call? Who's shot caller for your team? And she's like, in that moment, I saw the opportunity, I took it, and everyone else followed. So I don't think chemistry is a problem for CFU Serendipity.
I think also it's about, aside from the chemistry, it's also trust between these ladies that whenever a specific player uses a hero that they usually get, that they're really confident. I mean, if there is trust, I think everything else will follow through. So CFU Gaming and even Navi PH, they're both playing for so long that it's kind of hard to decipher how they will create chaotic ways to somehow be able to defeat one another.
I kind of feel like if we have to figure out how to take down Navi PH, we really need to know how they are. So we actually prepared a team profile video. So let's see, how is Navi PH actually operating outside of the game?
I think my team is versatile. We want to be consistent and wanted a back-to-back title. Everything here in EWC is great, especially the people, the venues. I had so much fun. We wanted to be remembered as the number one.
Now that is the right mindset. They want to be remembered as the number one. And here's the thing, if they can do it 2 years in a row, sure, different organization, but the exact same players. If they can do it, that's a huge statement.
Yeah, I think the best example for that is after winning MWI 2025, they were 2024. Sorry,
years are confusing. I get it. I get
Calm
it.
down.
Yeah, sorry.
Relax.
Calm down,
Relax.
Chantal.
Relax. She's very sweaty, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, I forgot my thought, but yeah, after winning MWI 2024, a lot of people were like praising them, but prior to that, they were being questioned as to what they can do, what their capabilities are. So
it's weird. People give the same question to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then you won an award.
Hey,
greatest talent of all time.
Shout outs to me, I guess.
Yeah, you are the greatest talent of all time.
So how to be great is ask other people to question you. Is like, are you okay? Friends, if you guys have friends that you guys haven't contacted for a while, just ask them like, are you okay? You know, every once in a while, check up on them. They would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wait. What's this? Fun fact. While she may be fierce in-game, Not Ayanami has a softer side off-screen. She's a literature lover through and through, and her bookshelf favorites include The Graveyard Book, A Monster Calls, and All the Bright Places. Stories filled with emotion, depth, and a touch of darkness.
Oh,
wow.
That's impressive. The only thing I read is patch notes.
And All the Bright Places is a good story.
Yeah, I haven't read books.
Anything.
No, the script
Not
today.
even patch notes. Just nothing.
I read about the patch notes just recently.
Recently, she means today.
Yeah, jokes aside, I mean, because of the books that she read, or favorite books, I think that solves as to why she is the type of a mysterious girl that has the attitude of a champion.
I like that.
Mysterious champion, if that's
a champion of last year, right? You mean?
Yeah, the champion of last
year, not this year. Yeah.
Stop me.
Because if
Yeah, we'll stop you. No worries.
Sorry, Lafel. Chantal, remind me. After MWI, did they win against Vitality ever?
Is someone beside me now?
I'm not stepping into this one, folks. I've learned when they fight against each other, just stay out of it. Stay out of it. CFU. You know, let's come back.
Right.
Let's talk about what ifs. Let's talk about what ifs.
Okay.
Great show, by the way. What if CFU actually wins against Navi PH? Does this change the dynamic of the tournament? Because again, the players, these are the ones that won last year. And if they lose the very first game against CFU, that makes day number one already very confusing, because now the fans are like, wait, hold up, who's the strongest team now?
Yeah, I think it will really shake up the tournament. For one, probably the strategy of a CFU is the most efficient if they win against Navi PH. So it means that majority of the teams, or the remaining teams, will actually adjust.
They will study them.
They will study them and probably change everything that happened day number one.
Here's the thing. I will say that if that does happen, then it also proves to the world that the MLBB landscape for women is growing. It's not just titans of this region, titans of that region, but everyone can also step up to the same level. And second of all, this is not unfamiliar territory for Navi PH. And if that does happen, know for a fact that they're going to come back in their second match, and they're going to come back stronger, because the way this team kind of molds around in the tournament is like every mistake is another thing for them to learn. And then that's the version of Smart Omega Empress that we saw in the finals of last year's MWI.
I like that you sneakily just snuck in the jabs. Like they're not strangers to losing, you know, because they did that one time against Vitality. I like that. I like that shade. So CFU, I feel like, should they just focus on their own game plan, or is there a specific win condition for Navi PH that they really have to play around against? Because I think we haven't had a video highlight of Maria actually getting the Savage last year. I don't know how she has been performing this past few weeks, especially after the patch, but I don't know, should we actually look at the gold lane and try to shut her down very, very early?
Probably for Navi PH, or if you're CFU playing against Navi PH, they don't really want to focus on trying to stop
the gold lane
as early as possible, but probably focus on having trades. Yeah, because we know for a fact that the Navi PH is good at macro and even micros during objective taking. So if that is a thing, I think for CFU here, they could focus on other lanes, probably the gold lane, but not force a team fight or unnecessary team fight or initiation on the gold lane.
That's a very interesting thought, because then it comes to the question, which lane is going to get sacrificed, right? Usually it is the EXP lane, but you got to look at a hero. Like if you're Arler or Lapu Lapu, you kind of don't want to sacrifice that lane. If you want to sacrifice that, might as well get a Terizla or something, right?
That's why I think it all just boils down back to the drafts that we should be coming through very, very soon. What will be the priorities, right? Which lane do they want to play for? Because technically, if we're looking at CFU Serendipity, we mentioned Tagami being like a major anchor towards the team, but so is Moshi. We've heard a lot about her. So I think in that regard, they do want to play for CFU Serendipity. Going back to the point from Navi PH with the Savage, was that like a conditional pick because she was on the Ixia? I remember the Ixia being picked up. Was that that time?
I feel like it was a conditional pick, and
Right?
I feel like Vitality just like, what do we do against this Ixia? And
Because it was like that one big moment.
Ixia did kind of get buffed recently. She's very strong in the lane. It's just that you got to be careful. If the opponent has an assassin, it's going to be very troublesome when you open the full barrage. Speaking of which, as we're waiting for the draft, I kind of feel like based on game number 1, we can kind of see the heroes that might get permaban, because I kind of feel like Yi Sun-Shin, Boxia, as well as Farsa, I feel like these are the contested bans, making sure that they don't get through, because I really feel like Farsa and Kimi, those are one of those heroes that you don't mind actually picking up first pick.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Zetian was being opened. Match 1, I was expecting that the majority of the matches will have it banned. And yeah, I think Uranus could be also one.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't think that it will be opened soon enough. Probably if there will be changes in the trajectory of the draft, could be opened. But yup, for this drafting, for both Navi and CFU, I'm just really looking forward if they will go utility jungle or assassin jungle, since both are using, could use both, and even for mid lane. So Amori has been playing a lot of Valentinas, but aside from that, there are a lot of options for them, even for Fafa.
Yeah. By the way, amazing thoughts. But for now, we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to solve any issues. And for you folks at home, thank you very much for your patience. We really appreciate it. So, ladies, hold on tight on your thoughts, because right now, we're going for a short break.
Streets in sepia, lazy Sundays, yeah. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh you are messing with my mind, yeah. Oh you can turn back time, yeah. City lights sing my song, sticky rice on my tongue, movie stars on my walls, running to the phone hoping it's you who calls. Oh you are messing with my mind, yeah. Oh you can turn back time, yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile.
is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Welcome back, everyone. And again, thank you very much for your patience as we're about to start game number 2. Well, actually, match number 2. And looking at this lineup, it's still Navi PH favored, but we talked about this. CFU actually has a very good chance of taking them down. And if they do, it will change the tournament so much. Like everyone will prioritize different teams. But don't worry, folks. After like a few minutes, we should be going into the drafts.
Yeah, I think for this one, teams are really prepared as to what hero they will ban. But it is a given that for the totality of MWI 2025, we won't be seeing much of the Uranus and even Baksha.
Oh, thank God, guys. Kimmy's banned out.
Oh, love it. Anyways, looks like CFU will be the first pick. Navi PH will be the second pick. Interestingly enough, that they banned out this Matilda. So they're really looking at Navi PH playing more utility. What are your thoughts on this, Chantel? Do you think that this is a very good Matilda ban here?
Yeah, I think for some of the games prior or off-season prior MWI 2025, Mirai has been playing a lot of Matildas, and since there is a tendency to somehow pick other utility jungles. You don't want any Matilda on their sleeves. So for CFU Gaming, they focus on banning out heroes like Farsa also, just for the burst. So it means that they are leaning towards heroes on the goal lane, like Irithel, maybe a carry also, Granger even, more on the farming type.
Also, my big question is the YSS, right? Will it be let go here? Because we were talking about CFU Gaming beforehand, and this is one of the comfort heroes for Tegami, one of the heroes that we know is good in the current meta, that she doesn't have to force herself on assassin heroes that might not find their place. And there it is, with the 1-1 being banned out by Navi, the YSS comfort or even power pick for the Tegami is up on stage.
Something I'm worried about is if they're able to get strong side laners, both EXP as well as gold, it's going to be very easy for this Yisun Shin to actually get an even bigger lead by actually ganking and getting those kills early on.
I think for this, Navi PH, they need to be prepared in terms of vision. I won't be surprised if they take Selena, but it's going to be Satyan.
What about Satyan,
Yeah, this is actually nice to stop CFU Gaming on heavy team fights. We also have our lot, which is I'm still not closing the option that it could be a pos 5, but definitely it will be on Not Enami's hands. She's known to be using the hero, so if you are CFU Gaming, they could focus on taking their pos for already. Could be Valentina, something like that.
Ooh, early Valentina. Depending on how this goes, there is an opportunity for CFU Gaming to pick up something like the Jushin. So there you go, Jushin gets popped up here, and the Hilda. So are they anticipating an assassin pick for Navi?
But now Navi, they can actually pick up something like the Granger and then just ban out the Irithel. And then at that point, they're kind of pretty good on the goal lane.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree. I think with the Hilda pick from CFU Gaming, that's the reason as to why Navi PH went in or chose a Fredrin over other assassin junglers. So a good adjustment.
Combo with the Arlet as well.
Yeah, good adjustment for them. Heavy on crowd control. I'm just thinking for the team, they might want to ban out heroes like Carry.
Your team is
okay, Ruby. Very, very specific ban, probably because you have YSS on the jungle.
Yeah, so Ruby Gold lane is the
Ruby
thing,
Gold, yeah.
Yeah, Ruby Gold lane is going to be very, very annoying, especially because having a Yisun Shin, if you have winning lanes, the fact that he can actually go inside your jungle is going to be huge, because going up against a Fredrin, Yisun Shin does farm a little bit faster. If CFU Gaming, they can actually control the mid lane, making sure that Zetian doesn't actually get to rotate, this might be a game where CFU Gaming can legit deny Navi PH of any kind of movements.
Yeah, that's true. And now that you don't have the Lapu, so you're still lacking in...
So they think this Arlet is going roam? Is that why they ban out the Lapu?
Yeah, there is still that option. Again, the strength now in the current meta is as long as you have many flex heroes, then you can still switch things up until the latter portion of the draft. So for Navi PH, okay, things are like taking their time really for both. Mage, they have Jushin. Another Gatot, okay. So Gatot, XP lane could be one. Hilda could be one also.
Yeah.
So they just limited the options here for CFU Gaming?
Right now, I'm really looking at it. Na'Vi, they can actually still put the Arlet into the EXP and then pick up a healer, because getting something like a Florin, Rafaela can actually make it so that they're able to punish CFU Gaming in their rotation, because having a healer for the Fredrin is going to be mad annoying to deal with him.
I agree, but I think that would sacrifice wave clear a little bit. Right, we're looking at the Jushin on the other side, who is also very oppressive in the lane. Depending on where this Hilda goes, if the Hilda goes EXP, understandable. But what if the Jushin gets paired in with someone with really good clear, right? Something like the Cho. I know it's a little bit greedy because technically they don't have sustainable tanks in the front line, but we have seen it being done. And if they're looking for a potential snowball alongside the YSS, I still think that it's an option for them to go for. The next ban here is the Khalid, so the gold lane options are like wide open. They can go for the Granger here if they want to try and stave off, and
But gotta be careful that Irithel.
Right.
They might wait for the gold lane and just pick up the roam here.
so do they want to show their EXP/roam now?
They can. As per Navi, okay, Kalea. So heavy on crowd control, very specific. So now we know that our lot is gonna be on the EXP lane. You have Kalea as a pos 5. I was thinking for Navi PH, it would be a great decision for them if they take heroes like Karen, even Moskov, just in case. But there is the Hilda that could instantly kill someone who split pushes. But anyway, CFU Gaming still lacking is their EXP lane. If this Hilda goes as their pos 5 or as their roam, and their gold laner. Gold lane against Fredrin and Arlot.
This is a pretty tanky lineup, and you need some kind of purifier.
Yeah, that's why. I think they need to go for Golden Death with Purify. So we're thinking of, okay, Bruno technically can go Purify, right? And essentially with the lineup that they're showing right now, they don't have a lot of tools to look for engages. So that's where the Tigreal comes through, forcing Na'Vi in a position to think, all right, where are we going to go against who can also use this Purify? I guess Carry is an option.
Yeah, Carry. I think Carry's a better option, Carry and Moscow over Granger. If
there you go.
Yeah, Carry, you're up against Hilda, you're up against Tigreal, and at the same time you want that mobility as much as possible as compared to the Granger that you want it very continuous in terms of the farming. So yeah, more like for Navi PH, they just secured a hero that is good for the crowd control, has the late game damage. Same goes with CFU Gaming, but it all depends on the laning of the Jushin.
Honestly, I'm just looking forward to see if they actually have the damage here. But now we're actually going to throw it over to the casters.
And that's it for our draft for game number 1, for our match number 2. It's the returning queens for MWI. And as they mentioned, very good draft here by Sasaido, Mirko. But with the Tigreal pick, I'm quite surprised with that, with the direction CFU wants to go here for their first match.
Most definitely. We're going to get straight into the Lanadon for the MWI 2025 at the Esports World Cup match here. Hey, the draft was a banger. I agree. I really like the drafts. Yes, there were some picks where we were kind of questioning it. Okay, there you go. We got to pause, ladies and gentlemen. So please do be patient with us as we dissect a bit of the draft more, right? So, Tigreal. I think we were kind of confused with the Tigreal pick, but other than that, everything looked really, really solid. The last carry pick after the Kalea was already picked up as well. So really good combos there, good shred. I like it. And this Na'Vi Philippines draft is what I expected from TLG when they started off with the Fredrin Arlet. I thought they would just bang on the Fredrin and the Arlet XP.
Exactly. It was somehow, this is what they were planning for the game 1 for TLG. But by the way, for Navi Page, they aren't scared of that YSS.
Yeah.
They just go, pick it up. We ain't scared. They're prepared for it. They just want to go for the trade of the Arlet Zeshan. First 2 picks here for the red side. And actually, with the addition of the Kalea as well, that will be a cool chain of crowd controls here for Navi PH. Meanwhile, for CFU, let's discuss their strength as well. With the Hilda pick, they limited a lot of marksman heroes here for Shinoa.
Yeah, they really did. And that's why you didn't see the Granger get picked up, ladies and gentlemen. The Granger would have been, I would say, the safest choice to go for had there not been a Hilda picked up early. And it was already weird because I think Na'Vi, by picking up the Arlet so early, they were baiting out the Phoveus. They wanted the Phoveus to come out so that they could get the Granger. But they saw the Hilda, and that's where they had to kind of improvise again. The Hilda, a great way to deal with these MMs who play in the back and who need to land their shots, right? The Granger, the Kimmy, Farsa even. That's why it's kind of interesting to see that Kimmy and Farsa got banned. They were literally just trying to take away Shinoa's picks.
Yeah, for CFU, they were that sure that Shinoa is the one to watch out for. Even our panel was actually banking on, should you focus onto the gold lane alone, knowing Shinoa with a savage play from yesteryears. I was supposed to say from last year's win. With Iksha, by the way, a very good trajectory and free hit for her. But for this round, many teams are actually talking about just targeting the solo lane, or which is the gold lane early on, especially onto the patch, which which adjusted the jungle spawn for our junglers. And meanwhile, we're heading back on to our game 1 for our match number 2. It's CFU Gaming versus Navi PH.
Well, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. We are officially back in the game. The game has been resumed. Tagami on the Yisun Shin.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of people, a lot of the players actually talk on Tagami, speak of Tagami. And yeah, all of them have just this respect for Tagami. Again, for Tagami, she is one of, if not the only, female player who's played in the MPL, who's gotten the experience there.
And not only that, she has huge respect for Keishi as well. They mentioned that she is actually looking forward to battle against Keishi. Just so you know, guys, she mentioned specifically she would learn many lessons along the way. And it's how you quickly adapt and showcase those lessons along the way. Looking at the Emblem build as well here for CFU Gaming, more on the sustainable concussive blast here for the Tigreal, for Yui, and for Yoyoy with the Bruno as well. Sometimes, many people are underestimating a Bruno onto the gold lane.
You can already see Shinoa with the better laning so far, actually able to win out in the trades against a Bruno. It's kind of tough as a carry to win out in the lane, especially in the trades, is because usually you rely heavily on your first skill to win out trades. So she's just been able to space out better. It's so annoying when you're up against a gold laner who knows how to space as well as Shinoa. She's so good at laning.
Exactly, and that's how sometimes you have to improvise rather, some of your battle plans if you're up against Shinoa specifically. And on to the bottom side, as we're talking about that, you could definitely see some advantage here for Yoyoy against Shinoa. But still, let's look at the big objective being targeted here by CFU. Keishi targeting Moshi, not Ayanami is also here on the level 4. Ultis are ready here, Mirko.
Yeah. A bit of miscoordination there. Not level 4 just yet for Moshi. She'll be able to find it now, but Amore gets level 4 as well. Yui zoned away, fine. Able to pick up Mirai. Not Ayanami. Walks up again. Moshi jumping in again, but gets chased. CC retribution on point for Keishi. Tagami a bit late to the fight now. Goes over the mountain shocker, but asking to pick. No! Moshi gets away in time. Mirai falling to the first blood to Yoyoy. Rotation from the gold lane.
As an early first blood here for CFU Gaming, even though Navi PH got the first turtle, but on the other hand, Shinoa just enjoying on the gold lane. I think that favored Shinoa the most, that space for a gold lane this early.
Yeah, I think it did. Not only did Shinoa get so many hits on the turret, it's also the fact that she probably also got the gold crab that was, again, left alone by CFU Gaming.
And we just mentioned that you wouldn't want to put so much space, or give her so much space. But onto the top lane, not much of a space here. Moshi versus not Ayanami. And the crab coin, as you mentioned, will be on the bottom side.
Yeah, the gold crab is so important, ladies and gentlemen, nowadays. If you guys play for the gold lane, just all you need to do is get the gold crab for your gold lane. At this point, ganks don't really matter. It's very hard to kill the gold laners in this meta, right? Just because of how many good weak side gold laners there are. They have Purify, they have dashes. They're great at escaping. But what they're not great at, some of them, is getting pressure in lane to get the gold crab. So if you could actually release some of that pressure, get your gold laner to gold crab, that's how you win the gold lane nowadays.
Yeah, you have to stress over on how important it is. But right now for Keishi jumping in.
Oh, full lockdown. Yui taken down like she couldn't do anything. No flicker. Couldn't even get the implosion down. And Navi want to go for more. They're setting up for Turtle too. 20 seconds on the board for it.
And that's how fast-paced Navi PH wants to get for the go for the pickups, especially with the Kalea pick. That is what you would want, especially with the Tidal Strike Tsunami Slam Force and the layer that they have in terms of somehow go for the counter punch. Speaking of which, Moshe up to the 2 bar left for her HP. Another turtle spawning here, targeted by Keishi. Yui needs to think about when and where to go for that implosion play now that she's alive. Moshi as well, they go hand in hand here.
Alright, Mariah in the back is trying to zone now. Good final slash into the implosion! 2-man with a mountain shocker too, but the vengeance resets continues. Appraisers round the retribution! Keishi wins it out as Mariah goes for the tsunami slam. Tagami dives deep into the back, but now it's gonna be Keishi with a lockdown. Good traceless to escape, but Amore gets the damage done. Fa now all the way too deep in the fight. It's another for Amore, making a double.
That's going to be love giving here for Navi PH. Even with Keishi down. Dominance is still too much here. Yui.
Nice try.
Well, it could have gone on a good side for CFU Gaming, but they have to limit those kinds of chase downs, especially for a flicker to be exhausted in that way.
It's tough, man. You want to go for those big Sacred Hammer plays, but it's so risky knowing even if she did land it, Shinoa has Purify, right? It's a good resource to burn out, but I think saving your Flicker to get a big implosion will be more worth it. Oh no, you hate to see it with the conceal! They don't get it! A possible guy in the bottom lane, the Purify still there for Shinoa, gets away from the implosion. CFU rotate everyone down below, and Ayanami is the one to get the value with a turret up top.
And that is what we're talking about. You would want to save your Flicker to somehow going for a big clash, implosion play. And as you mentioned, with just one Purify, Shinoa could go away, could get away from those clashes. And looking at the gold difference here, of course, there's going to be a huge range here, a gap for the gold lane. Shinoa is just enjoying her time here. But meanwhile, Mirai is not having any of it for Moshi. And looking at the most here for our gold difference, mainly because they're letting Shinoa just play her game, take your time, and Amore on the mid lane just clears it out. Well-protected turrets, by the way, here for Navi.
Definitely. Yo-Yo falling behind quite a bit. That's a 1,000 gold lead in the gold lane. Carry. I wonder what item she's on already. Does she only have 2 items?
Maybe we could check it out later. But meanwhile, what we could check out, there another implosion play.
Yeah, 1-man implosion. That's going to be a 3-man stun from Amore. Shinoa walking up as well. Has the ultimate, pops it up instantly. Mirai unable to go for the Tsunami Slam, but we'll be able to find it onto Yui. Keishi with the lockdown. Now Shinoa in the back going to be zoned away. Moshi walks up the traces from Tagami, getting those stacks down. Another dash forward as Keishi's the one forced back again.
And that's a chase down that you want if you're CFU Gaming, targeting specifically Shinoa there. That's a beautiful isolation, by the way. And now CFU Gaming has their hands on the final turret of the round. And they're not taking it easy. They want to target at least another turret onto the top lane, but Navi PH just regroups easily. It's faster here. And with CFU Gaming slowly but surely reaching and closing up the gap onto the network as well.
CFU's main strengths have really just been those team fights, right? They're so good at team fighting. But Navi Philippines have kept their losses at a very low point here because they've been able to control the tempo of the map. Those waves are managed very, very well. We get a check into the item builds here. Oh, massive pick again with the Mountain Shocker. Mirai gets a Tsunami Slam. That's a big stun over. Final slash to the back line of the Vengeance too. Ayanami gets a dive in. Keishi gets a big bonk as that's a flicker from Ayanami. Looking for more. Picks up a double. Yui able to get away from the taunt just a bit, but Ayanami walks up again. Able to get the Vengeance stacks as Shinoa rotates down below to grab yet another turret, and that's the wave control. They always have the wave set up to get objectives after a big fight.
And that's how you control the map as well. 2-for-1 trade-off plus a turret here for Navi PH. they're willing to take the risk that, okay, they go for the implosion even if it's one woman here, which is Mirai. By the way, before she actually went down, she went for the tsunami slam. And finally, for other members, they just kept on going because they know no more ultimates here for CFU Gaming, but real-time action here happening.
Implosion. Answered with a tsunami slam. Mirai gonna be picked up by Lantern Flare, thrown back at the balls, coming in from Yoyoy. You gotta be careful there. Good shots from Zetienne. And this rivalry, Athena, we've been seeing it all throughout the world stages, right? Obviously in IESF, CFU got the better of them, Navi Philippines, but Navi Philippines have also gotten one back just recently. So this is the final match of a best of 3 in a way.
Definitely. And for Navi PH, their return here as the queens. Yes, you have a different org. You're donning a new black and yellow onto their jerseys. But still, for CFU Gaming, it's a different version persona as well that they're presenting here for their first ever match. And looking in onto the Lord as well. They want to rush this, but they have to reset it also. Moshi and Yui has the ultimates and the flicker ready. But Amor as well needs to somehow tone down her aggressiveness. She wants to somehow reserve that ultimate and of course the passive before she's even targeted from the back. And CFU Gaming just roaming around the map, trying to give info on where not Ayanami and even Mirai is hiding.
I wonder what the wave is looking like down below there. Swift Trinity right away from Shinoa. Wait a minute. Way too aggressive implosion. Landing on all of them, but the tsunami slam locks them down. The final flash onto Yoyoy. Even with the Purify, unable to tap it in time. That's a double for Shinoa. And everything falls into the plan of Navi Philippines.
It's speed is the name of the game here for Navi PH. And we mentioned not only under the minion wave management, they also capitalize onto getting the first ever Lord of the round plus a turret. Moshi can do nothing but stare down. Back away from Momor and friends here. Navi PH just brutalizing onto that Lord dance earlier.
Yeah, CFU are in very deep waters right now. Last year in MWI, they had to suffer an early exit. Another one at the Battle of Gamers. But they were able to redeem themselves at IESF. See if it continues here. That redemption. We brought back with the final slash. Again, burst down despite the implosion. That's gonna be the worldie into the back. Ayanami survived for so long. Now the stun on 3 as Keishi, the utility jungler, picks up a triple. Now the base wide open, only one member, only Moshi, the Hilda left to defend, throwing the hammer out left and right, but will not be able to stop the end from happening. An unofficial maniac for utility jungler in game 1.
It's going to be a game 1 win here for Navi PH. Definitely not the easiest game for them, but still, we cannot deny the fighting spirit is still there. And you're right about that unofficial mania kill. But props to Shinoa as well. Onto locking her sights onto Crystal, just ending the game as soon as they can. When they find that window, they just want to go straight ahead. No more looking back, no more commercials here. And that's the power for Navi PH.
Navi Philippines, really, it was all about objective control. I would say mechanically, CFU were able to go toe-to-toe. They were able to beat Navi Philippines in a lot of big situations too, getting massive implosions, but the coordination is so important. It's not about these individual plays. You can get 5-man implosion, but if no one's there to follow it up, it's beneficial for the opposing team, not for you. And that's what Navi Philippines utilized. Better coordination, better macro. They just stayed calm and composed.
Exactly. They just needed to get out of the water, because water is the territory for the sharks. Yeah, and without that water, without the implosion play, if you could just get to land those kinds of damages for a utility jungler, by the way, you're safe. You're totally safe. Even Shinoa, they're just throwing onto the speed light wheels as well. Phantom Step, she wasn't easy to catch. There were numerous times, of course, that was an almost takedown on her. But still, Navi PH taking the first W here for our second match for MWI 2025. But to dissect what happened onto game number 1, we're gonna head over to our panel.
Thank you very much, casters. But let me just say, let's remind ourselves, this is a tournament with a $500,000 US prize pool. And I kind of feel like we have to be a little bit more critical on the plays that CFU Gaming actually did, because Navi PH, they played amazingly. But I really feel like CFU in that game, they look very unorganized, where Navi PH, they just capitalizes on all the mistakes.
I think that's the best way to put it, because I feel like for CFU, they wanted to do so much in a short period of time. There were moments wherein Tagami comes in alone in
1v5.
the 1v5, and then you have two players zoning out a specific player, but that's not the target that I want to. But yeah, Navi PH, it's just them taking control of what's needed during the team fight. Even Shanoa had a great time.
Yeah.
I think that was when the CFU Gaming went in for the turtle. She had her moment wherein she was able to get all those farm on a specific lane. And it's Shanoa we're talking about. You don't do that against Shanoa.
Don't give her free farm.
Don't give her free farm, because she knows what to do with those farms if she already has the items.
Yeah, her laning phase has always been something that is highlighted throughout every single international tournament that we're looking for. So the fact that she was allowed to kind of free farm in the gold lane was definitely not the brightest of ideas. I think we saw that around the first turtle.
Yeah, it was around 2 minutes. The thing is, Yoyoy won the lane so hard that Shinoa had to stay inside of the turret. And then because she left to contest the turtle, Shinoa immediately just got the advantage in the gold lane. I just feel like CFU Gaming, I see what they're trying to do, but they need to brush up on their communication, because even the Tigreal, there's many times that I feel like even Mirko saw it, where she tried to engage a team fight when there's no damage dealers.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're just wasting your flicker, you're wasting your second skill. I kind of feel like the idea is there. They just need to get on the same wavelength, because right now it just feels like 5 players playing
individually.
Solo, individually.
The win cons definitely became blurry for CFU Gaming, right? Because again, they had the winning lane with the Bruno. They didn't really play around it to try and shut down Shinoa. And then second of all, I think one of the main tools that we saw from their composition was supposed to be the Tigreal, and the way that the Tigreal should be able to get these advantages in a 5v5 team fight. But even that was kind of unclear. So I'm not really sure what's going on with CFU Gaming. It's not like we saw this coming back into ISF. They were a lot more on the same page.
I think also during that game, they were the ones that restricted their area, right? Because they were too focused on initiating team fights against Navi PH, that some parts of the map was really open. So if it's either Keishi, it's either Shinoa, or whoever player from Navi PH wants to somehow spike their gold or somehow limit that gap, there's a lot of space for Navi PH, and they're known to be that type of team that actually lessens the gap or the discrepancy in terms of gold. And then when they group up, everyone is on the same page. Okay, you have this item, I have this gold, then we do 5v5.
Speaking of gold, we're going to look at the head-to-head here to really see a good comparison between 2 players here, because again, I kind of feel like it started okay, but then it eventually became not. Now we're looking at Yoyo as well as Shinoa, and if you watch the first 2 minutes, you're like, how is this numbers possible?
It's not supposed to be.
It's not supposed to be like this.
This is a Bruno into a carry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bruno is supposed to win hard in lane, because it does take a little bit more time for the carry to get to the Swift Trinity, to the power spike. So the glaring mistake that we saw from that first neutral objective definitely gave that impact that Shinoa was able to capitalize over.
Yeah, I think also because of the statistics, it's very evident that for CFU Gaming, the conversion of gold wasn't there regardless of how huge of a lead your gold lane has. If it doesn't convert into objective, then it's not efficient farming or laning early on for CFU. And at the same time, for Navi PH, because of that, you have 69% kill participation versus 71, but the average KDA is relatively higher for Navi PH Shinoa. So it means that it's just Navi PH knowing when to pick at the right moment.
Okay, here's the thing. We're gonna have a picture just to see what's going on in Stream B, but we had this conversation earlier. Should they try to stop Shinoa in the early? And they kind of did, and then they just let it go. Now we're actually seeing I can't see. Is it
Virtus Pro
Virtus Pro and Terra
Queens.
I believe they.
Is this live?
I think so. I believe Terra Queens won 1-0. I believe this is the second game. Looks to be a little bit closer here, Eterna.
That looks like a 4,000 gold difference already for Virtus Pro though. Yeah. So they might be able to come back. I can't really see the composition that they brought.
But the thing is, like, I got some information that game number 1, Virtus Pro was able to take down, Terra Gaming able to take down Virtus Pro in 10 minutes and 50 seconds. So it was a very quick game number 1. So
yeah,
I don't know. We'll have more updates on this game a little bit later. But I do.
It looks okay for Virtus Pro.
This one is around almost 19 minutes. So very different from the 10-minute game.
So they recovered.
Inhibitors down. Yeah. The top one is almost down as well. It looks like it's an all Virtus Pro map.
Yeah.
Going back, I really just want them to be coordinated because I do agree.
CFU.
Yeah, you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket of taking down Shinoa in the gold lane, but at the same time, don't just let her go free.
Yeah.
Punish a bit. Like, they didn't even trade.
Yeah, it's as if they let Shinoa, okay, since our gold lane is already on the lead, we don't mind Shinoa, we continue on other stuff, but it's not effective. Yeah.
Shinoa's so quick. Like, she's never not doing anything.
I think they need to cover all lanes regardless if they are on the lead and they are wanting to somehow lessen the lead.
And I feel like when you have a lead, use it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, okay, you have a lead, like you won your lane, and it's like, nope, I'm going somewhere else. Bye-bye. Have fun. I kind of feel like you gotta be more vicious. You gotta be... Don't give your opponents a chance to breathe. Put your leg on their neck and keep stomping it. Don't let them have what they want.
That's a little violent.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but you guys get the point, right? Like don't give them space.
Right, because this is just execution. What about drafts? Like, early pick Hilda was interesting for me.
I think it was okay. There's no direct counter actually against the Hilda. And it worked okay during the early game. It's just the Kalei. Okay. Kalei was a good counter.
That's why.
Yeah.
I feel like Kalia carry is a little bit too much because I remember around 4 to 5 minutes where the Kalia was able to take the Tigreal.
Yeah.
And the carry killed the Tigreal so fast, he couldn't even use the ult.
That's a natural combo, right? Yeah. Because at that point of the game, when the carry gets to the item power spike, she's no longer a DPS hero, she's a burst hero. So it's basically another version of the Tigreal Beatrix.
Yeah. We've seen Kaja with these kind of heroes, carry, like basically the same concepts. I really want to see if they can recover from game number 1 because they're a very experienced team. They should know, it's like, hey, we don't play like this. Like, we're better.
Yeah.
We're limitless.
It's more in the decision making, really, because individual mechanical skills really were shown on game number 1.
I wasn't convinced with that Tigreal. I kind of feel like maybe got to go for a different pick at this point.
That's why I felt like the Hilda early pick was weird. Because one,
I'm weird.
But we love you.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily see the value of the Hilda in the early stage of the game, and the fact that they depended on... How do you pronounce her name?
Yui.
No,
Yui?
So it's Yui, right?
Yeah, Yui.
Because there's Yoi and Yui. Okay.
Yeah.
So they depended so much on Yui that if Yui fails, which is understandable because of so many, avenues of, dashes and purifies and what's so not, they need someone else that can engage in these team fights. So it's not one-dimensional.
So, meaning for game number 2, the best adjustment for CFU would be have another hero that could actually do crowd control, something like that.
Personally, for me, I feel like they're overcomplicating things.
Yeah.
Right? I kind of feel like just get an easy draft and then just play your game. GG, have fun, go have lunch, because I don't know. I feel like
their draft not easy to execute in your opinion?
I feel like having a Tigreal is not easy unless your Tigreal is amazing. Because like you said, right? The Tigreal is the main initiator. You can't hope for the Hilda to initiate. So it's a lot of waiting. Are you ready? Do you have flicker? Can we go in now? You know. So I feel like it's complicated in that sense where you need the stars to align and then it looks amazing. I understand there's a lot of amazing Tigreal players able to make it look good, but you know, on a competitive setting, sometimes making it a little bit more simpler is good. Like Kalia is very simple.
Yeah.
It's so hard not to hit her abilities. I'm more impressed if you miss her abilities.
And I think around that time, what made Tigreal's life hard was the R-lot.
Oh yeah, that too.
Imagine
so much disruption.
Yeah, imagine you want to set up a play and then if the R-lot sees you and then you have the final slash, you even have the Kalea throwing you in the air and it was like, oh, free food, something like that. Anyway, as we head on to the draft, as expected, we won't be seeing Uranus and Baxia still as they are banned from by Navi PH. I think for the rest of Navi PH draft, if we are forced into game number 3, they will still ban those heroes, probably because they're leaning towards heroes like Arlot, Phoveus, any sustainable hero for not Ayanami.
Because I
just in case. And they ban out Yizen Shane mainly because of the vision and even the threat that it gave during game number 1.
Okay. So with the YSS respect ban takeaway, that means that the 1-1 is open, but do they want to pick it this early with the Iritel still available?
But do you want to give it to Shinoa then?
Pick up the Iritel for yourself then. It's after...
third pick, yeah.
Yeah, what? Okay.
Right, so they can get a priority mid here and maybe even a jungler or Phoveus.
Lafel, Chantal, they didn't learn from Bigatron.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Mirko.
Mirko is fuming.
Yeah, Mirko's... I mean,
imagine if they don't even pick up the Iritel.
Maybe... No, Shinoa must play the Iritel, right?
Yeah. Either ways, right now, we really got to look at the other priorities here because the Phoveus is still up. Could be an answer towards the 1-1 as well, at least in the early game. In terms of the mid, what other priorities is there? Because Zetian is still there. They still want that Arlet. So did they go for the Zetian again? Oh, this time they go for the Jushin. Interesting.
Okay, so...
Interesting.
Probably because of the range of the player.
Making it hard for the 1-1 to go in. Yeah.
Because it would take time to actually activate for the crossbow tank, so it's fit on that range, and you also have a player or a hero that could set up, which is the Arlot, so it makes perfect sense in the picks of Navi PH now. For CFU Gaming, I think it's best for them if they pick now Assassin. I think it's time.
You know what's fun? The fact that we don't have the camera on us is that when Chantal tries to explain the hero, she uses her hands to show the skills. Like, oh, this is what a crossbow tank looks like. This is what the lantern platter looks like. That's nice. But
Zetian,
now, Gato Kacha as well as Zetian. Honestly, looking very solid for the first 3 picks here for CFU Gaming.
I like it. I think they need a little bit more engaged tools, perhaps coming into the second phase, so they don't rely primarily on the Godthought. Zetian definitely is an answer for the mid lane to try and go toe-to-toe and find that mid-trio pressure against the Jushin. And yes, the Iritel comes out as expected. So Shinoa on a winning lane in the gold lane. We need to take a look what CFU's idea is here. Maybe they're looking for a different lane to look for the setup.
Yeah, either ways, right now we're looking at Navi PH betting out those EXP laners, making sure that Arlet has a good time. CFU, in the previous match, they banned out 2 EXP laners, even though they saw the Arlet, so they were convinced that this Arlet is going to roam. But game number 1, we saw that not Ayanami was the one doing it. So I wonder if they're going to make the same approach of actually banning out fighters. Because at this point, like, I don't know, maybe the jungle could be a better shout. In terms of roamers, I'm not entirely sure what is the priority in terms of the bans here.
I think for CFU Gaming, it's the best if they ban out the more heroes on the EXP lane, because I kind of feel like there's a threat also from the Masha. Could be a Masha for Navi PH, just for the sake of going against the 1-1. But with the Akai, very specific, but I don't think it was to be a threat. if ever chosen by Navi PH.
Because what are the junglers here right now? Hayabusa, the Ling, the Lancelot.
Yeah,
we saw Suyo match number one.
Suyo.
I think one of the important things that CFU Gaming should be looking out for is another Kalea pick.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's
so
true.
it's still left open. Still there's opportunity for Navi to pick it up for themselves. But it looks like Navi are the ones to ban the Kalea instead. Huh.
So it just shows that they have a different priority, and maybe they're not entirely confident because maybe they had a bad matchup going up against a 1-1 using a Kalea. You know, whatever happens in scrims stays in scrims. And now the Hayabusa does get banned out. So now Navi, Arlet is still kind of a flex, but looking at how Ayanami played it, I kind of feel confident just putting that in the EXP. But like you said, maybe we can see a Masha here.
Yeah, could be an option for them, yes. I was thinking for Navi PH, I think Joy could be one.
Oh.
Yeah, Joy has a lot of changes with the patch, but with a correct itemization. I mean, it's great against a 1-1, but we're focusing too much on 1-1. It's gonna be Fredrin here for Navi PH. I mean, the energy eruption usage earlier was on point. Probably one of the reasons as to why Navi PH won that game. Again, it's all about control. Now, CFU Gaming, very honest again in terms of drafting, not unless they will change things up and have Gatot on other lanes and take a different fighter. So if we look at the fighters, you have Ruby, although Ruby against
sometimes I think one meta before this, the Gatot Kacha usually gets paired in with the Badang if they want to like double layer
the crowd control.
Crowd control. Right now, we do still see that the Lapu Lapu is available if they want to pick it up. Oh, but they go for the Terizla and they go for the signature Tegami Lancelot. All right. What do you think about the Terizla, right? Because technically, I do still understand the gravity of the setup that a Terizla can have in the team fights, but movement speed is so lacking, and this is like a meta where we need active EXP laners.
Yeah, I think for this one, CFU Gaming, they will capitalize on that Fury of Phoenix because it has at least some percentage in terms of movement speed.
And, and the changes in the river, you know, makes it easier to rotate.
And proper usage probably of the flicker, but it's gonna be a double-edged sword here for CFU Gaming, like same with the Akai thing from game number 1. That could be a problem for them, but as long as they are able to pull that off, it could be Gatot doing the initial setup, could be a Terizla, and now we have the Angela. When we just said about movement speed, Navi said, let's speed things up more.
Honestly, Navi PH, it looks like it's going to take forever and a half to take this composition down. But either ways, we got to see CFU Gaming. They committed to this draft. Can they execute it? But for now, we're actually going to be throwing it over to Mirko and Athena to cast for this one. What do you guys think? Do you guys like the draft?
I do want to ask Mirko first with the 1-1 pick, by the way, with CFU.
Yeah, I heard that, by the way, panel. Don't talk about my best team in the world like that, all right? Okay? Yeah, they picked up the Irithel instantly. That's why I already... Hey, whenever you see a 1-1 first pick, I always say it's pretty bad in competitive play just because of the Irithel, the Farsas. There's so many ways to counter it, right? The Hayabusa, that was... fortunately banned out.
Yeah, and that's how you do it. That's a blueprint for that. And we're heading on over onto Lanapro for the game number 2 of our match number 2. It's 0-1 in favor of Navi PH. CFU could go for a tie here for all 1 to force at the game number 3. But let's see. Let's see. We have some adjustments here, especially the Lancelot coming back. But a very big, somewhat of a surprise, but kind of expecting it also. The Angela here for Navi PH. Lafel also mentioned you're going for a double time just to tore down, just to slay down even Keishi alone here if you have that Angela for Mirai.
It's not just going to be Keishi who's unkillable. It'll be Amore who's unkillable. The Juicin-Angela combination has been, at least for me, it's been terrorizing my rank games, man. Every time. I hate Juicin in this meta. Well, the previous meta, sorry. So it's kind of like Karma, where the Juicin now has an Angela, and she just doesn't die. She just does... She does very small damage. Not like she does a lot of damage, but she doesn't die. That means she does more damage as they go, as the team fight continues.
She just needs to support most of the damage leader, especially for Amor, as you've mentioned. And looking at the emblem build as well, it's going to be the focusing mark here and inspire for Mirai. And as long as she isn't being picked off here for CFU Gaming. They're safe. And for CFU Gaming, the challenge is how do you tore them down as fast as possible?
Yep.
You need to double down onto the burst. And looking at the Terisla, let's talk about the Terisla here. Even our panel was actually questioning. There's a big question mark on what's your plan here.
The Terisla is always, or has always been, a great option when an Arlet is meta. The Terisla is basically a way to just shove the wave faster. And if the Arlet walks up, you trade better too. It's just, you know, now how do you team play with the Terisla? Because in lane, we know he does well when it comes to shoving in the mid lane as well. So far, Moshi actually first to it, but might get punished. A cheeky rotation from Keishi.
So it's all about the organized attack here for CFU Gaming versus what they did for game number 1. Straightforward draft here. We like how things are going in for the turtle. There's going to be a jump here.
Big CC lock. She's still winning it out somehow. The hard guard helps her get away now as Ayanami walks up with the vengeance resets constantly. Now Keishi has the healing, but he gets hit. Still has the healing to get away from it. How did Navi Philippines win that? Turtle 1 taken. Shinoa in the bottom lane. Whoa.
Wait.
Goes back in with a heavy crossbow. Gotta be careful. Last shot in. The counter matchup. Shinoa with a solo kill in the bottom lane.
First blood, the first turtle. And we could definitely see what the future awaits for this game number 2 with that hard guard onto Keishi. I told you.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned time and time again
also,
that
Athena,
CFU will have hard time.
That's why you pick Irithel when you see a 1-1.
That is
That's
why.
Don't pick first pick 1-1. Don't do it.
Don't worry, Mirko is chill.
Okay.
And that's the reason why you want to have someone that could somehow tame the 1-1 onto the lane, and Irithel is the perfect woman for that. But looking at the jungle right now, Keishi being targeted at UE and Tegami going for the dashes. Amor forcing out the Crimson Beacon here.
Yep. Playing it safe one more time here in the mid lane they go. Just all about mid control. At this point, it really is all about neutral objectives. And for CFU Gaming, they've been trying to drag Navi Philippines back to water. Obviously, the Sharks. But Navi Philippines are staying on shore. They're not letting CFU pull them to what is their strong suit. Team fighting.
Yeah, there might be some feet dangling on the water.
Maybe
just to try and bait them out. But as you mentioned, for game number 1, one biggest factor on why Shinoa was overpowering, because she was left alone onto her space, but this one isn't left alone right now.
Yeah, Ayanami locked down. Has the flicker regions back to safety. No, still gets taken out by Moshi. Fade away kill. Not enough damage just yet. And CFU once again have won the battle, but look at this. Keishi walks back up. Good taunt in, coming in. Keishi kites away, healing and damage from Mirai and Amore. Now Fa, it's picked up one more time. Navi Philippines again. They're putting their feet in the water and they're getting out as fast as possible.
That's kind of somewhat of a teaser. You can see CFU Gaming. Amore!
Walks up
in
all
the middle of all of that.
Wow, from the Phantom Execution, gets away from the puncture too. Needs a little bit more for the Lantern Flare on Moshi. She single-handedly stopped CFU from getting the turtle.
And that's how you play the Jushin right now. This is why you have nightmares if you're up against a Jushin. With all the survival skills that she has, even with the damage alone. But speaking of damage, Tegami does have some of the damage that they need, but the positioning just isn't there yet. And now there's going to be a target onto Keishi.
Crossbow attack too, now translated over to Ayanami, forcing Mirai to flicker out to safety. That's the lockdown. Penalty zone AOG. You're not moving for a whole minute.
And this time, the 1-1 or Yoyoy was actually forced to go onto the team fight. Shinoa on standby. One woman taken down here. Tegami is down. Navi PH is capitalizing onto getting a kill as soon as possible. They don't want them being onto the downside of the map. They just want to take whatever that they can.
CFU have been handling the 4v4s, the 4v5s really well, but when it's a 5v5, when Shinoa is in the picture, it seems like it's going to be much more difficult for them to deal with.
And they just need to be consistent as well onto trying to ensure that Shinoa isn't left alone anymore. Speaking of which, oh my gosh, that's so exposed.
Fadeaway damage, penalty zone onto Mirai, still able to survive now. That's gonna be the puncture coming into the backdoor. Rose getting the assassination down with another puncture and the taunt locking down Chinoa. Sprint away, getting the heavy crossbow in time as well. Just kiting back and forth. Big appraisers wrap the crossbow tang. Gets translated over. That's a kill to Yoyoy.
That's definitely what you want. The corners for a 1-1 to easily work out. And with that, that's the beauty of the 1-1 as well, targeting onto the front liners here for Navi PH, equalizing your kill score onto a 4-4. Looking at our in-game equipment, by the way, you have the Corrosion and the DHR, so Demon Hunter Sword here for Yoyoy. Meanwhile, for Shinoa, she already has the Wind Talker. So you would expect the fast wave clear as well and the extra mobility here onto the map. For CFU Gaming, they just need to stick to the plan, and it's working. They're consistently just going to visit onto the gold lane and consistently also trying to capitalize on what Moshi has to offer here to Rizla.
Absolutely. So far, Moshi has been able to offer quite a bit. These team fights have literally been won by Moshi engaging. And Moshi has one target in mind. It's the Fredrin. Penalty zone into the back again. The AOG to lock her down. Two-time into the two-time. Now with the ultimate coming down as well. Keishi's still trying to survive out. Tagami with the puncture in the back. Keishi gets away mid lane. It's Shinoa keeping the turret alive as Yoyoy and the rest of the team looks to rotate towards it, collapsing on it. They get the clear down. Flicker from far.
Okay, might be somewhat of a plan B if ever Navi PH wants to reach her, but Amor right now, Flicker already exhausted. But for Navi PH, they could definitely feel the anger come from CFU Gaming, especially onto the chase down onto Keishi. The lock in of Moshi onto Keishi alone is somewhat disrupting Navi PH onto what they want, which is securing objective turret after turret. For which UE being locked in here by Amor. They're going here and onto the gold lane. Yoyoy focusing onto the outer turret.
Penalty zone. Shino walks up the heavy crossbow and the hard guard coming down. That's going to be the AOG to the back line. It's going to be taken down to the back now as the crossbow tank gets popped up. Yusuf into Keishi she goes. Shinoa has dealt with the back line. Both Fa and Tagami for Ayanami. That's 2 for 1.
Yeah, and for Navi PH, they went for a saver's route here for Shinoa, getting 2 kills at once and protecting her, by the way, with Mirai. And another turret, the mid lane turret here in Mirko. Looking at our instant replay, there were 2 things or 2 clashes happening at once. And for Navi PH, they chose the perfect target. Even though we could say that Yoyoy definitely got the chance to go for the crossbow fan exhibition here, but by giving Shinoa the double kill, it just not only neutralizes, gives Navi PH a huge advantage for that Irithel.
Certainly does. Speaking of the advantage, a Berserker's Fury at 9 minutes. I believe that's her 3rd item.
Yeah, it's actually the 3rd.
This is an expensive build, you know? Like, okay, let's take a look at it. Hasblan, okay, it's not entirely an expensive build just because of the Windtalker. Pretty cheap, but Berserker's Fury done. I believe the Melfic gun should come in next, and when she gets it, oh, that's a double counter to the Wanwan, man.
Yeah.
You already have the mobility, plus in the range, it's gonna be tough. Taunt from Yui onto Ayanami, Amor in the back line with the Lancer Flare. That's a red trick. Keishi gets it somehow despite the Thorn Rose. Moshi left alone. That's a Sky Piercer for Amor. And it will be the Sky Piercer taken away. Shinoa dodging everything, even the Phantom Execution. And now running Tagami down. Fa taken down by Mirai in the back. And Tagami will fall to the blade of Keishi as Yui tries to run away. But there's a little girl coming out to tie him up. Yui caught under. Mirai looking for the damage. Just a few more shots of skill 1. And Mirai gets the Gata catch it down.
That is not the heart and love that you want to receive.
Oh no, that's painful.
If you're CFU Gaming. But a huge lead here for Navi PH, taking down most of the members here for CFU Gaming. Looking at our instant replay, it started with Amor. He's going for the Lantern Flare here, giving Keishi the chance to go for the Renfi Steal here against CFU Gaming. Plus Shinoa, targeting Fi. Even Tagami just struggling to find a way to just escape the members of Navi PH. Now they're knocking down the mid lane and he returns here for CFU Gaming.
Oh no, the penalty zone missed. No one caught. The AOG lands, but it's only on to Keishi. Yui taken very low. Lancer Flare just bit off there. And Navi Philippines walk out with a base turret take.
They'll take that win, especially onto that inhibitor turret takedown. And now they're controlling the jungle. They're not letting Tagami escape. There's a taunt, the splatter flare.
Thorn rolls to escape. Final slash lands on the back. Ayanami is a monster. Shinoa with the cleanup. A true monster kill with a more. Racking up those Sky Piercer stacks and recalling on the corpse of CFU Gaming's members. Only Moshi's left to defend.
Tough love here for Navi PH. There's going to be the penalty zone, but 5 members still alive. They're locking onto the base of CFU Gaming.
Navi Philippines, even in the zone of CFU, don't care. They dive deep into the depths of the trenches of the Sharks and they beat them at their own game. Team fighting prowess, 2-0 for Navi Philippines.
Showcasing the inner queen confidence here for their first match, their second match for MWI 2025. A powerful play here for Navi PH, navigating through the ocean, navigating through the waters against the Sharks. Definitely someone to watch out for. Definitely you have to put them at the top of your hit list if you're against Navi PH.
The defending champions, at least a roster, right? You can see just how lethal they can be in enemy territory, whether they're behind as well. They just know what their win conditions are. They know that entire game while going for the neutral objectives that even if we lose in the team fights, Shinoa's having a good game. All we need to do is, again, keep our losses at a minimum. And then we can come back with Shinoa walking in the team fights. And Shinoa as reliable as ever. Dare I say, even more reliable than her form in MWI 2024.
Actually, I do agree with you. And that's how you control a crisis from happening. Just relax.
Just call Shinoa.
Let Shinoa do her job as well. And she did, actually. She's one of the most consistent for Game 1 and Game 2. Plus, the addition of the Angela pick here for Navi PH was the icing on the cupcake. Partnering it up for Keishi. She just choosing between the gold or the jungle. But still, it's working. So why not stay with a plan? You know, for the plan here for CFU Gaming, we do understand they want to go for the direct attack, especially with the Zetian as well onto their draft. But still a bit messy onto the initiations and the layer of their chain crowd controls here in America.
Very messy, a lot to work on for sure, the coordination as well, but I believe we're going to be talking to the winners.
Yeah, and with that, let's go over onto our main stage together with our hosts.
Thank you, guys. And now I have not Ayanami here with me. So this is such a familiar feeling, right? It's deja vu, really, because just last year, we've been in the exact position that we're in. Okay, but real talk. You guys won MWI 2024. Now, word on the street, is it a fluke? Because you guys are not able to replicate that success in other tournaments. Any comments about that?
I don't have anything much to say, but except that I just want the game to speak for itself.
Fantastic. Now, there's a lot to prove because you guys made your mark last year. So, you know, what have you guys prepared for this year to potentially claim a back-to-back win?
I think what we did last year, I think we're just doing anything we can right now, what we did. And we have, I think, the same preparations, but I think less to no sleep this time, much more less to no sleep. And I think it's still the same mindset, one game at a time.
Fantastic. And you guys have the exact same roster. So, you know, is it more data for all the other girls out there, especially those who are making a debut to prepare against you? What do you guys have in your arsenal? Anything new that, you know, we could potentially see on the battlefield?
Yes, it is a data for everyone to see since we're on the stage for a long time. And what you're asking is anything new, and I think that's for you to find out.
Wow, so you do have something new up your sleeve.
We'll see.
Because you're playing really sick today with your signature Alid.
That feels like deja vu too.
Okay, and finally, because you guys are the pride of the Philippines, anything to the Philippine audience out there?
Wait lang, Tagalog. Hopefully guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami po sa journey namin kahit na ibang banner na kami and we're no longer a local organization. I hope that you still support us with all your heart the way you supported us back when we were still a local org.
Absolutely amazing. And congratulations to you and, of course, by extension, Navi PH. Continue to rock the stage. All the best.
Thank you.
So yes, ladies and gents, this is not Ayanami from Navi PH. So we're hand out time back to the studio. Take it away.
So, first of all, wipe your tears, Chantel. I know that was very heartwarming. And she has a way with words, and they have a way of playing that game because I really feel like they got CFU figured out. They know when CFU is going to come in, when they're going to engage, so just avoid that. And then they themselves start something new.
Yeah, I think if we compare them to TLPH is more on the explosive side. But the strength for Navi PH is, again, they know what to do, when, how, and why. So they leave all points noted against CFU Gaming. Again, they know when to pick, they know when to initiate, and they know how to win.
They came in cold and they got their revenge.
Yep.
Right? I think simply put, honestly, unexpectedly, I feel like Navi PH completely outclassed CFU here when it comes down to drafts,
No, I agree.
execution, in-game decision-making, chemistry. I didn't expect this much of a gap between these two regions.
And again, it's kind of like the first two series of the day were like, okay, maybe it's much closer than we thought, but something about the Philippines, Eterna. Like I'm gonna ask you. I'm not gonna ask that because you know, something about the Philippines. They're like super good with this game.
I don't know why.
Yeah, they're
it feels new though. I think.
I mean, we
a new
eat
trend.
MLBB for breakfast.
I've been to the Philippines and I can see that. I can see that absolutely everyone and their grandparents play MLBB. And if you guys go there, then you guys know that yes, grandparents do play. And now we're looking at the damage numbers here.
Wow.
And Shinoa's looking pretty big. It's kind of like Iritel is a good matchup against 1-1 or something.
Oh man, shout outs to Mirko once again.
Shout outs to Mirko.
It's an old age tell. When you pick up the 1-1, great, right? Because early game, especially level 1, level 2, you usually dominate the lane against every single other gold laner. But the problem is your main weakness is the Iritel.
Yeah.
So why did they pick it up so early?
Yeah,
It's cat on cat.
I think also
Yeah,
there was a time
true.
where Yoyoy forced to fly against the Iritel. I mean,
very aggressively so.
Very aggressively. I think that was around 2 minutes or
Yeah, it was very
almost
early.
3 minutes of the game. Very early to be aggressive for a 1-1 and you're up against the Iritel. I mean, in terms of damage per second, definitely it would be Iritel that would be on the lead. So I kind of feel like, yup, I would agree to our or your observations all throughout the match that the CFU is like overthinking things.
Overthinking and really forcing things out because I kind of feel like even you guys agree there are certain movements it was unnecessary. You can just wait for a bit, make sure everyone's in position, and then do the cool thing, right? But they do the cool thing when cool people aren't around.
We saw that from game 1, right? Weird movements, awkward engages coming through. And that's why we were questioning like chemistry, what's going on with the communication, what's going on with the shot calling. And then we thought that maybe,
It's
right?
just game 1.
Game 1.
Yeah.
Jitters, nerves. But in game number 2, we saw the exact same thing.
Because to be fair, there were moments of glory for CFU Gaming. It just so happens that they don't know how to finish what they really started, or probably as much as possible sustain that lead that they have. And I think it's gonna be a problem if they won't be able to somehow have a solution or troubleshoot on that.
I could definitely say a few moments it really does look like they bit more than they can chew. And I hope this is a good wake-up call to actually look back at themselves, because I kind of feel like they're too confident in their abilities where they can take any fight and then they can win. They got to understand that all 16 teams are literally the best that the world has to offer. So they got to change up the strategy. Be confident enough to do something, but don't be too confident when you do something unnecessarily.
I agree. And even on that point, they were up against the defending champs. So
I mean, yeah.
I mean, they couldn't have underestimated, right? Right?
Yeah, because there were many.
Honestly, with my mindset, I'm like, what's the big deal?
That's good though. That's a good
Right?
mindset to
Yeah,
have.
because they were able to actually defeat them on other tournaments. So,
Right.
yeah, probably because it wasn't an unfamiliar territory for CFU gaming that somehow they were confident. Too confident, I might say, against the defending champs, wherein their strength is to somehow exploit the current weakness of the situation and make good out of it, something like that.
Yeah, and now we're gonna look at the head-to-head of the mid laners here, because they honestly just swapped heroes.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see how big the gap really is between Fa and Amore.
Wow.
23 KDA. That's kind of big. That's pretty large.
It's big.
That's like someone in university.
Yeah, that is straight like a number in a jersey.
That's why it was very good for Mirko to actually point it out when he was doing the cast, is that we've been seeing a lot of the Jushins come into popularity, especially with the Angela pair-up. We saw that reflected back in the wild cards, and so the idea is that the heart guard is placed on the Jushin whenever they go for certain engages, and then allow and facilitate the Jushin to just essentially be unkillable.
Yeah.
And usually we do see what's the item again?
Sky
Piercer on the Jushin.
Yeah, honestly, the Anjashin combo. Anjashin. Now here's the thing. Word of caution: don't say it super fast. Take your time saying Anjashin.
Anjashin.
Yeah,
gotcha.
anyways, very good combo. But overall, I kind of feel like it's safe to say Philippines is strong.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say, right? After the first two series, like, winning is one thing.
I mean,
but winning like that.
You started the day that you're not sure that Philippines is strong? How? Why?
I mean,
Maybe they need to change me with Remar or something. So
maybe.
That, yeah, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And put like another Filipino here.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe here.
Yeah.
Here. There's
Yeah. You know what? I want to move forward from this.
Okay,
all right.
let's
Thank
go.
you very much. I like your opinions, but I really want to hear what Rose has to say. What's going on with Stream B?
Welcome back to Reporter Hits. You are still with Rose over at Stream B. Now, here at Stream B, we have just recently concluded our second match of the day, in which Terra Queens got a 2-0 clean sweep up against Virtus Pro. Game 1 was a 12-1 in favor of Terra Queens. However, Game 2 was rather tight and very, very sweaty, as the game took 24 minutes to end. Ooh, that was intense and honestly very nerve-wracking to watch. However, for our next match, we have Wow GG and of course, Team Falcons. So don't go anywhere, because Team B and Stream B has exciting stuff coming up your way. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose. Exciting games for today. Just to let you guys know, we're going to have a bit of rotation here. And I feel like after this, we're going to have to bring a broom onto the set, because the entire day has been a sweep. My name is Phil. This is Eterna. And then this is Chantel. We're going to be swapping around. But right now, we're going for a break before we start again for the third match. See you guys later.
It has been a stellar day so far here at MWI at the Esports World Cup 2025, but I see some queens are going to be making their way to the stage right now. On your screens, you have Team Vitality, one of the favorite teams of the tournament, and of course, they're going to be going up against, well, a few of the hometown heroes here at Riyadh. It's Twisted Minds Orchid, who have their money cut out for them if they want to take down the Titans of MLBB in Team Vitality. My name is Renmar. I'm going to be the desk host for the second half of the day. And there are many women making their debut in MWI this year. And the people that I'm with right now are no exception to that. Please give a warm welcome to Fasha Bunny. And you've already heard her on broadcast earlier alongside Mirko and the cast. It's Athena. Fasha, how are you? You asked me earlier if you could give a quick little intro for yourself for our viewers.
Yeah, I'm really super honored to be here right on the desk, especially with the superstars of MPLPH itself. You guys have been here for years, but I'm just like freshly off from MAL. It's the Academy from Malaysia League itself, and it's been an honor with 1 month of adaptation of the MLBB. I'm hoping forward to see how it's going to be like for MWI.
Thank you so much. Athena, we just got called superstars of MPLPH. How do you feel?
Flattered, actually. Thank you, by the way, Fasha. It was really fun to like mingle and talk with you. But actually, I'm super excited to be here for the English broadcast as well. And you mentioned superstar. I think we have to live up to that moniker. Now that you've mentioned it. But still, the real superstars are the ladies here from MWI.
Yeah, and for the remainder of the day, of course, here on Stream A, if you're only catching us now, there is also a Stream B to watch. But here for Stream A, you already saw them. We have Team Vitality and Twisted Minds Orchid. And then, of course, later on, we're going to be seeing Onyx Pertiwi from Indonesia and DreamMax Girls. So now let's see a little bit more of what to expect for the rest of the day, as we are now going to be heading closer into our third match. And we are going to be going on over to Group A. It's been a crazy day so far here at MWI, hasn't it? What has shocked you, if any?
I mean, it's not really particularly shocked me because, again, freshly coming out from the patch note that recently just been added on. It's already like last month. I think probably like 3 weeks already, 3 or 4 weeks or so. And the fact that I've already seen it from the grand final playoff itself. And we know for a fact that a lot of things have changed. Meta has started to see where support heroes has becoming prominent inside the usage. But Kimi-wise, I'm not surprised at all because even from April 2025, Kimi has been very, very good in the mid lane.
Yeah, and things change with time, but one of the stalwarts in the history of MLBB in the women's scene are Team Vitality. They've been there. They've dominated majority of the history of MLBB for the women's scene. Team Vitality. Let's find out more about them.
Last year was pretty much fun at first, but then we lost at the finals, so it's pretty much a bad memory for us. I want my team to be remembered as the most strongest female team in all esports game and the one that has the longest legacy.
Looking for more damage. Chinchang gonna be caught again in the double vacuum. Chill just munching on the base. 1, 2, 3, and Vitality take it again.
Definitely winning the Esports World Cup. That's our biggest goal at the moment. We're very determined to win.
Yep, those are the ladies of Team Vitality, the queens of MLBB for the longest time. Athena, you followed the women's scene for quite some time, especially from the Philippines, but I know you've heard about Team Vitality.
Yeah, knowing that there are the two-time champion for MWI, respectively for 2022 and 2023. I'm very careful on mentioning the year for this year, which is 2025. We are yet to see what they can offer. With meanwhile, you've mentioned that this is somehow of a powerhouse, a favorites actually. And they've mentioned that there's no better way than winning the MWI. Yes, they're on a win streak, but their real target or goal is to eventually reclaim the throne, reclaim the crown and trophy for their side.
Of course, we're all fully aware that Team Vitality unable to get that crown last year at MWI 2024. Let's see if they can do it. But of course, again, they have to start things off their campaign this year against Twisted Minds Orchid. By the way, if you are actually here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, or you have no plans and you're thinking about coming here, well, MWI 2025 is free for everyone. So don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports for MLBB Live. A celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us and be a part of history. Remember, MWI 2025 is going up until July 19th. Just a few days, but so far we've already seen a lot, and I know we're going to be seeing a lot more. So we've already talked about Team Vitality. In just a bit, we're also going to be seeing a little bit more about Twisted Minds. Why wait any longer? So let's find out more about Twisted Minds Orchid.
I want our team to be remembered as the team that not a lot of people expected a lot from, but we proved them wrong. The way I would describe my team is brave. Future goal, hopefully to get a good place in upcoming tournaments and this tournament as well. I'm really excited for this tournament, and I think it will be a good one.
Twisted Minds Orchids were not able to qualify for MWI 2024 last year. They've been working hard since then, and now here they are trying to get the crowd here on home soil. Fasha, what have you heard about Twisted Minds Orchids that maybe we can share with our viewers?
I mean, it's crazy, right? Because from that loss, definitely they had a really epiphany to a point that they need to do something. So they grind it off, and it actually portrays in their own achievement. Straight away from the MENA qualifier is the fact that from the upper bracket, they straight away had a really good win streak, and they able to defeat X-Woman 3-1. So that shows how much potential they are doing and improvement they are here for the MWI.
Yeah, exactly. All throughout the history of MLBB, we've always heard teams say that, oh, we've been grinding, working hard ever since our last loss, and that shows in the results of Twisted Minds Orchid. As Fasha mentioned, they were pretty much not undefeated, but, well, no, they were, quite undefeated. They were unbothered, I think is the best way to describe it, in their run here to qualify for MWI 2025. So there's actually an interesting link between these two teams in that they both actually have sisters on the roster, Athena.
Wow, that's a double trouble. And you've mentioned the sister here. We have Shell and Chini here for Team Vitality, and for Twisted Minds Orchid, we have Lyrics and Lunar. We've mentioned that you have the sister connection even without talking. It's like mind telepathy, if I'm mentioning it right.
Yeah.
And sometimes sisters do tend to have some arguments, but you could use that to better yourselves and as well as a connection for the whole team as well. So you already have this sister connection, plus the addition of +3 members. Actually, I find it quite good that they have this kind of connection for Team Vitality, and same goes for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't have any siblings. I'm an only child, so I don't know how that feels. Maybe the closest thing I can get is like with you guys. I'd like to consider all the other talents my siblings, but no, this isn't about me. This is about the women. So let's welcome them to the stage. Let's toss it on over to the arena. Let's welcome Vitality and Twisted Minds Orchids.
The second half of the games are about to begin in our first day of the MWI. It has been a series of 2-0s in our first set of games. Is that going to be the story to wrap up our first day of competition? Well, it might just be, because our next teams are going to be having quite a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Now the next teams that are going to be coming up have everything to prove, and this is the reason why. Now one, on one hand, have failed to qualify for MWI 2024, and the other, on the other hand, had their championship taken from them. Now we will see both of them clash, as nothing is granted here at EWC for MWI. So let's jump straight in to Series 3 for the day. Starting off with the crowd favorite, the Dragonaut themselves, Team Vitality. The ladies are back, and they are back with a vengeance. Now they have swept multiple events outside MWI, such as the AEG, IESF, and even the BOG, the Indonesian qualifiers attended by many Southeast Asia teams. But Team Vitality has the eye on the prize, and this is MWI, the one that means the most.
And now the representatives from MENA joining us in the SNB Esports Arena. It's none other than Twisted Minds! Emerging from the MENA closed qualifier, Twisted Minds are regionally dominant, but newcomers to the MWI. Representing Saudi Arabia's growing MLBB scene, they are ready to bloom, ready to fight, and shock the world on the esports' biggest stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. The second set of games, like I mentioned, are about to begin. We saw what happened with Vitality's run in last year's MWI. Undefeated until the finals. Can they do it again in 2025?
They know then to rest on their laurels, and their game faces are on. This is not a tournament that they want to be complacent. They're going to pull out all of the stops and secure this wonderful win streak as they always have. Now, Twisted Minds have so much they have to prove, given that this is the time that they have qualified. So, who will emerge victorious? Let's find out as we head back to the studio.
Potential is best shown when personified with just pure conviction. And conviction is what's in the eyes right now of Vitality and Twisted Minds. We've spent a lot of time talking about Vitality. Let's put a little bit more focus on the hometown heroes of Twisted Minds Orchids. So 3 of the players there have actually already got an international experience, especially through IESF, representing Saudi Arabia. And they've had some stellar showings there, although if I recall correctly, they fell to Cambodia 2-1. But of course, as we've mentioned, since then, Lyrics, Livin, and Lunar have been working hard. But they now have 2 Filipino teammates with them in Hide and Miss Meow. So all throughout the history of MLBB, Athena, we've always talked about how communication is so important with 2 imports here. How do you think that might affect the game?
Actually, that's the thing when you have Filipino imports. They know how to adapt fast. And we've seen that onto numerous teams as well, even onto the wildcard MSC. But a great example also is women are known to be very versatile and known to be like a fast-paced environment. They can do it. And so far for the communications, I think they're doing a great job of facing onto the qualifiers to actually be here onto the MWI. And I do appreciate the effort as well that even off cam, I think I saw them like mingling, they're talking around, they're having fun and stuff. So that's really important to build your camaraderie and your friendship as well after the game.
Yeah, I've actually had a chance to talk to Hyde and Miss Meow. They did say, and they were very honest about it, about how the members of Twisted Minds, the members from MENA, they've been very welcoming. They've been doing everything that they can to feel welcome.
Yeah.
And of course, it helps a lot also the head coach for Twisted Minds Orchid, Coach Daliot. He's been with Twisted Minds, the organization, for a very long time, and he's really eased that transition.
Yeah, it's very fun, especially onto the flight here onto Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Fun fact though, I don't think it's a fun fact. Daliot was actually in front of me the whole 10-hour flight, and I was actually asking, how is it? How is the preparation? And he said, it's fun to train with the girls, with the ladies, of course. And he said that they are also easy to work with. And that's the spirit that you want if you're a coach. And with that, we could definitely see a lighter environment for Twisted Minds Orchid.
Yeah, but the gravity that Team Vitality brings to the table sometimes is just too irresistible. So I think it's time to talk about them now. I've asked Athena what she's known about Vitality. Fasha, Bunny, your turn. What do you know about Team Vitality?
I'm in second place last year. They say to themselves they've been robbed to actually claim their reigning champion, and they're here back again, and they want to make sure that they get the MWI title for themselves, confirming it for itself. And the fact that they have been getting winning streak as well, just the same as Twisted Mind, but on another division, AAG, ISF, as well as BOG. So this is showing how Team Vitality, they have been non-stopping, proving themselves from time to time, and they're really vicious even more here for the MWI.
Exactly. You heard that right, folks. Once again, Team Vitality enters MWI with another long win streak, and let's see if they can change history and change the ending of the story for this year's tournament. Now, there's a lot of focus as well, as we mentioned, with Shell and Chinny being sisters, but because of how Team Vitality play, you really have to talk about Vivian. And I know, Athena, that you're very familiar with the queen of roamers in Vivian.
And as we all know, on to the first ever MWI, she was actually one of the MVPs, even before we had the final MVP for the next seasons for MWI. And talking about Vivian, she is actually a cool-headed person. She's very calm and observing some of their plays as well. She mostly is the shot caller, especially expecting for a roam.
Yeah.
And Vivian actually has quite an experience. They have the win streak, but they are not underestimating anyone here on MWI, and that is a huge statement. And they want to be the strongest. Let's see if they will be the strongest this year.
We've mentioned a few names. We will mention the others as the series goes along. But now it's time for the draft as Twisted Minds on the blue side will go for the 1-1 and Bakshaban. Uranus and the Gatatkacha gets taken away by Team Vitality. It seems like with how things are looking at right now, we might end up with a Kimmy first pick.
Yeah, and actually I was expecting some of a YSS here being opened up.
Of course.
We were quite surprised on the caster desk. So if ever we could see a YSS, it will be brutal for this third match.
And especially with a Yi Sun Shin as a priority for the blue side. With taking away the Baksa, you take away one of the best heroes that can actually bother the Yi Sun Shin early on with the farming.
And the fact that we've been seeing a lot of the time that they will also have seen a couple of surprises where Farsa has been also been main priority as well. Even though you shouldn't be rushing it too much, because we know for a fact there's a lot more hero pools that you can actually take out first of all for your priorities.
Yeah, I will definitely die on that hill that Farsa shouldn't be as rushed as much as possible. Considering that yes, you can rush Kimmy here, there is an argument that hey, Vitality will just pick up the Farsa, but Kimmy just does so well right now in this meta right now that I mean you could just start to build around her. There's a lot of avenues that Twisted Minds can go for though, with the Zetian also being open.
Yeah, it's somehow an ace of all mages slash marksman for now. She can do so much with the traction pulse and as well as the damage as well. And speaking of the Kimmy, it's going to be the first prior pick here for Twisted Minds. Actually, that's a great first pick if you're on the blue side, which is kind of the trend right now for the first match and second match. But I was quite surprised that Team Vitality, let's ban at the YSS. Let's not make our life hard this round.
Yeah. Let's see if Farsa and Arlot maybe might be the priority here for Team Vitality, considering that some of the best pieces that you can pair alongside the Kimmy can be countered or given a lot of problems through an Arlot. Maybe even a Badang, but there.
Wow.
But it's not a Farsa, it's actually a Granger that they're going to be prioritizing first.
Wow. Okay, you actually right on the nose the fact that Badang was picked up first of all, and the fact that Granger was also been prioritized. I think pretty much we know that Granger is the best pick when it comes to gold lane. I mean, yeah, you might be able to counter with Irtil, but with how fast the level up as well as with the CD is inside the skill set of Granger, it really boosts up when it comes to getting the goals.
Sometimes it's one of the go-tos. Yeah. If you want to be on the safer side, just pick up the Granger, even on the first two picks if you're red side. But there are many things to consider, especially if there's a 1-1 on the other side. I know Miracle was like, this is the perfect example of why you picked the Irtal. So it's kind of a case-to-case basis.
Yeah, interesting though, the Twisted Minds. Once Fasha mentioned the Irtal here, I thought that'd be like an easy lock-in for Twisted, but considering that the possibility we did mention of an Arlot being really good for Vitality and very bad for Twisted Minds, they decide to steal it away and of course go for the comfort combo of Fredrin and Arlot together. Vitality has many avenues. I think that an avenue might be better off for a Farsa. I'm still leaning towards a Farsa here. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
No, you're not really.
Who said yeah? Someone said
like, whoa! My friend.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
My answer was like a second late. I was actually onto the Farsa pick. Is it possible?
So we're both crazy. We're the same vibe of crazy right now. Okay, no, we are insane because they picked up CC. So we're the problem.
But let's see though. With the Farsa, it's still possible onto the last two picks here for Team Vitality. Yeah. And for, of course, for Twisted Minds, it's somewhat of a flex if what you want, but most of the time the king is out of the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Because we know for a fact that why just have one MM when you can have a double MM and increase even more damage and boost up even more to actually have a punishment to the other side of your own opponent. And just to give a little bit more of the facts, even though we've already done with the first draft, okay, Baxia as well as Lancelot is the fact that it's a respect ban coming in from Twisted Mind. We know for a fact that it is the best signature heroes coming in from the Team Vitality.
Yeah, right now they're actually focusing on Vival a lot with the first 4 bans. If this is going to be another assassin or jungler ban, that's a pure respect onto Vitality, because we've already seen in the past at Vival, you can take away a lot of her heroes, but one of the biggest problems with going up against Vitality is if Vivian and Ginny can do their rotations well, no matter what Vival ends up with in the jungle, it's like, she's still gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's like Lafella saying the Hellcurt earlier for TLPH, like, just pick whatever. For
Yeah,
BC. It's okay.
exactly.
It's the same scenario for Vival, and we have to talk about her. Sorry if we didn't mention you earlier, but now talking about Vival, also we need to acknowledge that she is very versatile.
Oh, yes.
Even with different metas across timelines. We've mentioned the utility, you've mentioned the rise of the assassin yet again. And I think it's also like Twisted Minds Orchid just wanting to go on the safer route, banning out the Ling.
Yeah, and so far with what we've seen in the draft, we are gonna get good to honest MLBB here unless someone goes for a swerve pick, something along the lines of a chip, but I don't think we're going to be getting that. The CC at this point just encourages you to fight honest, but then at the same time have at least that one tool to turn things around. Okay, so with the Juicin getting taken out, Zetian or Farsa will be great pickup for Chinny. And then we're just also going to be waiting for the potential jungle pickup for Viva with the Hayabusa still open. Whoa, they actually go for the Selena up against the Fredrin, Arlott, and Kimmy. That is a brave choice.
I mean, it's crazy, right? I've seen it before. I know it already occurred in the past previous tournaments that I've casted before. They put Selena as the mid. I mean, it's a really good opener. You get a really good stronghold of your vision on the maps itself. And with the Abezo arrow itself, it can actually stun and get a really good initiation to fight it off. But the question is it going to be enough to pull through with the fact that we do see that Twisted Mind still have a lot of counters as well. And they'll be able to sustain those.
But you're very confident if you're choosing a Selena for your first ever game here on MWI. They've mentioned this already for the first match that they were kind of expecting a Selena, and I didn't expect it to be on to the third match and Team Vitality, the first team to be using it. But right now, for full of surprises for this round.
If you are unfamiliar with the terminologies and this is your first time ever watching MLBB Esports, we have a term called the Ultimate Bonding Experience. This version is what we call the Ultimate Bonding Experience, or the Uube, considering that they have 2 heroes at the center of the map who provide healing one way or another. The Matilda and of course the survivability through the Faramis.
Yeah, oh my god, Nedum realm, definitely this is where the drafting wise coming in from Twisted Mind, they know they want to go all out straight away for those team fight. But the answer coming in, the last coming from the side of Team Vitality is going to be Joy.
And with that, they could be unkillable for this round, especially with somewhat of 2 supports onto 1 draft. I think Twisted Minds just wants to go for on complex or some like complex draft here. Coach Daliot has interesting intake here for the draft for game 1.
Yeah, interesting choices in the draft here. Very brave choices for Vitality. But now let's go on over to the casting desk.
Thank you so much, panel, for the breakdown. And here we are once again. 2 interesting drafts. It's me, Naisu, joined on the desk with Brigida. And we're here to bring you the action. It's match number 3 already in day 1 for MWI at Esports World Cup. Brigida, we saw the drafts, we heard the panel thoughts. Real quick, before we jump in, who's got the better draft here for you?
I have to say, this is some sort of throwback for me personally to the entire era of the Matilda Faramis connection we see every single time, even in MPL Philippines. That's where it all started.
Yep.
And I'm sort of leaning to that because even the panelists did mention that it's way simpler if you think about it. Like the entire idea of how Twisted Minds just has to execute this draft, it's relatively simpler compared to that of Team Vitality. They have to layer and coordinate so well so they successfully make or be able to pull off a team fight with the skills that they have. But so far, based on, I think, even just the laning phase.
Jeez, first blood already.
They're doing really well in terms of the laning phase.
You were just going to go into the point here, Brigida, but a first blood at basically the 1 minute mark is you got to think, it's a big advantage for Fumi Echo. Now, for those of you that turned into MWI or the other tournaments that have gone on, we know that Fumi Echo loves this CC. It's one of her, I would say, better picks, or one of their favorite heroes that she's able to really perform on. And it was a standout hero from even MWI in 2024. Looking at the emblems real quick too, you can see there's a whole lot of the ruptures that are there, the penetration that they're going to be looking for. So if you look at the lineup from Team Vitality, this is a lineup that wants to end this game quickly. They can do that in a couple different ways, especially the fact that you have a Selena, for example, to help out. Echo, she's trying to maybe possibly start in a fight to bring them forward, but Twisted Minds will take that discipline route. And like you were saying, Brigida, they definitely have to play the part with this much utility. Like, that's the biggest thing we look at this here, is how much utility does this lineup bring? You got a Matilda and a Faramis. Those are two of the biggest utility heroes that you can have on a lineup. So we'll see if they take that advantage in terms of utility options for this first objective.
Oh, look at the Abyssal Arrow immediately connecting onto Hyde, taking out the most important player from Twisted Minds for the first objective that we're seeing right here. Lyrics might be the next to fall, but will have the flicker to keep herself safe. And I feel like it's really Team Vitality respecting the idea that, yeah, Twisted Minds, they have so much sustain, but it might take a little more time. So they're doing their best in the early game.
And I was just about to build that up. As we see Lyrics get taken down under the turret. You know what the answer was, Brigida, for all the utility and everything and that sustainability? Is an arrow. And maybe that's exactly why they decided to bring up the Selena pick. Just because one Abyssal... oh, hold on. Already the fight for the purple, too. Biddle's just going.
They're trying to disrupt the Gruval, but Chinny is there as well. Although this is a very aggressive play coming in from Twisted Minds. They really just had to take what was rightfully theirs. They could not allow for Bival to get that. But going back to what you were mentioning earlier, it's really Twisted Minds probably having to take their time, and Team Vitality making full use of that pick-off potential. Because in as much as Twisted Minds could really work well when it comes to a 5v5 team fight, if they already get rid of one player immediately before the team fight breaks out, then that's a lot less to think about.
And that's why the arrows are so great. You can see this pressure that they're able to go ahead and apply around the map. I mean, Fumi Echo made her way pretty much up towards the top of the map. Now she's in the middle. She's just left that lane because they pushed it in so easily. And now they're going to go ahead and get this top turret down too. So what we're seeing is Twisted Minds really trying to get in a position where can we make a play? Is it here?
They are going to take out Fumi Echo, even using the Retribution from Hyde just to make sure that they will be getting that kill. They have to slow down things for Team Vitality. I mean, look at the rotations that's coming from them. They even already lost their tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they've lost 2 turrets already. So that's space disadvantage for Twisted Minds right now. The next objective, that second turret of the game, is coming up. Team Vitality has control of this area of the map, really, as you can already see too. The buffs are going to be taken, so you don't want this to happen too much, because these are one of those things in this where they compound on top of each other. Oh, she can be okay?
Final size is there. And look at these two members, making sure that Lyrics will be well supported. They're just deciding to go for the trade, and they want to at least attempt to take down this turret down bottom. But Fumi Echo, they have no idea that she's there. There's another realm already committed, but Vivian will be the first to fall. Lyrics might be next. Chell is here to join everyone too. Vival trying to look for the target down behind, but Miss Meow won't be able to survive anymore. That's 3 members in exchange of 1.
Already a double right there, and that was all started up from Vivian. Vivian knew that the rest of the team was rotating down. She'll go ahead, set things up, Even if it was to sacrifice herself, she got her job done. And now they capitalize it under the tier 1.
How do you survive this? Look at the damage coming in from both Vival and Chell. That's a double kill for the gold laner of Team Vitality. 4-0 on this Granger just 5 minutes into this game.
Shell's online, man, and this is the trouble part about this, because this is a lineup that is built to end the game early, and they're clearly doing that now. 6,000 nearly gold ahead. They're going to continue to play with this kind of lead, and we have to kind of break down and look at, all right, Twisted Mind Orchids, how do they stop this? Because even looking at the instant replay, when you get dropped down under the turret and you're kind of decimated between the two, where do you go? You know, what do you have to rely on here? And this is once again a fight that we saw started by Vivian. She delayed them from actually disengaging from this. And this is where they fought. And they initiate the fight, and right now, too, even on the live cam, we already see them going for the base.
They lose one of their frontliners immediately just as the fight breaks out. Lyrics, will he be able to survive this? No! As they take out 3 members immediately from Twisted Minds. And as you've mentioned, just as we were thinking about ways on how Twisted Minds could deal with this, I feel like it's such a difficult position to be in right now. Their setup at most is Lyrics, and he can or she can only access so much. Those people who are willingly putting themselves up front, and the damage dealers are way behind if you're in Team Vitality's lineup right now. Not even the Appraiser's Wrath could reach the necessary targets at this point.
It's quite the gold difference that we saw lane to lane. And you're seeing it just even alone with the Destinata, not to mention the Rhapsodies coming out from Shell, is just too much of a poke. And meanwhile, Twisted Minds Orchids have to also remember, man, we gotta dodge these arrows too. And there's just so much vision being provided right now. And so what we are seeing is just Team Vitality continue on the base, trying to get the shield as it's popped now in the top lane. The middle lane shield was also popped, so the job is done for now. I'm not sure if they can get much more. Maybe the tier 2 in the bottom lane, all before the next objective. And it's crazy to think that, yeah, the next objective is still the turtle. Third one of the game is up. An arrow's gonna land. And think about it, it's so, the synergy between the Abyssal, the Arrow and then the Rhapsody lineups and the Destinata are too much
I mean,
to really handle.
I don't think Team Vitality has been using much of their battle spells just yet even. Like, there hasn't been a huge flicker, fist break, fist crack combo from Vivian just yet. Or there was no need to do that, I guess. Because, like, at most, or at this point, maybe they'll be using their flickers to chase after Twisted Minds. Once Twisted Minds know that they can't proceed with the team fight anymore, because this is a 10k gold lead that we're talking about. So how do you even go about this? I mean, even just now we're seeing the lead that's currently in the hands of Team Vitality, the amount of items, the difference in items just between the damage dealers themselves, the gold laners specifically. That's 3 core items already in the hands of Chell, and who knows how many stacks she already has on that Sky Piercer.
Yeah, the Sky Piercer is going to be stacked up, and 3,000 difference between, you know, the gold lane alone is really not where you want to be. And dealing into this, yeah, I mean, every lane, right? There's a huge economic gap for the items here. So they'll make their way. There we go. We get a little glimpse at the snacks here for Shell once again. And she's locked and loaded. It's still under the 10-minute mark. So this Lord coming down the middle lane is going to be so difficult to defend against. And this could definitely be a game ender, depending on how it's played out. Lord's going to charge into the mid lane. A couple shots from Lyrics.
Oh, Ginny nearly took out Lyrics, forced her down to half HP. There's another Abyssal Arrow, and that's going to connect onto Livin, but there's another realm to try and save everyone, but it might not be enough, but the Appraiser's Wrath, it lands onto 2 members of Team Vitality, but not even that will delay this any further. They end this game in less than 10 minutes.
And Team Vitality, once again, the queens of MLBB, still showing why that is the case. Winning streak after winning streak, and they'll start their first foot towards that here at MWI at EWC. Once again, with a very dominant game 1 in this first best of 3 of theirs here. Showcasing just why they work so well. I mean, the synergy between everybody in the lane, the way they rotated around the map, the early kill at the 1-minute mark from Fumi Echo. I mean, this is a power lineup, not just with the heroes, but the ladies themselves on how they executed this game 1. It was basically just about as clean of a game as it gets here.
It was such a confident performance, I'd say, from Team Vitality. They know what they're after in as early as the first game of this tournament.
Definitely so. I can't wait to hear what our studio at the panel has to say. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to break down the game.
Well, that was violent. That was a terrific performance by Team Vitality. If people were wondering, why do these three people seem to like talking about Team Vitality and saying just how good they are? Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw it firsthand.
I mean, look, we know for a fact that, yes, Twisted Mind had the idea, first of all, with getting Kimi first, because it's the top priority picks. But then the moment when they wanted to find an answer to the Selena, they picked up the Faramis. That's why we feel like, okay, there's something wrong there on the line to actually fight. Because Twisted Mind, they couldn't find a way to actually hold off their defense compared to how it is for Team Vitality.
That was one of the smoothest game today and the fastest actually in less than 10 minutes. And all in all, that Badang and especially with the Selena pick was just somehow to amplify the Granger as well here. Getting multiple kills at a time and looking at the stats as well with the rupture here, Renmar.
Yeah. Whoever decided to call it on the side of Team Vitality to pack 4 ruptures, that was a master stroke there. Considering that Team Vitality knows the Twisted Minds are going to be playing around some 2 core heroes to hold the front for Twisted, which is the Fredrin and the Arlott. You pack those ruptures, and if they die early, the damage in the early game will feel like as if we've already played 7 minutes of MLBB. You felt that 2 minutes in.
Yeah, and especially onto the gold lane, which Brigida pointed out. 3 core item is span of what, 7 minutes for Shell right now. Just really killing it. Untouchable, by the way, with the 801 KD8. So much to consider here. Onto the fact that the Joy has already been picked up here by Vival. This is what we're talking about. Any hero, as long as the gold and even the roam has a great synergy, it's all okay. It's all alright. Even if you use the Hellcurt, the Layla, whichever hero that you want.
Yeah, and the fact that we saw how desperate Twisted Minds had to go to the rotation. They had 5 people just ganging up and chasing after Team Vitality, leaving off a lot of their own objectives, whereby it could have actually gone a little bit different way if they had a different objective or mission of focus to fight with the side of Team Vitality itself.
Yeah, if you look up at the lineup of Twisted Minds, you see a lineup where if you just look at the big picture of it, yeah, theoretically, it should go very well for them. A tight, solid unit playing around the Fredrin and the Arlott. You have the Faramis, Matilda utility brought to the table to supplement the Kimi.
Yeah.
But then if you look at the finer details, what does Vitality have on their board? The Badang rushed early on. The Joy and the Selena that should have been given a little bit more difficulty, they made it look easy. And one of the main reasons, because Chinny just landed Abyssal Arrow after Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah. And that's a connection of the sisters, by the way.
Yeah.
Even without speaking, like, do you know how to do Dara? No, leave it up to me. You don't need to overthink things. Just go with the flow. And that was so smooth here for Team Vitality. They should be called Team Brutality. That was brutal.
Yeah.
Versus Twisted Minds.
Team Brutality.
Oh.
I like that. I mean, we have to call them Team Vitality. But at that point, that was Team Brutality that we saw. And I like how Naisu and his daughter did mention it also. That, his daughter bring it up. What's up, guys? The lineups of the Abyssal Arrow paired up with the Death Sonata of the Granger. We talked about the Sisterhood link that you mentioned. We saw it in practice.
Yeah, because the fact is, you even talked about it when the fact Team Vitality, their Sisterhood is much more synergy compared to how it is. And we've talked even about the Team Twisted Mind. Yes, you have the double sister down, double trouble, but comparing the synergy of Team Vitality as well as the team of Twisted Mind, they have a lot of arguments now and then, and those are the things that is crucial when it comes to composition and communication. And you need to be okay when it comes to the tournament.
It's how you strengthen your bond with the arguments and all. And even on their off days, of course, they go to the same house. They play the same game. So they have a lot of screams. by them two alone, right? So that's why it's really reflecting onto their game on how smooth, fluid their connection was for that game.
Yeah, a quick little anecdote I'd like to share. Of course, I got the chance to talk to Shell last year for MWI 2024, and she did say it's gotten to the point where she doesn't even need to ask Chinny for help. She just they've already have that mental link of like, all right, the timings of when Shell needs my help. If I'm Chinny, then I'm gonna go there. If not, then she doesn't need me. It's fine. I'll go somewhere else. We saw that in practice. So now let's get a closer look at the mid lane matchup between the Faramis of Miss Meow and the Selena of Chinny. Let's break it down theoretically. Yes, head-to-head, it was not a great game here for the Faramis, but you can't really blame Miss Meow because how can you position yourself? That's the thing about the Faramis. You need time to position yourself alongside your roamer and your jungler, whereas on the side of Chinny with the Selena, it's much more proactive. You have the chance to dictate the tempo and the speed of the matchup against your opposing mid laner, and that's exactly what Chinny did.
Yeah, and exactly with the Abyssal Arrows, it's enough to proc out or to force out the ultimate, right? The Netherrealm. So with that contrast, it's a stark difference here. Not only onto the experience, but also on the way that Chinny positioned himself or herself onto the Selena pick. And most of the time, we could see Twisted Mind struggling. You've mentioned like the priorities aren't there yet. Like 5 members at a time targeting one single lane and other lanes are just open for Team Vitality to take down. So they just need to somehow prioritize and properly decimate the roles. Or what do they want to target? What do they want to accomplish, right?
I mean, the fact that they actually had that desperate motion, this is where the fine line, you need to calm down. Chill, girls. There are times that you can actually slow things down. You had that idea already. It's just that you were rushing too much. And this is also something that I've just talking about with the stage host, which is Cheryl. She said that there's a pattern between the ladies whereby we keep on seeing all the women always want to go all out, aggressive, even in the early on. And this is something that maybe can be probably think about, polish, as well as think thoroughly on how you want to actually approach. Yes, aggressive is nice earlier on, but at the same time, you have to be careful. If you don't want to actually go in all out, okay, if once it didn't work out, let me do it twice. If twice didn't work out, let me do it the third time. But no, just be calm.
And the bottom line is communication. You have to be very clear with what you want to plan for your team. The shot caller especially, whether it's the roamer here or even the mid laners. Sometimes mid laners tend to be the shot callers because of what they have. With the Fram, it's like, oh, I have the ultimate. We're ready. Do you have the setup here? Matilda, are you ready? Things like that. So communication still is the key here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think now Twisted Minds, once they go into the second game, they have to switch up their strategy. I had no problem with the strategy that they brought to the table here for game number 1. In fact, considering that, I mean, I spent most of my career casting games in the Philippines, I'm very much okay with what we saw from that. But again, now, considering that you know what you're up against, a team that's very proactive and very aggressive, you're gonna have to try and match that. Even if you went into this day with that game plan of, hey, maybe let's try to play a little bit more reserved, go for the counter punch. It seems like it's not gonna work against Vitality. Twisted Minds here has to go on the aggressive.
Yeah, they won't adjust to you just because you're new to the league. You have to match the tempo, the energy, or somehow create your own tempo. Because all the time for game number 1, that is just Team Vitality playing around on their food. They're just swallowing Twisted Minds as a whole, right? Without any chewing at all. But that's hard to do. By the way, disclaimer, don't do that with your food. but for Team Vitality, they were able to do that because they know that they already have the confidence. And as you've mentioned, that somehow self-independence when it comes to the draft itself and the moves.
Yeah. So for you, Fasha, considering that you've also gotten to cast the MAL, does this all sound so familiar to you about how if there's a certain team that's aggressive, the team that's usually more defensive-minded needs to adjust to that? Or what do you think?
It's actually a really particular pattern that we've already seen throughout. It doesn't really matter from the MEL or even from other tournaments. We know for a fact you always have to do adjustments from time to time, and you always have to go back to the drawing boards. But in the certain ways that I do see here coming in from MWI, when it comes to the men division, they try to step back a little when the moment they realize that it's not working. But compared to how women does, we do see that once it doesn't work out, they want to do it again and again and again. And this is where the fine line, you just need to pause a little bit in game itself.
All right, so it seems like right now it's a very tough decision for Twisted Minds. If, number one, are you going to try to repeat, to refine and improve, or are you going to instantly scrap it right away so that you have a chance of forcing a game number 3? Again, in the group format that we have here, it's GSL. You win 2 series, you're through. You lose 2 series, you're out. And right now, with Vitality at match point, Twisted Minds are at that risk of losing their first series, meaning that they'll only have one more chance after that.
Yeah, some mottos, as you mentioned, like women teams tend to do like the try and try until you succeed, not daya. Yeah, and sometimes you have to draw the fine line onto trying to maybe adjust, try and try until you get the right tempo, until you get the right hook onto the talent as well. And most of the time, we see some adjustments, but it's not really instant, right? We could definitely see it reflect maybe onto their next matches as the day progresses here for MWI, but let's see.
Let's see what Twisted Minds will do in the draft. I am the type of person to lean a little bit more towards the idea of maybe, just maybe, if it didn't work out, it's not that you're giving up, it's that you really just need to switch things up right away. Someone that we haven't actually gotten a chance to talk about here is the coach of Team Vitality. Coach Casius, the longtime coach of Alter Ego, a team from Indonesia, the professional league there, has been known for the longest time as one of the best drafting minds in the Indonesian league. And he is showing it up here through the performance of Team Vitality. They take away the Gatot Kacha and the 1-1. So front to back lineups, if Vitality wants to go for that, they don't have to worry. If they want to stick together with the Gatot Kacha gone, they don't have to worry as well. And if Vitality wants to pick up heroes with a lot of dashes, they're okay as well. So these opening bans for Vitality opens up a whole field of possibilities for the team.
Now they have the chance to get the YSS first pick actually. Still looking forward to it being opened up, whether for Team Vitality or Twisted Minds. Set aside though with the draft itself, you've mentioned that Coach Cassius is really good at the mind games when it comes to somehow counter-picking onto Twisted Minds. But Dalyot as well has that kind of experience from MPLPH and now coaching for MENA. There are certain things that he wants to experiment, but as you mentioned, you have to acknowledge sometimes if it isn't working. You have to somehow follow through or have a follow-through plan. Plan B, Plan C. You have the whole alphabet to create your action plan, your safety plan here.
Okay, A to Z. I mean, yeah, but you only have like 2 games to play. So A to Z, you gotta think through. You have to have at least A, B has already been done. If you're going into the C and it's already failure for you, you only have 1 series left for you to actually survive here on MWI.
Yeah, okay, so the Selena gets respected by Twisted Minds here.
Oh.
Usually for things like these, I would like to cry overreaction, but considering what we saw from game number 1, that's completely fine. I agree with it. Totally okay. Good band there, Twisted.
Yeah, acknowledge, okay?
Yeah.
Duly noted.
Yeah, duly noted like a professional email.
I salute you.
Wow.
But Dang gets rushed actually here by Vitality. They're telling Twisted Minds, we don't care about the Yisun Shin. Pick it up if you want to.
It's okay. They ain't scared of anything that could be prioritized here for Twisted Mind. You've mentioned the Yisun Shin. And actually, the Forza is open for this round as well. But looks like even the Jushin is actually more of a prio lately here for MWI. But let's see, it's just the 6th game of the day.
I mean, the fact that Badang previously just coming off from the patch on yourself, Badang is still relevant, and I've seen it already been used from time and time again. And as the opening, it really doesn't really matter if you rush it too much. But coming off to the respawn at the side of Twisted Mind, they picked up Granger as well as Kalia. We know for a fact Kalia, even though after being nerfed, it is actually a really good pick-off hero itself. And coming in with the combination of Granger, and we know that we love Granger. The cooldown itself and how you can actually utilize that Rhapsody, Death Sonata. It just needs time because we did see how Twisted Mind had a rough time to even get the itemization. Oh, but wow.
Okay.
Lancelot early on. Vitality is drafting. They don't care. They are drafting to their strength.
Yeah.
They are drafting whatever the hell they want right now. They get the Farsa, Lancelot as well. They're not afraid to show the starting trio at the center of the map. While Twisted, they are more proactive now with the Kalea pick, but yeah, some adjustments are gonna be duly noted here.
I mean, again, like I said, Lancelot is the signature hero. They are definitely knowing for a fact that if, for example, Twisted Mind let it go completely to their side or they leave it open, they won't hesitate to pick it off.
Yep.
And now, leaving off for one more hero to pick it up. Are they going to actually go in for the mid lane? Yep, it seems that they actually pick off Zetian. Zetian, after being added off into the hero pool, yes, I did see during the first day because MEL was the first league ever outside of China to actually give the opportunity for the players to use Zetian, even though everyone was still trying to adapt to it. It was only like 1 week, not less than 1 week to actually adapt to Zetian, and it was really hard. Not much of the combination that was able to utilize it, but now we finally see it really popping off on MWI.
And that's the beauty of seeing it firsthand here on MWI and on the international stage. And a team with Twisted Minds, I see them somehow capitalizing on the crowd control that it could provide, as well as the vision, plus the addition of what you can do with the chain crowd control with the Kalea. But mostly, I'm concerned about the fact that Vival has a signature hero here, which is a Lancelot.
Yeah.
They just pick it with one eyebrow raise, like, take that, Twisted.
Yeah. Okay, so with Twisted Minds taking away the CC, they're also acknowledging one of the things that you have to do when you're going up against Team Vitality is that you have to ensure that Fumi Echo doesn't end up with a pick that plays to her strengths. The main strength of Fumi Echo is that she is it's like the old dictionary definition of what we expect EXP laners to be, which is you are your own player, you have your own lane, your own life there, do whatever the heck you want, just make sure you help the team at the right time. When Fumi Echo can play like that, Team Vitality are so comfortable.
Oh, as long as she could get onto her own zone.
Yes,
is that
exactly.
what you're saying? Yeah.
Exactly.
And you would want to stop that if you're against Team Vitality, Team Brutality. But Fumi Echo as well, very interesting here that they're not really rushing through, even banning at the Povius here. But acknowledgement, I love the Lapu ban here for Coach Daliot.
Yep. Okay, so with the Lapu Lapu ban, again, that goes with what we just said about Fumi Echo. So I like that even despite the loss in game number 1 and with the drafting decisions here in game number 2, you see that train of thought and Twisted Minds makes so much sense. There's a lot of sound reasoning behind a lot of these picks right now. But they still have to be careful because there's still one pick that could give them a lot of difficulty, and they have to consider the presence of either the Glue or the Hilda. And right now, they do not have a lot of answers for that.
And with that, the answer will be the last ban here, YSS. So still acknowledging, even though they have the Badang, they want to somehow limit of what Hyde can show. Okay, it's going to be hidden out here for the YSS. But talking about the Glue and what they can pick onto the XP lane here for Fumi Echo, I think the Turista is also available basing on what the previous teams has already offered earlier onto the draft itself.
I mean, it wasn't successful as we wanted to be when we saw it was done by, if I'm not mistaken, CFU Gaming. Yes, there was a lot of the fight where the ulti Terza was able to capture a couple of twos and it didn't go well or didn't actually get the finisher that they wanted to. But it's actually a really good suggestion or even hero pool to be put out. But then we see an answer coming in from the side of Twisted Mind whereby Suyo, one of the really good heroes that we've seen also early on today's MWI.
Ramisi.
Ramisi from Team Liquid.
Yep.
But the Suyo coming up at 4 just means Vitality can decide either the Glue or the Hilda. It's fine, and you're already giving so many problems for the Suyo in team fights or in presence. They go for the Khalid. Is this going to the roam in the hands of Vivian? And is the Badang actually going into the EXP lane?
Whichever uses it. Of course, it's going to be the same mechanics all over again. But it depends on the laning itself. As you mentioned, you have to be on the zone if you're Fumi Echo. But talking about the Suyu being shown for the 4th pick, I do agree with you that it's a bit early
because you're technically giving away that, hey, we're going to use the here in the jungle. Try to find someone that can stop me.
Yeah.
Give it with a glue.
And especially now, considering that there's a Harith on the board, there's a Farsa there, I think this Khalid is going to be going to the roam because you supplement a faster farm for the Farsa, in turn the Lancelot, and of course you can help out the Harith even more. That if Twisted Minds lose the early game, that Suyo is not going to be able to do much anymore.
I mean, the fact that the passive of Khalid itself, right? The movement, you can be able to actually hold it up for your stacks to come in, and then you can just roam around wherever you want, having a really good mobility-wise, speed-wise for Khalid itself. And that's what is needed when it comes to roam, where you can come off anytime you want when you are needed at that point given.
All right, it's a Hilda for the last pick. Real quick, Athena, what is your thought on that one?
It's going to be a brutal game yet again, especially with the Lancelot. I'm banking so much here for the Lancelot pick for Team Brutality.
The expected ending for everyone, Vitality wins. Can Twisted Minds deliver a plot twist? Naisu and Brigida, let's go.
And go we shall once again. Match point here for Team Vitality, or as Athena likes to call it, Brutality. They are on a steamroll right now. We'll see if it can change here. Brigida, what do you think real quick of the drafts? You saw them through and you saw the thoughts of the panel. How about you?
I'm thinking if they are planning to replicate that same less than 10-minute game, which happened in game number 1, considering their draft in this game, it's a Khalid Farsa in the mid lane. I think our panelists did touch upon it. But this is such a fast rotation that we might be seeing unless...
It's a Fumi Echo Khalid.
It's a Fumi Echo
Khalid. It's an XP lane Khalid.
So it's not entirely the Khalid Farsa, which does indeed go for the fast rotation. But if they play it just as aggressively as game number 1, right? I mean, it's... look at this!
Already aggression. So Cindy goes in there, Vivian too, all for lyrics, so she's got to back off, but I think nonetheless, whether it was a Khalid in the roam or once again this Badang here in the hands of Vivian, you're still going to see the same kind of aggression come out from Team Vitality, and that's really what they like to do. You're going to notice that as they like to play around and really push the limit of what their lineups are able to do. And as we take a look at the emblems here real quick, you're going to see that it is a pretty tanky build on Fumi Echo here for that Khalid action, though.
Speaking of, Chell had to somehow keep herself safe and use the Purify to get out of that. 3 members of Twisted Minds actually did go for the faster rotation this time.
I was also going to say, you know, with this, the Lancelot for Vival has really a couple different builds that we've seen competitively for the Lancelot. I'm assuming she's going to go mostly damage here because once again, that's going to go towards the nature, the theme of let's end this game quickly. Oh. Vivian?
Tidal Strike doesn't have the Tsunami Slam just yet, but they already forced out the Flicker from Vivian, so I feel like that can potentially encourage Twisted Minds to at least fight for this upcoming objective, which we definitely see they're currently positioning themselves at right now. But there are 4 members of Team Vitality. Oh, look at the fitted airstrike. Miss Meow immediately using her ultimate to cancel it out as well. But Vival does not disappoint. Gets the objective for Team Vitality. There's the flicker coming in from Fumi Echo. And now it's Twisted Minds trying to run away.
I always love to see it. You know, with the Khalid, you get the Raging Sandstorm, but then you flicker to kind of put it at an off angle. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get any kills, but they got the objective for Team Vitality. But they also got a whole lot of battle spell usage out of that too. So Twisted Minds lose that. I thought they were going to have control of at least that first turtle with how things were going, but nonetheless, they were pushed off to it. And now they have to go ahead and kind of recuperate and get back into position here. So with that, this is where we have to look. All right, the power of Spikes of Twisted Minds, are they in the early game? Are they going to be able to actually contest? Livin might be a big part of that.
It seems like they're trying to somehow be just as aggressive as how Team Vitality played game number 1. But the responses from Team Vitality, they're too good. They just seem like they're always ready to fight back whatever happens. And Chell trying to take out Lunar. Fortunately, there's the flicker, but Vival with the Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose. That'll be enough to take him out. There's the Fury of the Phoenix and Fumi Echo. They're trying to take him out, but look at the sustain. And it's a double kill from Vival right after what they were already able to take.
That's always, you know, you can't forget about the quick sand guard when the Khalid's there. And that's just enough to go ahead and heal you up, and now under the turret.
They're under the turret and they're just focused on getting those energy shields. Look at Genie. She's the one actually doing a lot of the zoning. And Team Vitality are already okay with what they were able to get in that top lane. Just look at how quick Team Vitality gets to decide on what they want to do.
This is what you always have to look out for with teams like Team Vitality, and Twisted Minds has to keep track of is that rotation, that rotational speed that comes with just the team in general, but the lineup on top of that. So the objective is up. We'll see if Twisted Minds can get control of this time around, but Vivian's just waiting. Once again, has the flicker available too. So some of this, like I was saying earlier, before that all broke out, it might be up to Livin. Livin burned the flicker earlier on, so she doesn't have that now, but that Tsunami Slam is usually what we see, or that combination of the flicker and the Tsunami Slam from the Kaleas that are played to go ahead and get a pickoff. And unfortunately, that just hasn't been able to play its part yet. So it's Team Vitality to start up the turtle. They'll get control of it. And will Twisted Minds, will they actually contest here?
We have the Phoenix, and it seems like there's no one other than Lyrics to deny Vival of getting that objective. And this is a Lancelot we're talking about, so it's very much expected that they will be able to get it for themselves. But it seems like there's a trade for Twisted Minds. They get the kill onto Chini, but they successfully defend and clear the waves, so they do not let go of this tier 1 in the mid.
There we go. They get a kill here. It's going to be a trouble. She's got to back off, but off cam do a kill and more.
Hyde won't be able to survive this. Fumi Echo once again with that flicker and the Raging Sandstorm. Miss Meow had to use her very own flicker as well just to get out alive. And the pressure is still on for this top lane. Team Vitality, it seems like they just want to start converting from this point onwards.
Yeah, this is, I think the main thing for Twisted Minds is not to let Vival get out of control. I mean, she's already 3-0 right now. You can see the transition now is let's go take the resources from the jungle of Twisted Minds to force them in a response. And again, it's more so enough time. Can they get the time going here for Twisted Minds to build up on the items they need? Here, Lyrics jumping in, mid lane.
Oh, Lyrics found Genie, but Genie wasn't affected by the fury of the Phoenix, and now it's Chell dancing around the members of Twisted Minds. Vival right under the turret too, looking for the targets. Fumi Echo, will they still try to go for something? They might try to disrupt Hyde once again from securing her very own purple buff, but they won't risk it anymore. It seems like Vival has found other things to work on for now.
Yeah, that's true. We know how hard it is to catch, but Fumi Echo, Raging Sandstorm?
They still want to go for it? Okay, they survive somehow. Chell once again with his Ammon Force, and now Vival trying, or surprisingly, the one zoning away the members of Twisted Minds on the Lancelot as they finally get all tier 1 turrets down.
Brigida, that's what I was going to say. You know, with a Lancelot across from you, especially Deathless right now getting the Brute Force breastplate, which is usually the typical defensive item that we see these Lancelots go for in the build pattern. And it's tough because how do you catch a Lancelot? You know, especially when you got this kind of spike in terms of lead, it's really tough to do because if you spend too much time trying to catch the Lancelot, you're going to waste that, you know, and the rest of the team is going to capitalize on that. So another objective now secured, 3 for 3 in the Turtles for Team Vitality. So Twisted Minds has more ground to cover. They definitely have a lot of space to cover here from this point.
And that's the tricky part about Twisted Minds and their lineup and the engage that they have. It's mostly on Livin. And there's just too much iframes for Vival, even though you desperately want to go after that pickoff on this hero who's currently 4-0, who's definitely up ahead in terms of gold and is the major threat whenever a team fight does break out. But will they commit onto Lyrics though? There's a fist break and not the fist trap just yet, but Vival fighting up against 2 might be able to get out of this. Fury of the Phoenix, she gets avoided, but not the Queller. And finally, Twisted Minds, they find a way to answer back.
There you go. That's what they needed. They had to go ahead and punish maybe a little overzealous from Vival, but that's exactly what they need. Get a little extra gold in the pockets too here for Twisted Minds. So, you know, they lose some of the space on the map. But again, it's really decisive on how do we get back into the game. And you see the gold difference here. That's the biggest thing. That's also a Divine Glaive now on a Farsa. And that hurts, right? That Feathered Airstrike that's going to be dropping down, it's not going to be fun to dodge that. And if you get hit by one, you're most likely going to see maybe half your health go down already. So Twisted Minds, like I said, you can get a glimpse at the itemization going on here. They need a lot of time to build on up. But once some of that defensive-ness builds up on even Livin, that might help. But I'm not sure if Team Vitality is really going to give much of an opportunity for that to happen here.
Yeah, even Divine Glaive, Kenny already got that item for this Farsa. Whereas, even if you look at Lyrics, there's yet to be a single item that's completed in her build, which is understandable because you need to sort of spread out the defense. You need
it's a little like
a
chop
decent
suey.
amount of magic damage or magic defense, physical defense, because you don't know who might go after you at this point. You just mentioned it earlier, even the Fettered Airstrike, wherever Genie decides to position herself, is going to be a major threat for Twisted Minds. And now there's the Fury of the Phoenix, spotting out everyone from Team Vitality, even though the Tsunami Slam won't be used just yet, and Fumi Echo doing a great job at zoning out Lyrics. They see where Hyde also is. Hyde is up top.
Oh, no.
He won't be here to join the fight just yet. But Twisted Minds doesn't plan to commit on unless Fumi Echo tries to go after Lunar. Will the other members be able to catch up? Lunar successfully flickers out of danger, but Chell is here with the Zaman Force. And they survive, but they're still the Lord.
Oh, I can't believe they actually survived that. An amazing flicker from Lunar to survive that initiation from Fumi Echo. Now they still have to defend against this Lord pushing in. They bought themselves a little bit more time and gold. And maybe Lunar, well, she gets the items going. She might be able to be a big enough threat, but right now it's all just trying to hold on to these base turrets. It's only that first Lord. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Fumi Echo's back up. Lord's gonna go ahead and charge on in, so this shield defense is gonna pop, but they'll ultimately clear out the Lord. And Twisted Minds might have just bought themselves a little bit more time. They don't want to overstep this, though. That's the biggest thing. Look at the setup here. Potential it's already going to go for. Not sure if they go in. Check them out as that mid shield goes down, too.
Yeah.
Another airstrike.
I was... Yeah, Vival could have went for that, but probably she learned from what happened earlier. So they won't be taking those risks anymore, considering that they're this much ahead already. But there's a conceal coming in from Livin. Will they be able to use the Tsunami Slam? They successfully do, and there's that layer of crowd control coming in from Lyrics as well. The second time we saw Vival get shut down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play. I was gonna say, I heard the conceal, and then I'm like, yeah,
she's
Vival's
still there.
Like, she's still there, you know? So, great move from Twisted Minds to go ahead and find that out, spot that out. Here's another one.
Oh, I thought Livin was gonna jump away from Chell, but it seems like it was just a bait, but now it will be the punish onto Lyrics for staying too close to the members of Team Vitality. So it's somewhat of a 1-for-1, I'd say, between these two teams, but it's still Team Vitality in the lead.
Yeah, you can see this once again, just how much damage a Farsa will allow you to do. Lunar's not too far, and that's what I was saying. One of the biggest possibilities here for Twisted Minds to turn this game completely over would really just have to be on Lunar, and that's usually the case, right, for the gold laners here, especially with the Granger, but protecting Lunar to make sure that she has the ability to move around and get the positioning, especially if she doesn't have the flicker available like we saw previously, then, you know, that's up to the team to be able to do that. Now, this is where one of the things comes into play too, the Zetian, is she going to be able to actually help these team fights? Yes, the Fury of the Phoenix is great, you get some of that vision too, but the damage potential, I would say, in comparison to a Farsa, it's a little bit of a different approach to these fights.
Or what if, in terms of protecting, Lunar just decides to stick with Miss Meow?
That could work too.
Like whenever the Celestial Armament is available, whoever decides to go in will be immediately deflected away, and that could be a potential opening for Twisted Minds to go for the counter engage, but we'll see how this goes for now, because it seems like it's Team Vitality going for that conceal, and they do not go after Miss Meow. It's directly towards Lunar, but again, the flicker is available, so they will be able to keep themselves safe. But those are a lot of resources already burned for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's tough. They knew that even if they didn't get a kill, they got the flicker down from Lunar, so Lunar has no choice. It's Twisted Minds that have to kind of just give this Lord up. So even though there was no kill converted there, Team Vitality still did the work. Fumi Echo also getting a winner crown, and that is a Lord now for them to go ahead and approach this base once again at Twisted Minds. So
it's not always about the kills.
It's not always about the kills, right? What they say earlier, sometimes sometimes you gotta lie. I don't know what.
Yeah, because
We just have to throw
you
it in
can't
there.
be too honest in
You
terms
can't
of
be
your
too honest.
gameplay. You can't reveal too much or what you're planning to do, which I feel for Twisted Minds was the exact same scenario. They were just upfront. Team
Yep.
Vitality had a clear idea of where they were going to come from. I'd say the sequence of how Twisted Minds constantly goes for the team fights, Team Vitality had it read out.
They do. And sometimes this might be up to them to pull another trick up their sleeve. From Echo's going to jump in.
There's no flicker available, however, so they will be immediately able to take out the Immortality, but look at the Fist Rack coming in from Vivian, taking out two members immediately from Twisted Minds, and now they'll have to defend this by themselves. Oh, there's a Tidal Strike committed onto the Val. Once again, they get to shut her down, but that's not gonna be enough because it's gonna be a sweep brought to us by Team Vitality.
Took them a little bit longer, but Team Vitality once again will showcase just how strong they are in a sweep against Twisted Minds Orchids here. Looking as solid as ever, and some great plays from Twisted Minds, really. There were some great moments there that they were actually able to punish Team Vitality, catch some of the moments out there and capitalize on it, but just unfortunately, they didn't have enough time. This was about a 14-minute game, so about 4 minutes longer than the previous one, which ended very quickly. And it was just one of those cases, again, where Twisted Minds fell behind quite a bit in certain areas, and it just took too much to get back into the game, to get back to where they needed to be able to actually contest and hold on to the base there.
That was a clear sacrifice from Fumi Echo.
Yeah.
They just
She knew the job.
That was the only thing that they needed to do to end that game. So it was a calculated risk taken here by Team Vitality. And it's just as clean as ever. What do you expect from the Queens of MLBB? Now that they're back, you see how great in shape they are. So definitely a team to watch out for those in the same group as them.
Well, this is definitely a team that, again, we've heard it from their own interviews. You know, they're looking at MWI as this is the one that they want to win, obviously. You know, they want to get it all. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over for an interview for them. So let's throw it over for the interview.
I'm here joined by Shell from Team Vitality after a 2-0 against Twisted Minds. First of all, congratulations on an incredible performance, but I want to jump right into it. First time you're coming into MWI, not as champions, so tell me about your mindset. How is it different now compared to the past couple of years?
I think that this year we just have more motivation to win this tournament.
Okay. I mean, compared to last year, because you made it all the way to the finals, undefeated towards the very end. So I think everyone has the same thing on their mind. What are we going to see from Vitality coming into this tournament? But walk me through that first game. First of all, you set a new record, yourself and Team Vitality, 9 minutes and 39 seconds. The previous record, I believe, was set around 10 minutes by Team Omega Empress. So what kind of message do you think this victory sends to Omega Empress players and, of course, the rest of the teams competing here?
Message, I don't know, but I think we're gonna try to break that record again.
You want to break it? Okay, I don't know how much quicker you're looking at, but that was insane. And when it comes to this tournament, what is driving you in this competition? Is it redemption? Is it revenge? Or what is it?
Yes, of course, and also the trophy design is new this year, so we would want it.
Okay, well, we shall see what you and Team Vitality will be able to do. So far, a clean 2-0 start for your tournament run. Let's see what happens with the rest of the games. We still have one more best of 3 waiting for you, but before that, we'll head on over to the studio.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and Shell. And I told Sandstorm and Cheryl that Shell was one of my favorite to interview here in MWI, and she drops another banger of a line.
Yeah.
She still wants to break the fastest game win record, even though she already said it with Team Vitality with 9 minutes and something.
Maybe a bombshell, like really, literally just going on and to somehow even challenging themselves, right? She wants to beat their own record and the same season here for 2025, and that is definitely a statement. If I'm opposing team facing them tomorrow, I would be like glad to read that.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought like it was definitely a moment of like how I say, moving when I heard what Shell said. Like, it's okay, we're gonna try to break it again. And every single time when the camera is like focused on Shell, I can see from the camera, from out behind the camera itself, that yeah, Rema was just smiling to his ears, like saying, "Do it, Shell. I know. I believe in you."
Yeah. And before we talk up Team Vitality even more, though, I think we do have to acknowledge Twisted Minds much better in this game. And I think based on what we've seen from the drafts and what they were able to do against Team Vitality in this game, I'm seeing the potential of a team that could shock others. Because Twisted Minds have shown, it seems like, what their biggest strength is heading into this tournament. How good they are with punishing mistakes. They've scored 6 kills because every time they could punish over aggression on the side of Team Vitality, they took that chance.
And as Nice you have mentioned, it will take a whole lot of time if you're just chasing the Lancelot alone. So whenever they have the time and they see that Vival is just overstaying her welcome onto the clashes, that's a sign that Twisted Mind, we don't have to really capitalize or maximizing her resources. She's the one going onto the head for us. So all they have to do is somehow minimal effort, and all throughout the round, I like that they have the counter punch compared to game number 1, as you mentioned. There's more aggression here for game 2.
Yeah, to acknowledge counter punching though, Vivian sat there in the end to supplement what Fumi Echo did. I thought, it's like, why are you using the Raging Sandstorm there? You're gonna fall down. You don't have your flicker. But then here comes Vivian helping her out, saying, nope, she was just the bait. She set it up for me to make sure I could get my combo off as the Badang.
I mean, that is the point of using Khalid itself, because I actually personally try to learn roam by using Khalid first of all. And that Raging Storm, yes, it is very risky, but at the same time, it is where the fine line that if you want to go do it, you have to have a really good communication with your teammates. And that is where the Team Vitality show it and prove it that they believe in Fumi Echo.
Yes.
Fumi Echo, I'm so sorry, my bad.
No worries.
Fumi Echo, they believe in him, I believe in her, and not only that, they are always there to back her up.
Yeah, and now let us fully acknowledge what Team Vitality has done. They've set the record for the fastest game in MWI, and let's check out what the exact time is. Sandstorm did mention it earlier, but it's somewhere at around 9 minutes. There we go, Team Vitality's 9 minutes and 39 seconds game 1 win beat the fastest game record of last year's MWI, set by Smart Omega Empress, now of course Navi Philippines, at 10:24. That adds another chapter of lore to the rivalry between the two teams.
And there's so much title records that they want to reclaim.
Oh yeah.
This is not really a revenge arc, but somehow redemption for themselves. As she mentioned, they just want to beat themselves as well onto the fastest game record. Like onto the reviews matches, we could see them kind of struggling, but no, for this year, still undefeated. Of course, it's just the first match for the day and the first match for MWI. But looking forward more onto that kind of high-risk place, especially onto the sacrifice pay for Fumi Echo. As long as they get the game done, it's alright. Whatever you need to do, just get it done, and it's alright.
Yeah, for Team Vitality, this game was really a story of their frontliners, and that includes the jungler in Vival. Yeah, she's not a frontliner, but she was spending a lot of time holding down the front lines by maximizing her iframes with buying time. It was a tough game here for Twisted Minds and their jungler Hyde. You did see that Hyde was one of their key figures in terms of punishing the overstepping moments of Fumi Echo and Vival. But Vival, all throughout, was just an absolute menace that Twisted Minds just could not find a lot of hard answers to.
Yeah, and it was so hard here for Twisted Minds to just kind of come down. At first, they were struggling on to catch Vival, and as you mentioned, you just need to somehow make use of your time onto other efforts, not just alone taking on to Vival. And as you mentioned time and time again, they have to somehow divide and conquer here onto the map.
I mean, the fact that even we heard from the casters as instead that you invest so much time trying to catch Vival, and to a point that you actually give that opportunity to waste all of your skill set, all of your utilities, and then what you're gonna do if you didn't catch it, Vival. And in the end, now they can actually punish back to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
So with what we saw here from Twisted Minds and Vitality, I think we got to get a much better understanding of what these two teams bring to the table. Vitality, they've already said, okay, we want to be tempo setters, record breakers. For Twisted Minds, a little bit more counterpunch, which, of course, I've never had like a big problem with, because a lot of teams have won world championships through the mentality of deciding, hey, you know what, you can set the tempo, but we're the one who's gonna punish you instead. For Twisted Minds, do you think that's something that they should be continuing moving forward in this tournament?
Actually, in my opinion, it isn't something that they should stick in. We know that this is somewhat of a breakthrough for Twisted Minds, but they have to create their own persona. Personally, I see the potential, especially onto the play. For game number 2, they adjusted so quickly compared to game 1, which is what I mentioned, team brutality. But for game 2, we could definitely see the spark, the shine for Twisted Minds.
All right, so what about now for Team Vitality here, Fasha? Do you think they should still continue this pedal to the metal aggression? Or did that game number 2 like ping any signals in your head about like, maybe they're a little bit too aggressive?
There's a saying for it. If it's not broken, why fix it? Exactly. So definitely Team Vitality or Team Brutality definitely will continue on, and they don't need to worry about it because they know for a fact that they're going to get better and better and better. The question is, how long and how far can they go, and who will be able to step up and say like, nah, Team Vitality, we're ready to stop it out for a while.
Yeah, and another thing that I absolutely loved about this series is I feel like out of all the series that we've seen so far, not just here in Stream A and in Stream B included, this seems to be the most diverse in terms of drafting identities and picks that we've seen.
Yeah, I do agree with you, especially with the first pick onto the Paramis as well. We've seen some unorthodox picks or cheese picks as they call it.
Yeah.
But for Team Vitality, I like the fact as well that they're putting out their favorite heroes as well. So far, action pack, even though first game was the fastest game on record right now. But I do agree with what you mentioned.
Yeah, especially that Vitality decided to bring out the Khalid and just how well Fumi Eko was able to play it. Her aggression was on point. So I'm excited to see more of Team Vitality and Twisted Minds, honestly, with what they got to show in the draft. More of that unique flavor. Something that I feel like it's a good thing to set on the very first day of your appearance here in MWI, because so far we've seen a lot of games of like, this is what the template is, this is what the meta calls for. Here are suddenly two teams who go, let's show you what we want to bring to the table instead.
Yeah, we were asking, are we in the right timeline? Because we're seeing different metas from last year and even for the previous month before the patch, right? So this is somewhat of a statement that they could also create their own environment, their own meta here. And it all shows that it's a battle of execution after the draft.
I mean, exactly. We know for a fact that teams are already trying to adapt and putting a little bit of that support roles inside their own hero pools. But somehow, I love that Team Vitality said, like, no, we're going to stick to what we've already known for years and years. No matter what patch note it is, this is the right pick and it is really doing well for them.
Congratulations again to Team Vitality for starting off their campaign here at MWI 2025 with a 2-0 victory. Twisted Minds, I'm excited to see more of you and what you bring to the table with your drafts. Coming up next is another representative from Indonesia in Onyx to see if they can start off their campaign with a victory similar to Team Vitality as they go up against representatives from Latin America, Dream Max Girls. Once again, my name is Redmar here with Fasha Bunny and Athena. We will see you after a quick break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Call you right back. Call you right back.
Welcome back here to MWI at EWC 2025. We were just vibing out a little bit to the waiting screen music. Always a banger for the playlist. But now we have another banger of a match showing up with Onyx from Indonesia going up against DreamMax Girls of Latin America. I cannot wait to talk a little bit more about DreamMax Girls because there are a lot of inspiring things about this team that you're gonna really want to root for these ladies. Similar to Onyx as well. Again, my name is Renmar, your desk host for the remainder of this day. Still here with Fasha, Bunny, and Athena. How are we feeling after our first series in this shift?
I mean, I'm really happy that we got the second shift. It's like a heartwarming feeling that we've already seen all the 3 matches and now we're gonna end it off already to be prepared for the next day, you know?
Yeah, and especially since when we finish our shift, we can go straight to the hotel after this, so we're good, right?
Don't say that! It's show off too much.
Yeah, I think
Don't
first shift
reveal.
is still waiting, so I don't know.
But of course, even if I casted the first 2 matches, I'm not feeling any fatigue right now. It feels like the day is just starting, even if it's the final match of the day, by the way.
All right, you are our Iron Woman of the day, considering that you've been here all throughout, similar to Rose as well, providing the reporting. So congratulations to you, Athena. Your very first day here at MWI, and you are our Iron Woman. And again, if you want to join us here at EWC, MLBB is here all the way up until August 2nd. MSC 2025 and MWI 2025 will be here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's 1 game, 2 champions. So please join us here. One of my core memories from last year is being able to do this, MWI and MSC as well here at EWC. And trust me, it is an experience you do not want to miss out on. But I think there are also other happenings in different stages that we should not miss out on. So let's hear from Rose and a story that she has to share with us.
Hey guys, Rose here, back with another reporter hit from Stream B. So over here at Stream B, things are definitely getting very, very hot as Team Falcons just clean swept WoW GG with a 2-0. And for both the games, they actually use Estes and the Ube strat, which means the healer meta is definitely back. Up next, we have Rising Rage going up against Foot Esports. So don't go anywhere. And with that, let's right back to the panel.
Ooh, okay. So it seems like similar to what we got to see, healing definitely back on the board. I mean, it didn't work out in our broadcast, but at least it's working out over on Stream B. So let's see if we're going to see more of that. Actually, I would want that to be our first main question now. Would you want to see more healing on the board? Would you want to see the... Okay, right away. I like it. The SS Rafaelas. Why?
Actually, with the recent rework for the Rafaela, specifically for the Resurrection, it's for me, I'm having fun using the support role more onto the RGs, and it's much more similar to what we're kind of expecting here for the rest of MWI, not only sticking onto the hard tank meta for the roam, but also onto the supports, giving them a chance as well to shine. Angela started already, right?
Yeah. What about you? Would you want to see the healers back, or you're okay with maybe seeing it a little bit less?
I mean, I'm 50-50. I'm trying to be safe just like Chantal is. But then at the same time,
Wow.
I mean, I've seen it already before from the previous games or even from the previous tournament itself. And I think that we know that when it comes to support heroes, it's very tricky. So sometimes I don't want the players to risk too much because of the fact that we know that they're already in the metas right now. So yeah.
For me, I love it. I love that healing is back on the board because there is nothing more enjoyable than seeing a hero brought down to 10% health. Suddenly, a big chunk of life comes back through.
And it happened earlier with Mirai. And I mentioned that is not the heart. That is not the love that you want to receive from an Angela killing you off on a solo lane, right?
But I also get, we did get 2 years of a lot of healing, so a little bit of a past meta trauma, I guess, from Fasha. So I completely understand that.
I mean, I'm a big fan of support hero. I've been using Astas for a long time. I'm even started to use Florine as well. It's a really good combination or even a usage inside the hero pools. Even though they have been nerfed a bit. Florine, yes, has been nerfed for the patch note, but it's still relevant. But at the same time, there's so much aggression when the moment you started to use support heroes, everybody's saying, go get that support hero, down him first. And I'm like, don't kill me, please.
Yeah, and that's the life of every support hero in the game. You know, if there's actually one team that I'm banking on showing up with a support hero, it's this team from Indonesia. It's Onyx. There's something about them and their playstyle that I feel like has enough room in their lineup to just show that, okay, we need a little bit more healing to supplement the aggression that we bring to the table. So with Navillera, Sev, Levy, Poe, and Yippee, watch out for them because I got to see their games. What Vitality brings to the table, they can do that too.
And they're actually somewhat of the third placer on the recent BOG. Technically the second against Team Vitality, right? Onto the Indonesian qualifiers. And they're also considered as a new powerhouse, specifically because they're from a new lineage. Typically, most of the representatives from Indonesia came from the GPX Best Rank lineage, right? But for this round, I'm seeing a new different flavor that they can offer.
Oh yeah, and I like that you acknowledge that history. Of course, the members of what we used to call GPX Basreng now make up the members of Team Falcons Vega. That's the Indonesian Team Falcons female squad. Now it's Onyx, and yes, this is their first time actually in the international stage at this level. But these are made up of veterans who have been playing MLBB professionally from 3 to 5 years on the average. And of course, a few of them have participated in international tournaments in Southeast Asia as well, with them coming from MBR Delphine, EVOS Lynx, and RRQ Mika. So yeah, they're experienced. It feels like, do you think we might be seeing a team here that despite them being in the MWI for the first time, that they'll play as if they've played internationally for 3 to 5 years now?
I mean, hey, even Zeph from the side of Onyx had been acknowledged by Onyx itself. Like, for example, Fanny, the use of Fanny itself has been a signature hero for Zeph. Yeah. And the fact that we've seen that a lot of acknowledgement is coming in from another players, like, for example, RRQ's Susujin, as well as Kyrie, and as well as Savaro. So that means that there's a possibility that even though they are newbies here, but they are still well known inside the community of Indonesia itself.
All right. So now let's talk about their opponents in DreamMax Girls from Latin America. This is a very different DreamMax team that we saw compared to last year, as after their loss at MWI 2024, they decided to rebuild around Angeles. They are very proud of their comms, and they are very proud that Angeles is at the heart of their roster with Day, Camis, Lucy, and Blaze Kitty. Actually, all of them have said terrific things about their jungler Angeles and what she brings to the table for the team.
All of them are singing praises for Angeles. I do agree with you. And even their coach actually said that Angeles is the heart. And of course, somehow they look up to her onto the guidance of what she can provide in terms of experience. You mentioned that she's the only one remaining from the previous roster that we've seen from last year's MWI. And I do hope so that they've resolved some of the communication issues as well. But I think with the rebuild, it's somehow a revamped version as well for DreamMax Girls.
I mean, additional facts to the fact that they rebuilt themselves, they actually had to meet up with their former DMX players as well when they actually tried to qualify. I think the fact that they were able to beat up Alpha 7E, this is the point where the DreamX girls say, like, if I can beat my former players, that means that we're already stepping up to another whole level. And I love the storyline that Rema already set up with the fact that Angeles, there's a storyline that is very moving for these girls. And even Athena already said about how Angeles is the backbone of the team itself. And I saw the interview and they almost cried, but they didn't want to actually disclose what it is. But I really hope that Angeles is really able to overcome whatever that she has done last year and bring all the memories as well as all the momentums here for the MWI.
So, Angeles, who is this oh so important focal point character for DreamMax Girls from Latin America? Let's know more about her.
Meu nome é Bárbara, eu sou coach secretária.
Meu nickname é Blaskit e eu sou Gold Laner.
Eu sou a Dai e eu sou ex-Lane. Angeles é coração, Angeles é persistência. Eu me inspiro bastante na Angeles.
Eu acredito que a Angeles seja uma inspiração pra gente, porque ela nos ajudou muito e continua ajudando. E, enfim, eu acho ela uma pessoa incrível.
Eu acho que essa derrota foi muito necessária para o nosso time. É ela que fez a gente estar aqui hoje, no meio do caos, no meio de toda a loucura, no meio da tristeza. A gente se remontou, peça a peça, perdão. A gente se remontou e agora a gente está aqui. Então valeu muito a pena.
Sobre quando eu preciso de uma amiga, eu tenho a Angeles. E quando eu preciso de uma capitã, eu tenho a Angeles.
Ai, eu amo vocês. É muito importante reconhecer o que tem atrás do player. Claro que eu também erro bastante, eu também tô aqui tanto quanto elas pra poder aprender, pra poder melhorar. E eu me senti muito bem, assim.
That's why we've been highlighting Angeles. Very clear that DreamMax Girls, very important to them.
And that's how you empower women, right? That's how you build friendships over communication and how you look up to Angeles as well. I'm a bit teary-eyed with that visual alone, but I could see the determinants and of course the somehow looking up to Angeles for the rest of the gang.
And the fact that you don't know what is happening behind the scene. And we know everyone has their own struggle, but the fact that you can overcome it, you can face it without everybody knows it, that's the strength that everybody should praise about DreamHack and everyone else around in MWI.
That is the story of Angeles and DreamHack girls, but it is not their story alone. It is also the story of an Indonesian team. Onyx, a new lineage, a new bloodline, a new potential powerhouse and legacy to build up. That is the upcoming match. It's Onyx of Indonesia. It's DreamHack girls of Latin America. Let's toss you on over to the stage to introduce our two teams.
Final best of 3 to wrap up the day. So far, it has been a dominant performance from every single one of the teams that have stepped onto the stage. 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0, and a record-breaking performance in our third match. And I cannot wait to see what our final match has in store for us.
Now, I really wonder, is this going to be different? Throughout the day, we have seen clean sweeps all across the board. But for the next two teams that we will be witnessing in a couple of moments' time, they are known as the Dark Horses right here for MWI 2025. So much unknown about them. But at the end of this final series, we will be finding out who will be continuing their tournament life here at MWI 2025. And with that, let's jump in to this series. And what better time, because it's Onyx time! Now all eyes on Onyx as they are prized to be an all-new powerhouse. For the first time in MWI history, a second Indonesian representative is in the team coming in from the GPX lineage. What we'll be expecting here from the all-new Onyx.
And their competitors in our final series of the day. Give it up for DreamHack! Dominators of the LATAM qualifier and the Copa da Fria champions, DreamHack bring established excellence to Riyadh. After placing in the group stage of MWI in 2024, they return as Latin America's pride with championship pedigree and confidence. Cheryl, it's hard to believe that we're already at the end of the road for our first day of competition. 4 series almost wrapped up, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Onyx time, you said it yourself. This last series is going to be on fire.
Now I am super excited, but humor me, because what I think is going to happen, there is probably going to be mayhem happening in the jungle. But from what I know, right here from Onyx, they have gotten the homage, the nod from the Onyx boys that the jungler is really on fire. Whereas our Angeles, who is the jungler over from DreamHack girls, have a dream. They want to prove themselves with this brand new roster. So, friends at the studio, humor me. Will there be mayhem at the jungle? Let's hand it over to you to find out more.
All right, so they've entered the stage. DreamHack, Onyx. We have to talk a little bit more about how they play. So, I gotta be honest, it's a little bit of a blind spot for me, the playstyle of DreamHack. I did get to see their qualification matches in a few of their games, but it seems like their playstyle is a little bit more... I don't want to say chaotic. I know there's a certain structure to how the Latin American teams play, but maybe it's just because I'm from a completely different region and that structure to me is quite foreign. While for Onyx, it's very familiar to us as a Southeast Asian team, the structure, the conditions that they always want to check. So maybe you could fill me in the knowledge in terms of what Onyx brings to the table first.
And actually, you're right about being more on the structured side when it comes to the battles, macro plays. So that's what we're talking about here for Onyx Indonesia. And we could definitely expect that here for the MWI. And you've mentioned for DreamHack, even though it's chaotic, some may see the beauty in it. It's unpredictable. Sometimes when you're chaotic, there will be caught off guard. Like, will be a surprise for your opponents, right?
All right, so that's a knowledge laid down by Athena. Let's see if we can learn a little bit more about Onyx through this.
Kalau dari aku pengennya sih Onyx diingat sebagai kayak perjuangannya yang terus berjuang, soalnya kita kemarin di turnamen buat dapetin slot ini kayak agak lumayan susah karena sempat kalah. Tapi kita bisa bangkit lagi sampai kita dapet slotnya. Pengennya udah pasti bakalan jadi tim terbaik, pengen jadi tim terbaik dari Indonesia, pengen kayak mungkin kalau misalnya rezekinya pengen juara juga di EWC ini.
I appreciate Onyx for not being shy about it. They want to be the best team in the world. They have their eyes set on becoming MWI champions in their first time here on this stage. The structure, as Athena talked about, yeah, very evident in their playstyle. But maybe you, Fasha Bunny, can discuss a little bit more about DreamHack girls and how they play.
I mean, we've heard from the side of last year whereby Angelus were denied, or should I say restrained from using Assassin Jungler, probably because she was not given the belief, or even probably was scared that it would actually throw out the chemistry that was done by DreamHack itself. But coming into the new year of MWI itself, I think that this is where Angela said that I want to prove them wrong. Like, not just the former players, even those who actually doubt her that she can do Assassin Jungler. And the fact that we are seeing that this is the meta of Assassin Jungler, we are looking forward to see how she's going to actually build up all the rotation with the rest of the new members of DreamHack girls.
Yeah, we find ourselves in a sweet spot in the meta where a few months ago it was all about the assassins. Now, the tanks and the fighters have made a comeback. It's a little bit more even. You can decide, you can pick your poison and what you want to play in the jungle. It's a jungler showdown between Sev and Angelus, and yeah, I hope we see some anime battles.
Oh, and it's also the time for Angelus to somehow regain her confidence because of what happened from last year with the hero pool itself. And you mentioned the assassin meta is on fire right now, right? So they should explore more options for this year's MWI. And talking about the bans right now, for the Uranus, whole day, just not being able to play it again.
Let me just interject that. You know why they actually banned off Uranus as well as Fanny? This is the reason why they give the full respect straight away to Zev. We've talked about it, that she's the best jungler. She's been already acknowledged by all of the players, not just by the community, but the best players of Onyx, or even best players of Indonesia.
Yeah,
Guys.
I will echo that statement. Kyrie and Sutsujin have said Sev is one of the best, if not the best Fanny player that they've seen.
Better than them, actually, he said that.
Yeah, and that's true. Actually, they're not kidding around. So it's something that you have to acknowledge if you're a DreamHack girls, right? And for the side of Onyx Indonesia, they're very straightforward. They want to achieve a goal, and sometimes you just have to stick to your ground. Never let them know your weakness. And even for the interview, right? And then we could see straightforward answers, straightforward drops here, acknowledging the Matilda remove as well.
And I like how for the first set of bans, we are seeing acknowledgement of comforts. Well, I mean, Zetian is a meta hero, so not really a comfort. But for Onyx, they're taking away the Yisan Shin, Baksha, Matilda. Those are three core heroes actually to the playstyle of not just DreamHack, but Latin America as a whole in the past few months of MLBB. Before Yisan Shin became big, he was an option in Latam. Before Baksha became big, he was the main roaming option for some of the best teams in Latin America for a lot of the teams. And for DreamHack girls, taking away of course, we've discussed the Fanny, but the Uranus actually was one of the key picks for Onyx in their qualification on the route to MWI as to why they made it here in the first place. So acknowledgement, respect in comforts is what we see in the first phase of the draft.
That was even before the patch 1.9.19.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay, I almost lost my breath there, but acknowledging the Uranus is actually a good deal, a good big thing here for DreamHack.
Oh yeah.
And you would want to limit also the hero or the comfort picks here for Onyx Indonesia, knowing that they're also from a strong region. They're not emerging, they're a developed region for MLBB women in esports, right? They have Team Vitality on their country, so most likely we could expect more dominating rounds here for Onyx Indonesia.
I mean, looking at the ban wise, right? And we know most of it is definitely the signature or the respect, the acknowledgement, or even the meta has been taken out. Now the question is, there are certain heroes that still open up. So the first pick is going to be Kalea, and we saw how, again, it has been enough, doesn't even matter. It's the best pick-off hero to start off, and you know for a fact that if you can have a really good setup, you can actually get a really good initiation. Onyx says that let's get it off so that it can be done right on the dot.
Yeah, and this Kaleo first pick here by Onyx actually echoes some of the statements that we've been saying. This Onyx squad has a near religious devotion to river control. And Kalea is one of the best heroes that you can pick up to do that.
Yeah, and you want to control the jungle as early as you can, even with the wilderness blessing, everything that you can gather, as long as you have the vision and of course the AoE or global damage. Speaking of which,
wow,
a perfect combination of partner here for the Kalea. I was actually talking to Mirko with this one. What do you want to partner with the Kalea? Forza is the go-to if it's open.
Yeah, and you see that again, a near religious devotion to river control. The Kalea and the Farsa can rotate around the map super quick. That DreamHack need to compensate that in the center of the map with whatever the roamer is gonna be. The Fredrin's already there, yes, so you don't need to go super hard tank. You might even want to consider throwing a Cho in there if you are DreamHack's girls, considering that other than the Kalea, that's the next best pick you can go for to have that aggressive and quick control at the center of the map.
And so far, we could definitely see them acknowledging also onto the gold lane. The Irrital has been such a very huge dominating hero here all throughout the series or matches. And the Arlot acknowledge here for Onyx Indonesia, trying to limit on what they could pick off here for GMAX onto the XP or even the roam, because so far I believe this Fredrin will be onto the jungle.
Yeah.
And if you want to actually cut down even more gold laners, you can actually even take out Granger, because it also has been phenomenal, prominent choice here for the MWI.
Yep.
Take it out, make sure that at least you have the chance for 1-1 to stay strong on its own. Even with the crossbow tank, yeah, it is very untouchable, but you still have to be aware of those who are on your opponent's side, who has the best cooldown, who has the best level up, that can actually counter off 1-1.
Okay, so you mentioned the Granger, and I agreed with that. That's one route that they could have gone for. They went for the other route. They actually took out the carry. So with them taking out the carry, DreamHack's girls take out one of the best heroes that could actually deal with this Fredrin. And considering that they are playing a pick-off lineup, the carry would have paired up perfectly well with the Kalea and the Farsa. But I agree with Fasha here. I think Onyx now are more encouraged to consider picking up the Granger as their top priority. And after that, I'll dish out one spicy pick, Beatrix.
And it's okay. It doesn't matter what formula you use, as long as the answer is still, or the goal is still to try and limit on who could melt down this Fredrin here for GMAX.
Yeah.
But looking here for Onyx Indonesia, attacking the Gatot Kacha, being removed. So somewhat limiting the roam as well here for Lucy. Pero,
We talked about it. Wait.
Yeah, we have. We've been wondering where the heck Yuzong has been.
And behind the scene, we were saying like, is it possibility that Yuzong will be coming off from MWI? But because we haven't seen it yet on our first day, and now finally on the last
maybe
day,
we
last
manifested
series.
it.
Oh wow!
Because earlier I was just asking Michelle, like, what's the proper pronunciation here for the Yuzong? We kept on asking different proper pronunciations for the heroes. But maybe.
You with the Marol spot.
Okay, so this is why they picked up the Yuzong, because DreamHack knew they had two best possible picks left on the board. The Beatrix and the Granger. Two picks that, if ever, the Yuzong actually would have given a lot of difficulty to. So they were forced to pick up the Claude that's a bit more mobile. And actually, I really like this Claude pick. I'll always love when a guy pick up. So I'm very happy with the draft of the Onyx. I'm not freaking out. Pandas are my favorite animal. Angela is actually the pickup there for GMAX.
We've seen the Ake being picked off earlier.
Yeah.
Sadly, it didn't work, but maybe for this round, I could see the happiness in Myanmar's eyes.
And again, remember, that was a classic combo in the past. Akai and Farsa together.
Right? And for the side of GMAX, okay, it's going to be the support. Angela.
All right, those are quick thoughts on the draft. Let's go on over to the casters.
Thank you for the quick thoughts there for the panel. We've had our own quick thoughts here on the draft, and we love to see it. The Akai coming through, the Angela on the other side. What is up, guys? Once again, welcome to the desk. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Brigida to bring you the last best of 3 here. Day 1, MWI at EWC. And once again, we have Onyx versus Dream Max Girls. Brigida, what do you think of the lineup here? Are you on the same sentiments with the panel?
Yep, I've been actually dancing.
You've been dancing.
Since they've been picking up the Akai, the Claudes, and the Yuzhongs, specifically for this draft. They brought out all the surprises towards the latter portions of it.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since we've seen that jumbo hard card together with the Black Dragon form combination, which we will likely be seeing later on.
Whoa.
But for now, what we're seeing is the first blood going into the hands of Onyx Philippines. That's going to be Camus immediately taken down. And it seems like they still want to go for Lucy, but she takes out the possibility of getting stunned with a Fury 5, but not even that. Okay, my mic got displaced. Okay.
It got displaced. Onyx Indonesia is on a roll already, 2-0. And, you know, this is a thing, man. Like, with Onyx, they're still going.
They do not want to stop. Pao will not get punished for that, okay? So, as you were saying, this is exactly why the casters mentioned. However, Onyx is trying to play is not that different from Team Vitality. And another quick rotation coming in from Levy. Oh my goodness.
This is a whole lot of action, Brigida, that we're not used to seeing this. Like, I mean, maybe that first blood under the minute that we saw earlier on, but this is already a total of 4 kills going on. Sev?
Now it's Angelus that they're trying to go after, but Sev, okay, will be somehow able to keep herself safe and will get that level 4 as well. So it's been a very aggressive first few minutes for Onyx.
Every single time that we get a new camera angle, I feel like something is happening.
I guess this is why our panelists have been putting so much emphasis on Onyx and their river control.
Yeah.
Because look at how in control they are based on how they're playing out their mid rotations, and this is gonna be so much trouble for Dream Max Girls because you wanna put so much of your resources, so much of your attention to Blaze Kitty, but how are you gonna do just that? Your XP lane, your mid lane, they're just so pressured right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure going around. That's a really clean turtle take too, just with everything that happened, you know, the past couple minutes, allowing Onyx to go ahead and do that. So it's a lot of aggression early on. I mean, a Feathered Airstrike being dropped down, I feel like, you know, for just this mid lane, a lot of the focus has been there.
Yeah.
And then look how fast they rotate down to put pressure here against Blaze Kitty.
Okay, there's no Feathered Airstrike, however, but this is going to be enough to provide some space for Yippee and Sev to get some energy shields, but it seems like there's a plan coming in from Angelus. They won't go for the commit. However, there's still the threat of Onyx fighting back anyway, so they probably want to respect that for now.
I think for Dream Max Girls, one of the big things is, again, playing around Lucy here. Lucy just got the level 4, so she's got the Heart Guard ultimate now available to her. She could actually help with either, you know, easing some of that pressure or that aggression that's come out from Onyx earlier on, or possibly to set things up, especially when you have when Day is on this Yuzhong, like you mentioned earlier. It's been a while. Oh no, Day?
And speaking of Day.
I'm sorry, Day. As soon as I mentioned it, you're gone.
We didn't even see the Black Dragon form in action just yet, because even for the first objective, it was just a clean take from Onyx. So now they're clearly showing us that this is the kind of play style that they want to go after, even if it's a somehow unconventional in the current meta type of gold lane that we're seeing. They're just making it work based by looking at their mid rotation.
Yeah, you see this pressure still being put on this side of the jungle for Dream Max Girls, and really having to do work to secure it for Angelus, you know, to get this purple buff even. But as you mentioned, it's the gold lanes are pretty much at a standstill because there's been so much pressure on the other sides of the map. You know, Yippie's just been able to farm up. They're going to contest this, though.
Oh, a well-timed knock-up coming in from Pao. Now that denies the contest coming in from Dream Max Girl, but the blazing do it from Yippee! Will be able to take down Camus. Dream Max Girls, however, they're fighting back. They took down Livy and Poe, and now it might be Napilera next. but that seems to be the end of the duration of the Black Dragon
Jay's
form.
jumping
However,
in.
Jay still wants to go for it. Plays Kitty, supplying the free hits, but that might not be enough, and DreamHack girls have to disengage.
Oh, that's too bad. Again, I'm surprised they continued on. Maybe they should have just got what they had and backed off, but, you know, nonetheless, a trade for both sides. But Yippee still using that Blazing Duet. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a quad really in action competitively.
Ouch.
But they can see they want to focus down this tier 1 turret. That's going to be the focus for Onyx. And they'll get that. So again, second turret of the game, second turret going down. Now that top and that bottom are clear. They'll make their way up to the mid lane now to focus on that. So DreamHack girls, where can they turn this around already as we get into these mid games here? We're going to see the instant replay of this. This was a fight once again that was initiated. Pao jumps in, uses a tsunami slam. It gets focused. The Heart Guard and the Yuzhong combination we were talking about before is so good. Great Petrify down here too to stop some of that feathered airstrike from Livy. But again, they do eventually re-engage. So that combination with the Heart Guard and the Yuzhong is always going to be something that they can use for DreamHack girls. But a lot of it again is the timing on it.
Yeah, and like, who do they decide to go for? I think it's pretty much a given that you want to go after Livy, but what happened in that exact team fight was the plan B we could expect from Onyx, which is again, Yippee is still deciding to go in, dishing out the damage towards the members of DreamHack girls. So Onyx have a very good way of splitting DreamHack girls up, even though they want to make it work or they want to revolve around the Yuzhong and the Black Dragon form and the engages later on.
So with that, last turtle of the game, just going to go in the hands of Onyx. So 3 for 3 here, objectively, securing everything they need. So DreamHack girls will let that go through. I'm wondering if they're going to be in a position to actually... Oh, he just gets out of there, by the way. But if DreamHack girls will actually just... kind of focus on the Lord to come up here. Will they be in a position to actually contest it? As we take a look at the items here, you're already seeing the disparity between some of the crucial lanes differences, especially, you know, Seb has a good 2,000 gold against Angelus here. Oh, Dave's in trouble.
That's another pick-off from Onyx. And going back to what you mentioned, I think it's still not going to be easy for DreamHack girls, considering that Livy alone answers so much in the lineup of DreamHack girls already. And the damage that she's able to provide, it can really severely hinder whatever DreamHack girls wants to do for that
feathered
upcoming...
airstrike, basically.
Yeah, for that upcoming objective fight, because there's little to no range for DreamHack girls, honestly. Like, comparing it to the feathered airstrike, comparing it to the reach of the Tidal strike, it's going to be so difficult for them if they don't find the right position.
Yeah, that's a great point, because typically why we see Farsa so strong and such a priority right now with a lot of lineups is the zoning potential, the amount of damage burst that comes through. And that's not really matched by a lot of heroes, but then you consider that, okay, how do we play against it? Well, sometimes you have to wait for the feathered airstrike to be done with, or you end it, which is what we saw Day do when she's got the Heart Guard. But again, that's all kind of a timing thing, because you're seeing just the damage there is split, and actually surprisingly too, even the Yakai from Nivelera is being second in terms of the damage. So again, it's not every day you see an XP lane. Oh no, get out of there, Goddess!
But how?
Hero has been slain.
There's no other
That's the
way.
damage.
Yeah. And how does she walk out of that? Like, I don't think, or she already probably used her first skill to reposition somehow get away from that. So she could have crossed the wall. And now this is a free Lord going into the hands of Onyx. And honestly, I feel like one of my worries heading into this game was how well are they gonna layer their skills? There's the heavy spin, which can potentially, push back some of the other members of DreamHack girls, and you want them to be in a certain spot for Yippee and Livy to actually land their skills. But it seems like there's a different purpose to the heavy spin of Nivelera at this point. It's just gonna provide that additional barrier. So DreamHack girls, they definitely won't be able to go for the targets that they want to go for the pickups that they want to go for, because look at this guy just blocking every single opportunity away from DreamHack girls.
There they go, prepped up. Lord in the mid lane, DreamHack girls still quite down in terms of gold. The shields are going to be popped, so they clear out with that wave, but the Lord will charge in the mid. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down. Do they just get the turret here, but they force them back already? Are they going to be able to defend this one?
That was just the Feathered Airstrike and the Queller, but that was so much damage already. Now there's the Black Dragon form and the Heart Guard. They're trying their best to defend this, but they lose 2 inhibitor turrets already. Navaliera might just go for the attempt, but it seems like the Tsunami Slam will be used first. Navaliera falls down, however, and there's the double kill from Kamis. Blaze Kitty trying to look for the stacks. Won't be able to use that crossbow of Tang, but imagine they were already able to do that even without the crossbow of Tang.
They got at least a couple kills for DreamHack Girls. That's what they needed. They lost 2 of the base turrets, almost 3 though. And again, you know, it was Onyx just kind of deciding like, hey, can we actually end it here off this push? They kind of tested it out. Navaliera also got checked a little bit. She got blasted pretty quickly. You're going to see this once again from our instant replay. The Heart Guard was there on day. They jump on in. Navaliera's like, oh my goodness, they actually are starting to hurt. And that was a great Petrify too. Oh, meanwhile.
Oh, there's another fight happening here in mid. Navaliera might not be able to escape this. Sendo goes in, shuts down Kamis, and the Blazing Duet from Yibi will be the follow-up, so they will be pushing through with the fight. 3 members down from DreamHack Girls. Yipi's still trying to go for it. The Heart Guard is used onto Angelus, and that will be enough to keep them alive.
I think they want to push in. They're all in the base. They have that one wave pushing down bot. They're going to clear this out. They have the mid wave pushing in as well, and DreamHack Girls will still hold on. I thought they were going to go ahead and continue on further. They're 30 seconds away from the Lord to come up. But we have to quickly look at the itemization once again. There's still a big difference, at least here in the gold lane especially. But if Blaze Kitty can get that crossbow of Tang off, it can be set up for her. Again, she's only got the trinity of items that she needs, but still she's lacking that opportunity to get the airtime. That's the biggest problem here. So Lucy's got the choice of, do I use this on Blaze Kitty, for example? Do I use that Heart Guard there? Or do I always use it on Day? As this Lord is going to be taken again. Unless, oh no.
One more time though. Will they get to take down Navaliera? But it seems like Angelus will be the first to fall. It's not going to be Navaliera. Day's also pretty low. And Yippee with a double kill. Make it a triple actually, as he also goes for Blaze Kitty and a maniac towards Day. It's only Lucy left alone.
Here's Yippee for the Savage.
On the side of DreamHack Girls. Yippee going for the Savage and might just actually take it. The first Savage here in MWI, and Onyx secures game number 1.
And they did it through teamwork. Onyx coming out with a Savage, coming out with a victory in game 1 of the best of 3. You can see they're definitely happy about that. Once again, it just looked like, man, there was a moment that maybe DreamHack Girls could turn things around, but then they went for that fight. I almost would have said better off to just try to defend again. But unfortunately for them, maybe they had no choice. Maybe they just had to go for it and see what would happen. And unfortunately for them, they got caught in a bad situation, a bad choke point around that Lord. And they just kind of got split up and dismantled there in that fight.
I mean, who knew that there was an Akai approaching them from that angle as well? Because that's the jungler, the Retribution holder. So you would expect that at least that could be one of either 2 people holding the objective, trying to dance around it. But since they already decided to go in with the Black Dragon form and all that, and they were unaware of the angles, it's again a very great response coming in from Onyx.
Definitely a great response and a great game number 1. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the panel back in the studio to break down game 1.
If you want to set up the standard and set yourself up as a possible brand new powerhouse in the world, you do it with a Savage. What is up with Onyx gold laners and getting Savages, huh?
That's how you rev up your engine, right? And we could definitely see the power surging through, and that's how confident they are. First game on the MWI, your first ever game here, and you get that Savage. I think it's in their blood. It's in their DNA, I think.
I mean, we've been always talking about the junglers. We've been focusing on Angelus as well as Zaf Showdown. But little do we know, here comes Yippee popping off everywhere, just doing everything that is possible that denies the movement of DreamHack's goal itself. And they couldn't do anything. Yes, you have Yuzong. You were supposed to be right on the front line. But then it was shut down completely. Angelis overextend. And that definitely gives a really good hope for the team of Onyx to just shut down DreamHack.
It totally changed the atmosphere. Their relaxed attitudes earlier, they were like all smiling after that savage here for Yippee, and that IGN is the perfect Yippee.
Hello, it wasn't just them. We were here inside our own studio just say Yippee when she got the savage as well. We were all for it for her.
I said something, but I think it's better off that I don't say what I yelled out. But I was happy about it. I was definitely very, very happy about it. For Onyx, well, we did say the Claude was like at that point a really good pickup because we've tossed up the possibilities. They could have gone Granger, they could have gone Beatrix. Seeing that there's a Yuzong on the other side, they needed something really mobile. The Claude ended up becoming a perfect pick. And that Claude, I feel like it ended up personifying what Onyx had a really good strength in for this game, which is unpredictable mobility, where they can approach from multiple angles. They don't have to fight honest MLBB. While DreamHack's girls, clearly their lineup was all about honest MLBB with an Angela Fredrin at the heart of their combination with a Yuzong Kimmy. That is as honest as you can get with playing this game.
It's not much of an improvise, more on playing onto their strengths here for Onyx Indonesia, right? Especially with the Claude pick. We've mentioned you need to be very agile when it comes to a Yuzong, right? You will be hunted down each and every time. But with a Claude, you have the freedom. You have the freedom to get a savage, right? And that's what happened here for Onyx Indonesia. A new powerhouse in the making here for MWI.
And the fact that you talked about how Panda is your favorite animal and it was popping off everywhere. That heavy spin was just right on time, denying every movement of DreamHack's goal itself.
Wherever you are, put some respect. Put some respect on Akai's name. Every time I bring it up in MPL Philippines, you're like, nah, that guy's a little bit crazy. I mean, in this scenario though, it was perfect because it added a little bit more of chaos to counter up what DreamHack wanted to bring to the table, and it worked out very well, supplementing the rest of the team. Let's go get a magnifying glass and look a little bit closer at two specific players at a very specific role. I believe we are going to be looking at I've forgotten what I've already requested for here, I'll be honest. Okay, it was the Rovers, exactly right. Thank you.
Okay.
I got blindsided by my whole love for Akai here. Poe and Lucy, we decided we wanted to focus on this because it's the perfect contrast. On one side, you have a very active roamer who sets the tempo through aggression, while DreamHack are playing a roamer that, if you're up against a Farsa, a Kalea, it's so difficult to control the center of the map.
And that is what I think Fasha wants to point out when it comes to the question, like if you are against or pro onto the support roamers, and it really reflects onto this era or onto this game. Like you mentioned, that it is an easy target if you're like onto the support roam, right?
Yeah.
You could easily be countered versus on what Onyx Indonesia has together with the Kalea. You could have the freedom to actually set the tempo, set the clashes compared to the Angela, right?
In some ways, it feels like we actually saw an alternate universe version of the previous series, where in game number 1, you're seeing a lineup with a lot of aggression, a lot of tempo setting, against a lineup that was going a little bit more defensive and counter-punchy.
I mean, the fact that we've talked about it again, is it you want to actually hold on to the same pattern that we've seen so far from the early previous games, matches of MWI, the opening itself from the start, we see that it's the signature heroes or even the metas heroes been pulled out, or even trying to peel a little bit of the triad arrow itself. But again, going back to the support hero, I'm just gonna state the fact that it's not about the trauma of the years itself, it's the fact that I'm back again after years of leaving MLBB. Here's a fun fact, okay? I left MLB for years and years. I only played for probably like 3 seasons during when they launched it, and I came back from MLB because I love it back. And the fact that I tried to play the support and I felt like, whoa, this is too aggressive. Why people hate support so much? Like, give some respect. heck, man? But again, this is the reason why we keep on saying support. It's a really risky 50-50 situation.
To be fair, I feel like all those deaths in game came from respect because they knew what you brought to the table. And that's exactly what happened to the roamer of DreamHack's Girl there, Lucy, up against Poe. It was way too difficult. With everything that was happening with the gold lane, the roam, the mid lane rotations, it seems like one of our stars heading into this game was sort of under the radar, but she had a near perfect game. Let's look at Sev flexing off her mechanical skills.
Oh ya, anak kami. Yeah, Sef. EV. Siapa namanya? XEV. Because she can play funny.
Because her funny is good.
Sujin jago or Safe jago dan Fanny?
Everything. I just think that I'm good, but not that good. It's just enough.
Can you show us your Fanny skills?
Oh my god, jago banget. Gacor. Makasih ya atas pujiannya, guys.
Gimana?
Bang, putaran gas lawan.
Ini gacor banget, gak sih? Dia udah bisa gantiin Kairi nih di MPL.
Udah boleh nanti kita ketemu langsung ajak Dewan Kairi.
Gacor. Kairi hati-hati ya.
Makasih ya.
Kamu bakal ke-replace sama Chef Yola.
Makasih ya.
Iya. Makasih loh. Teman-teman.
Again, if you missed the pre-show, exactly what we were talking about there earlier with Sev, highly touted as a Fanny player. By the way, real quick, Athena pointed this out. Shout out to Oheb of Team Liquid because he was on the sticker on the back of that device that Sev was using. We don't know if that was her device, whoever it was, but they owned the Oheb sticker. Shout out to you, Oheb. But yeah, Sev, really good in Assassins, and she is highly touted.
And a huge shout out to Kairi. Be careful. You mentioned, watch out for Sev.
Yeah.
You might be replaced for the main team, right?
Yeah. Now at this point, I really hope we actually get to see a chance of her playing this Fanny. A few more bits of information are going to be showing up in your screen in just a bit so that we can get to understand this player a little bit more. One of the stars that we've described under Onyx. Real quick, actually, I'm very curious. Are there any very wow players for you in the Malaysian Academy League that sticks in your mind as really good at Assassins? I'm just curious.
Assassin-wise, I guess there's a lot probably from a couple of teams that from even the grand finals itself, the champions. But even though the spotlight has been given to the Assassins while, but again, during that time, the patch notes was a lot for the mid laners because Kimi was popping off really, really good. But yeah, gold laner as well as the mid laner was the high and rising stars of that tournament itself.
Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at this quick quote from Sev. She mentioned here that I have terrible eyesight. I'm so sorry, Athena, could you help me out?
Okay, according to Sev is that DreamHack's Girls is not on par with C teams yet. Good luck, have fun, but keep an eye out on our gold lane.
Wait, when did she say that? She said this before the series started.
Yeah.
So she manifested it about saying keep an eye out on our gold lane. Who got the first Savage of the tournament?
Yeah, and very specific. It's that's not a small punch, by the way. That's a huge punt here for Sev. And actually trying to predict, watch out, we have something in store, and that is the first Savage ever here for MWI.
Here's the question is, who actually set up this storyline? I mean, I'm questioning right now why we keep on actually circling around the jungles to a point that we actually left behind the gold lane. How could you guys?
I mean, I again, remember, based on what our community has said for many years, MLBB is actually scripted. You know, everything's predetermined. Of course it isn't. We're kidding. It just so happens to be that some people are really good at their jobs of analyzing the game and preparing the creative stuff, that it's just perfectly all set up. But in that regard, we would like to thank Sev for actually already setting up the gold lane Savage, even though we didn't hear about it in the past.
True. And definitely that is something that we should watch out for. Their comments, their advices on what they have to say versus the teams. They're manifesting each and every lane. Watch out for a gold lane, and then we get the first ever Savage for MWI. What's next, Sev? What can you predict more?
Okay, wait. I kind of have an realization. I think I was actually being denied, or should I say, I kind of mental block all the memories, and this is not giving justice to the question that you gave me, Renma. How dare dare I forget the MVP of my MAL? He was the jungler of CG Esports. Gary was amazing. He was doing well, and especially additional into CG Esports as well, especially the fact that they just rebuilt themselves and they have additional import players from Indonesia as well. So it proves that the fact that yes, not only the rest of the players are circling around the mid laners, which is Chiku guys, but Gary was popping off as the MVP of the tournament itself.
Yeah, and then to take that storyline of a team like rebuilding around a certain piece, we of course clearly we got to see that in DreamHack, but I think what sort of flew under the radars here, that it's also somewhat the story of this Onyx squad, because they had to find a management and fight for their spot to say, hey, we all want to play together. We've experienced here and there being able to play together in different aspects of the game, different tournaments, different teams all throughout the years. Please, can you get us under one organization so we can form a team? That's the story of Onyx.
And that's how you build a powerhouse, right? The trust and of course the support is really important here for them to be able to somewhat create this super team for Onyx Indonesia. And talking about the Fanny as well, I am looking forward. She already predicted that they should watch out for the gold lane here for Onyx Indo. I'm looking forward to her playing the Fanny if she's that confident, right?
She's not gonna get it. DreamHack said no.
DreamHack literally say like, no, Fanny.
Stop. Just stop.
They literally saw the previous highlight clip, but of course, I just want to say a quick shout out to Coach Secretaria of DMX. She is one of the most decorated female coaches in the history of our game. Through her participation and experience coaching the men's team, some of the best men's teams in Latin America. So she's coached in MSC, one or two M series if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, Coach Secretaria is she's one of the, okay, so if Louise is the roaming goat, she's one of the greatest of all time coaches from that region. So her banning out these assassins and then first picking the Uranus shows that.
Okay. The day is not yet ending. I was just saying earlier that I have seen a Uranus for like 7 or 6 games in total. But now you've mentioned a well-decorated coach. They planned ahead onto the bans, and finally Uranus here for their second game.
I think DreamHack has to think ahead here though and consider that a carry might be popping up for Onyx much later. So Onyx are going to be looking to dish out some, make sure that they have good sources of burst. They pick up the Joy Factor.
I mean, it's the fact that they put out Uranus, and we saw already the first-hand experience whereby Uranus was top priority of MSC Wildcards, right? And it was really efficient enough. It was really good to be put out into the hero pools as well. Now, question is, coming into the respawn of Onyx itself, Joy being picked up as the respawn, as well as Zetian. And we know for a fact Zetian has a really good CC, that ulti, the Fury of the Phoenix itself can stun a little bit, and probably it could actually help the movement of Joy itself. Now, the question is, the team of DreamHack Girl, what can they do to hold out a little bit of the movement of Onyx itself?
Yeah, there is a lot of movement, good source of crowd map control, me, through multiple avenues. So let's see if DreamHack can answer that right away. They pick up the Juicin into the Joy, and they pick up the Cho. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of pairing up the Cho with the Juicin if you're looking to get pickoffs. However, the Cho and the Juicin does provide a lot of crowd control, Athena.
Yeah, and actually Cho is actually a good counter against a Zetian. If you guys remember, you could just pop up the Shin pool and pop up the passive here for Zetian. Just a walkthrough, literally hit and run, and that's it. But I do agree on a certain degree on the pick here together with the Jushin, especially they already had the Uranus, right? But for GMAX, maybe we just have to trust the process here. What's the thought process here for Coach Secretaria? But I do believe that they need somewhat of a shredder, because the carry could easily be picked off here by Onyx Indonesia.
Yeah, if Onyx doesn't show up their gold laner, oh no, they picked up the carry.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. What I was talking about with the carry, and Onyx perfect pick at third because I was thinking DreamHack might have just banned the Claude and carry in the second phase. So fantastic call here by Onyx.
No, I mean, like, it's perfect. The fact that they pick it off straight the goal laner, and now they're gonna say, like, I have already goal laner, now I'm gonna cut off even more goal laners so that you don't even have any questions or even the choices to get the goal laner for yourself.
Yeah.
Look at that. Even Harith had been seen taken off from the side of Team Onyx. Oh, crazy.
Yeah, at this point, I think DreamHack has to accept they're probably gonna be stuck with an Irithel.
Yeah.
Because Granger into the Joy, into the Zetian, you don't even see the frontliners just yet. That even if DreamHack decides to pick up Granger later on, whatever the last pick of Onyx might just give that an even harder time. So I think the safest pick right now for DreamHack is Irithel.
Yeah, I do agree with you. In a certain degree, they have to have that mobility onto the gold game, especially if you're up against, earlier with a Savage play. You would want some kind of an advantage. But speaking of which, for Onyx Indonesia, they are right onto picking off that carry as soon as possible because it is the next move here for Coach Secretary if ever they just went in ahead and pick up another role. But Kalea being banned out here for DreamHack Girls and Esmeralda.
Good old boring past matchup of your Uranus and Esmeralda. Yes, that is the community thing. When you get Uranus and Esmeralda in the same game, in the same lane, they are stuck there forever.
Like it's at around 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Oh yeah, it's been 4 years. I've been doing this too long.
I don't want to reveal my age. We're just doing it last year. I just saw
Age is just a number, by the way.
Oh, but the number right now, they need the number here for DreamHack Girls. Currently on a 0-1.
Oh, whoa.
Wait.
What, Leslie?
You're gonna pick a Leslie into Joy? Interesting.
I love it.
I mean, they desperately needed damage. They were desperately lacking burst.
Okay.
But I did not expect a Leslie.
Okay, I know for a fact that after the patch note, Leslie has been upgraded, have been buffed for the range itself. Yes, it's much more distance. You have like a really good sniper with a long range shot. But the question is it enough though? The fact that you're still going on all out for just one single lane or one single target for yourself, and you have to be very wary of your positioning yourself. But on the other note, they did pick off Chi-Chi as well on their own pick off, and now looking on their side, yeah, they have the answer. The question is it enough though?
Are they just gonna end up picking a Gacha for Rome, or?
I'm still looking at this Leslie, by the way. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like, I'm still shocked.
Oh, Kaja!
I wish I said it.
What a day!
What a day!
I mean, we got our wish. We wanted some more unique picks. Real quick, thoughts on this Kaja, Fasha?
I think it's going to be a great game. If ever, we could see a potential game 3.
Yes, definitely. I mean, lovely answers from both sides. So looking forward to see what it's going to be like.
All right, we're shocked here. Brigida, Naisu, are you guys shocked? Are you surprised? I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your voices.
That was so... You can hear our voices now, right? I mean, I think we are equally as shocked with the draft here. Brigida, any thoughts? I mean, did you think you were going to see a Leslie on day one of the MWI?
Not at all. I mean, I rarely see the Leslie, even in the off-season tournaments that we've been having. Even in, I'd say, the collegiate level or ever. Right? Like,
when was the last time you really saw a Leslie?
I can't recall, honestly. And I echo the exact same sentiments, or we could probably even add more to what our panelists already mentioned. The lineup right now that we're seeing from DreamHack Girls are either very single targets, the Cho and the Leslie, and you don't usually pair the Leslie, right? If you want immediate burst damage to follow up the Way of the Dragon and all that.
Yeah, the Leslie provides you I mean, in a way, some vision with the ultimate snipe ultimate, but then also, you know, you get some of that extra damage with the her lethal shot, right? That passive that she gets too. So there's actually a really interesting way that it could work with the Cho, but at the same time, as we get to look at the emblems here, really, again, nothing too much in the XP lane. That's what we used to call the eternal battle, basically, with the Uranus and the Esmeralda fighting it out. But nonetheless, I think a big part of this is really like, how do you actually allow Blaze Kitty to get online and use this pick that is able like to pump out a ton of damage, but just doesn't have the same, I would say, throughput later on in the game.
Yeah.
If this ends up being a later game, then something that can happen here is, yeah, she's popping off damage using the camouflage and everything else, but you also got to be really reliant because, I mean, you look at the lineup here alone from Onyx, there's a lot of options to just get Blaze Kitty down.
Yes.
And if you take one of the members that is supposed to help heal for her or protect her in a way, and that's what the Kaja does. I mean, again, the Divine Judgment ultimate to grab someone is great here. So Pow's even got to wait for her level 4. Sev is going to be jumping in, though.
Oh, and in as early as now, Sev will attempt to go for a member of Dreammax Girls, but was forced to run away because the damage of 4 members of the Cho, the Jushis, the CC combined seems like they're somehow enough, but now it's Navalera who might just be in danger. Yes, Esmeralda might be the first to fall, and now Angelus pretty much got the entire turtle pit to herself.
Yeah, I think Onyx is even like kind of surprised themselves, like, man, this is quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of damage that we're taking, because I think that plan there was maybe also to stall it out so that they could have re-engaged into the fight, but nonetheless, DreamHack Girls will get the first objective pretty cleanly. So they get that turtle. They can work around this once again. No kills just yet on the board. These are both lineups that are very pick-off centric. Pao needs that Divine Judgment level 4 on the Kaja. Lucy needed that level 4 here. That way the Dragon even on the Cho. So once those are both available, expect to see both teams go for some engagement or to try to get a pick off here.
Yeah, but for the meantime, it's really DreamHack Girls just allowing Blaze Kitty, who based on the lineup itself, does really seem like the funnel, quote-unquote, of DreamHack Girls, which is why we raised these concerns of how Onyx, their lineup, it seems like it's built to capture Blaze Kitty in multiple ways, be it through the Divine Judgment of the Flicker, or just simply Sev diving into backlines, or even Avaliera eventually later on if he does get some items already, because this seems to be a lethal ignition Esmeralda.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure if she will be going hybrid or, you know, like putting in a little bit of damage here and there. That will be another huge problem for DreamHack Girls if ever that is going to be the case. And now it seems like they want to go after her, but there's the Fury of the Phoenix stunning 3 members. Divine Judgment committed onto Camis as well, but the first blood is going to be Lucy. Will they have enough damage to take down Camis? It seems like it's a no, but Sev says no too. Day and Angelus, they're the 2 tanky members left, and they get to trade out Sev for that too.
Yeah, I guess, you know, again, I have to correct myself because I was so surprised with the lineup earlier on that I was just automatically thinking, yeah, Uranus versus Esmeralda in the XP lane. But yeah, it's a jungle Uranus, and our panel kind of mentioned that too, and the possibility. And I think that's why the swerve came through. So we have seen before where that Uranus in the jungle is actually quite a nuisance to deal with, because yeah, you still have that very innate tankiness you can deal with. Oh, is this going to be a kick?
Oh, look at the layer of crowd control, and Navalera couldn't do anything. So this is probably another angle we can look at. If it's not just entirely the setups that DreamHack Girls wants to do, it's these layers of crowd control that'll help them protect Blaze Kitty from danger. That's the Cheat Kundo, that's the Lantern Flare. So as long as you can keep Blaze Kitty out of danger, then she'll be able to throw out those lethal shots, or again, if we get to the late game, that immense amount of damage that will cause a huge problem to Onyx later on.
Yeah, that's one thing that Leslie definitely is. Lucy's going to go for the kick. Not the angle, though, that she was looking for. Camus jumps in, too, with the beacon, so not engaged they were looking for, but Navalera's going to be taken out on the bottom side of the map.
How often do you see the Uranus-Esmeralda matchup being this action-packed? I mean, there was another member, though.
Maybe this was the change. Put Uranus in the jungle, and it's a little more exciting, maybe.
And this adds to the entire idea of them just revolving around Blaze Kitty again, right? Which I think so far is working pretty well for DreamHack Girls, because Onyx, at this point, they're not able to put that much attention just yet to Blaze Kitty because of how much Angelus just keeps disrupting or disturbing them in whatever they want to do. Even in simply wanting to farm if you're Sev, like DreamHack Girls, it just seems like they're everywhere.
Yeah, I guess this is one of the things too. You're gonna look, she's slightly ahead in the gold lane. Nonetheless, Yippie's done a pretty good job at not getting zoned out, not getting pushed out from the waves. They might go to play here on Day, it looks like. I'm not sure if they're actually going to commit to this. Again, Divine Judgment, we're always going to watch out for that.
from Poe here. So no Divine Judgment going to be used. The turret nearly being worked on and going down. Yippee will stay here, and that's the thing. The biggest, I guess, difference between that Leslie and then the carry difference here. Yeah. Hold on, Conceal's going to be used. I think they're just going to force day off. So the turret secured. First one of the game for Onyx. And an objective traded. So they're trading a lot macro-wise on the map. So it's Turtle. They pop the Conceal. They actually gonna go for a fight here. Blazing Kitty, he's right there.
Oh, the trades are coming here and there, but Poe gets to look for the setup, Lucy. But also immediately denied. It's Lucy who falls down first instead. Onyx still trying to fight, but they will no longer proceed. D-Max girls, they're somehow actually making this work.
They're making it work. A trade, the 1-for-1 roamers that are in that exchange, but also Blaze Kitty picks up a Malefic Gun. So the range that is there, as I was going to talk about the comparison earlier on against the carry, is the range that comes with a Leslie. Oh. You get some of that extra damage, some of that true damage, but then you get the little extra range now with the Malefic Gun. So they'll have to kind of play into that. It might be a little difficult for Yippee to work around some of these team fights later on, but ultimately you just got to kind of keep her safe using the Divine Judgment if that happens. And they're going to do as much as they can holding on to these tier 1 turrets. Oh. The Lord's going to be up in about a minute from here.
Yeah, the way it's looking, Onyx have too much to deal with.
There's a whole lot to deal with, yeah.
Like, surprisingly, even though the Leslie was a huge surprise, they have to worry about Angelus, who at this point doesn't care even if she throws herself right in front of the members of Onyx, because like, so long as Yippee isn't there, and Yippee with the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff at this point, they can potentially still get away. Like, there's the Consecration, there's her other teammates who can keep her safe. So now it feels like all these answers we thought were there for Onyx to deal with Blaze Kitty, they might struggle to actually utilize them considering the amount of pressure coming in from DreamHack Girls, but Poe gets to find Blaze Kitty! And speaking of the answer, they get immediately denied of whatever intentions they had. They took out the damage dealer right on the get-go from DreamHack Girls.
Oh, and talk about the timing as the Lord has just come up after that whole kill sequence happens. Yippee getting a double. And that's going to give them the green light to take this Lord unless DreamHack Girls want to do something about it. They're going to try to get a position, but this is a huge risk.
Whoa, the damage, the vengeance, it actually hurts. Navaliera is down 7 next, and it seems like the Lord will still go into the hands of Onyx. Yippee trying to take down the targets. Camis is next, but the Lantern Flare makes it. It's a shutdown for her. A double kill for Camis. Does Livy still want to go for this?
Camis is going.
She's not going to stop, and it's a disengage for Onyx.
Oh, a little messy, but the job is done. The Lord was secured by Onyx, but DreamHack Girls get a whole lot in the exchange as they get another turret down. Blaze Kitty joined the fight just in time to fight back. So they'll go back to this. They'll have to deal with the Lord that's pushing in, but nonetheless, they have the lead. Let's take a look at the instant replay here. Once again, this fight broke out after Yippee got a double. They still have to remember how much damage can come through this DreamHack Girl lineup. Even the Lord knocking them up into the air, the flares bringing them back towards that pit. And yes, the Lord was gotten by Livy, but here comes Blaze Kitty to join this fight and turn things around.
Yeah.
Oh, fight again.
Oh, wait, it's Poe who gets taken out first. Yippee still throwing out those shurikens. Camis will try to go for Yippee, but the damage is not going to be enough, and it's a shutdown for her. 2 members of DreamHack Girls are left, and the Lord is still up.
The Lord is still up. A fight that maybe they didn't want to have. We didn't get to see how it started up, but nonetheless, Onyx in control. Lord still making its way. Tier 2 in the bottom is going to fall. Mid, the next focus. As Blaze Kitty tries to just go ahead and defend this with Angelus, but look at the poking.
Oh, that's too much damage. Angelus immediately shredded down by Yippee. Hold on, they gotta block the ultimate snipe. And they somehow get away, but that exposed all their inhibitor turrets already.
A tough one here. DreamHack Girls. Yes, they hold on to the base turrets. The shields are still up too, but Onyx still found something in that whole exchange. You know, even with that Lord going in, and still look at this. The damage done and the damage taken by both teams here are quite one-sided. But then when you look at the damage done from Yippee alone,
It's kind of crazy to think because the trying to take down some of these members on a carry who has a little bit of a shorter range to work with, it's pretty impressive to see that positioning. I mean, looking at the items that she has, she just recently picked up the Malefic Gun as well. So that helps with the range that this carry does lack. A concealed flank going to be used. Light pushing under the turn. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the pull here on Day.
Curtain call committed onto Poe and Yippee. It seems like they're not going to risk this. It's too dangerous.
Here's a response.
Seb has information of wherever Onyx going to come from, but they still take them by surprise. Lucy's the first to fall. Blaze Kitty is gone as well. And now they successfully take down 2 members. The pressure is still on for Onyx.
That was such a good time to wait for the Fury of the Phoenix to pop off, and then Sev enters to find the right mark on Blaze Kitty. The turrets are going to fall now in the top lane. They might look to get the mid too. Rest of the DreamHack girls are up, but they could also go for the Lord after they get this, but they just want to take these turrets down. They still got to respect it, and it's just a couple seconds. They'll be back to full force here for DreamHack girls, but the Lord will be the focus now from Onyx here.
It's terrifying to think that even the brief stun, the brief time that you get from the falling Star Moon is enough to bring some of the members of DreamHack girls down to half HP if Yippee does supplement the necessary damage. That's just how much damage they already have in the hands of Yippee, who, by the way, is currently 7-1-3.
Yeah.
Also reminding everyone, in case you just got here, that she got the first damage earlier in game number 1.
On a Claude.
On a Claude, so the momentum's definitely there and you can feel it. Now DreamHack girls, who we thought were sort of ahead, are now forced to defend, and their lineup might not be best suited for this kind of situation. Angelis gets shredded down. They're doing their best. They're doing so much just to defend this inhibitor turret.
Last item for Yippee 2, Rose Gold Girl, as she picks that up. So she's got the Rose Gold now for a little bit of defense, because she's got to deal with it. You know, she's got to deal with a lot of the magic damage being shot out here. Mid lane, though.
Look at the damage in Camus. The one who potentially extended the team by 10 again and again is now taken out right before the Lord approaches the base.
Oh, they're going to have to defend this. 2 members down. It's only 3 for DreamHack girls. Will they be able to stay against the full force here from Onyx?
They're gonna try and defend, but the other members are just locked on taking down the base. Yippee puts an end to this series, and we complete an entire day of sweeps.
Day 1 full of sweeps here at MWI at EWC. Dominant performances, but also some close games here and there. And we also got a Savage here. I don't even know what all happened on Stream B, but I'll tell you, Stream A was definitely a great start to the days that we have here ahead of us. Now, Onyx from Indonesia can be definitely happy about this performance. Again, showcasing just how good they can play together, even when they were down early in early parts of the game there.
People might consider them to be, quote-unquote, one of the newcomers in the international competitive scene, or of the women's competitive scene internationally at MLBB, but the way they played this today, very similar to how we see the long reigning queens of MLBB play. So they're definitely, or I mean, it may be a bit too early, but with this performance, they've proven that they do have what it takes in this tournament.
100% have what it takes here. Again, a close call. I feel like in the beginning of that game, when it looked like for a second maybe we had a game 3 on our hands, but you could see, you know, when the pressure was happening on both sides, some of the decision making there maybe could have been a little bit better there, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and throw it over for the winning interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Now, definitely the best person to interview here for this segment after the 2-0 sweep, Yippee! That's what we're gonna say. So yes, here I have Yippee beside me. Yippee, right now, first day, you are the individual who scored a Savage. Tell us more. What happened and what made that possible?
Jadi kamu adalah orang pertama tentunya di EWC ini yang berhasil mendapatkan Savage gitu. Bisa diceritakan nggak sedikit apa sih yang terjadi, gimana caranya kamu bisa sampai dapetin Savage itu?
Aku percaya aja sih sama teman-teman aku. Kayak kita main as a team, bukan as a individual. Tapi kita main benar-benar percaya satu sama lain aja. Dan teman-teman juga percaya sama aku.
Okay, so at first I think it's because we're playing as a team, and is that this savage is not me as an individual as well. So it's basically all the team combined effort that makes me have this performance.
Right. And of course, we asked Zeph before, what are her insights? And she said that Yippee is the one to look out for, the one that people should be afraid of. So it really proved today. So what can we expect here from Yippee moving forward?
Oke, jadi dari grup caster tadi sudah menjelaskan bahwa GP ini adalah salah satu pemain yang harus diperhatikan di turnamen ini gitu, dan tentunya kamu sudah membuktikan hal ini di hari ini. Tapi apa sih yang kita bisa expect lagi tentunya untuk kedepannya dari GP di turnamen kedepannya?
Apa ya? Aku paling bakal ngeluarin yang terbaik aja sih. Nanti ditunggu di next match-nya.
So I don't think I'll do anything special, but especially I'm gonna do my best, and I just hope that everyone will keep watching me.
Right, and we're very excited given today's performance. Now, this is a very special and very pretty trophy that we have here. Now, given Onyx is prized to be the dark horse here of the competition. What more? Tell us more. What can we expect from Onyx moving forward?
Oke, dan tentunya DWC ini juga di sini ada trofi yang indah tentunya yang dikejar oleh Onyx, dan dari para expert juga sudah menjelaskan bahwa di sini Onyx adalah salah satu kuda hitam gitu kan. Dan apa sih yang kita bisa expect tentunya dari Onyx di turnamen ini?
Kita udah belajar dari yang kemarin di BOG sempat kesandung-sandung, bahkan kayak kita kalah bahkan di group stage. Jadi kita belajar banyak aja sih buat lebih respect dan percaya satu sama lain dan pede aja.
So definitely that we learn a lot, especially in the last tournament. I think we lost a lot. We actually have a lot of struggles, but we are here and we just want to do our best. Of course, we're gonna learn a lot more and we're just gonna show a lot more to the audience.
And we're very excited for that. So right here, today's but day one, it's a little bit of a warm-up, but we're excited to see, especially with the Savage, what Onyx has for us. So yes, ladies and gents, this wraps up our final series right here for day one of MWI 2025 with clean sweeps all across the board. Now things are heating up, and if any of our teams are looking for the crown, this is time where they have to buckle up their laces, put on their seatbelts, and give everything that they have if they want to be champions for MWI 2025. Now, we want to know more about what our friends over at the studio think, so over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's great to hear from Yippee, of course. Congratulations for getting that first Savage. We got pretty hyped there at the end of the draft, so I think I kind of want to tone things down a little bit because we got to see some very important analytical pinpoints that we got to point out for that previous one. First, let's talk about the switch up. They put the Uranus into the jungle and they picked up a CC instead for the EXP lane.
Actually, the plan here was just to survive and sustain all of the damages that Onyx ID can give. And it's a perfect example of how a Uranus could up-maneuver an Esmeralda as well if it is switch up onto a role of a jungler. Plus, with the Uranus pick as well, it utilizes somewhat of the damage plus the damage over time here for Angelus. But sadly though, for certain clashes, there was outmaneuver here by Poe with the Divine Judgment overall, and Livy also did a great job of stealing off a Lord out of the hands of DreamHack's girls.
Yeah, what about you, Fasha? We've talked about a little bit on the side of DreamHack. Let's look at Onyx this time around. What to you was their best quality for that previous game?
I mean, they knew for a fact that they pull out straight away Poe. Getting the Kaja, you can actually just drag someone out of DreamHack's composition, and it can actually put them out of their own, not just composition, to the fact that they ended up having to start it to their own fight because they're like, oh no, why are you taking my player? Let's go, we gotta defend it. And that's the point that they were actually having a nervous breakdown, and Onyx say, let's damage them even more.
Yeah.
It's a perfect example. Being yanked down,
Yeah.
even if you're not ready. Wait, there's no wait for Onyx Indonesia, as you mentioned. It disrupts the whole process, of course, and we could definitely see it paying off here for Onyx Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. The fact that, yes, we did get to see DreamHack look very competitive in that previous game. We did get to see Onyx look like, hey, I think we're going to be forced into a game number 3 here. This game might drag out a little bit longer. But then eventually at some point, the inevitability of what a suppress brings to the table, the suppress of if that was a Franco, but in this scenario it was a Kaja, it completely changes the game plans of teams to the point where in the moment where it all turned around, when Onyx decided to get that Lord, DreamHack didn't have their jungler. DreamHack decided to pull the trigger and say, let's just try to fight this, maybe we'll be lucky enough to get the last hit. They were unlucky, and at the end, it was the Zetyan that got the last hit in the Lord. Should they have taken that Lord fight?
For me, they shouldn't. Especially, they don't have the Retri user. Like, Angelis wasn't there. And I do agree, maybe in an alternate universe, they could have gotten enough damage to totally secure the Lord against the hands of the Zetyan. But still, it was a high risk, high reward play. But it could have gone more smoother if they just resetted it and more on capitalizing pickups against Onyx Indonesia.
And the fact that we keep on saying that they've been outthrown by their own gameplay, this is where the fine line is. Has the chemistry hasn't been built up yet to a point that they are comfortable? Because again, we've talked about it, they are being rebuilt, and yes, they are holding on to hope that Angelis is their backbones, and Angelis has the most experience, yet the rest of the girls are still trying to build up.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's why we're seeing a continuation of the strategies of Angelis actually playing tanks and fighters in the jungle instead of the assassins that she said she's been wanting to play, because they need her to quite literally be the backbone of drafts at the center of the map. So let's see if in the future DreamHack will finally be able to play some assassins for their jungler, or whether or not they're going to be stuck in that. I am looking forward to seeing more of them. Again, they still have one more chance to keep fighting out in this tournament. It's been a good day for gold laners, especially for one, the Sony MVP of the day for the very first day of MWI. Well, especially here on it's Kla from Team Liquid. I'm already waiting for the Team Liquid graphics that are going to show up on social media, because Kla was absolutely fantastic earlier.
They've already started some of the memes actually, but looking forward to more of Class performance here for MWI. She's actually the first timer, right? And looking forward, of course, to what she can offer, her own persona, and looking back onto the battle as well.
Yeah, she started off the day with a 15 kill, 0 death, 2 assist record.
Yeah, it's like incorporating or manifesting her inner Oheb.
Yeah.
Like, I saw some of the posts of Team Liquid officially. Like, they're just, are you the new Oheb for MWI? She's also deathless, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that it's just her first debut and she's already popping off really good, putting out a really good setting for the side of Team Liquid itself. This is where the fine line we say, like, you guys are just new, yet you guys are playing like a professional. Not just a professional line, like you guys are on beyond levels of how the newbies could be.
Yeah, if you follow the Philippine Athena League, the real ones know Kla isn't only just good now, she's always been this darn great. She is the Sony MVP of the day. And a lot of these highlights are just coming from the very first game. That doesn't take into account the next game she played after that, where she still got to get a pretty prolific win against Tidal Legends Gaming as a Harith pick that has been having a lot of difficulty in the meta so far, based off of just what we saw from the MSC wildcards a few days ago.
Yeah, you're right. And actually, even Merkel called out, you could actually use the Harith. In this situation, you also have to take notice if it's fit onto your draft itself. And it worked onto TLPA, so the numbers and stats are really important too.
Yeah, I think a good quote with that is, fear not the team that can use the Harith, fear the team that can win with the Harith, especially in this metagame that we find ourselves in now. It's been a terrific day of MWI 2025 here at the Esports World Cup, but we are not done just yet. Stream A, all our matches are finished, but Stream B is still going on actually. So there's still some more games going on over there. So if you want, you can hop on to over there. But we still have some quick things to reminisce about for the day, for favorite moments for you two ladies. Let's start with you, Fasha.
I mean, what can I say? We already saw how the first Savage itself, I think that one was really highlighted or maybe implemented into my brain. The fact that it was just so smooth how we can see the Savage was being made right in front of our eyes. And it was a great ending for the day itself.
Yeah? What about you?
I want it to be different. I was actually thinking of the Savage play as well.
You can say the same thing. It's fine. I'm pretty sure everyone else would also say the same thing.
Okay. Wait. Great mind thinks alike. So why not?
I like it. To be honest, it is something to look forward to. If she will be able to accomplish another Savage after the rest of MWI. But still, that is something of a highlight for me for this day.
Well, mine's Akai. Akai got a win. Akai got picked.
Oh, yeah.
That's one win for the Shenglong. Everyone's happy. I'm especially happy.
Live long, Akai Panda.
Yes, more Akai games, please. It already got one win. Let that be a warning to everyone. Akai is actually a monster. Speaking of, let's actually look at some really terrific action going on over right now on Stream B. It's going to be popping up in your screens right now. Ongoing, it's Foot Esports from Turkey against Rising Rage. Currently, they are in game number 2. And Foot Esports is actually leading 1-0.
And so far, we could definitely see some changes onto the meta as well for Stream B, as they have mentioned, even Lafel have mentioned, right? There are certain support heroes that are actually used for Stream B or the other groups as well. And looking closer, sorry, I have a hard time seeing it.
It's all
looking closer, sometimes we could definitely see the Uranus here onto the other roles. Maybe if you're new to watching MLBB or MWI, this is usually what we see, like onto the side for the Uranus, and then you have the Xborg here for Rising Rage.
Yeah, Uranus in the EXP lane with a sprint. Typical old school Uranus. In this broadcast, we did get to see it in the jungle, and then now we're seeing Rising Rage with another option in the current metagame, wherein considering that there's a Uranus and a Fredrin, and those two are really popping off, you actually have an Xborg in the jungle.
I mean, the fact that we know that Xborg, when it comes to going in for the last insanity, you want to make sure that you can explode yourself, making sure that you have the great damage dealer into the players itself, to your own opponent, and it can actually get the initiation for your own teammate as well.
Yeah, and to add up to that, actually the Xborg was somehow reworked, right? With the frag armor.
Yep.
Yes.
Whatever didn't blow up. Like, he could just get it over it.
Get away.
And that's a perfect combination here if you're up against a Uranus, as you mentioned.
Yeah, especially that we are in a metagame that has a lot of slow front-to-back team fights. Xborg, watch out for that. And of course, again, if you so happily would want to go on over to Stream B so that you can catch the action between Foot and Rising Rage, please go ahead by all means. But I would highly suggest just open up another browser window, I guess, and just put us up there, so that you can watch both. Because now we're going to be actually recapping the bracket so far for this broadcast. Let's start things off with Group A to see the progress there. In Group A, we actually see, of course, with their wins earlier, Team Vitality with a 2-0. Team Falcons got to sweep WoW GG of Mongolia earlier. And now in the lower bracket match, we're going to be seeing Twisted Minds and WoW GG.
So this is actually the next step here for Team Vitality, the qualification match, which will be happening in the next few days. And the winner will be advancing on to the playoffs, right?
And the matchup going on right now actually in Stream B is on Group D. So let's look at the Group B right now. And there you have it, one of the most difficult groups to go through. Team Liquid and Navi MY both getting sweep wins over their respective competitors.
I mean, even from getting the information straight away, when I saw Navi and we're getting 2-0, I was already excited. I mean, coming out with the nationalism in my body. I was like, oh my god, Navi MY. Again, we've talked about how there's a lot of players who are still rebranding themselves, even though, we have Hani, Fafao, who already had experience here, but it's really amazing to see it. And not only that, their other sisterhood as well are doing well at their own grouping, which is Navi PH.
CFU Gaming has been doing really well, and we thought that they'd be really up there in the terms of the competition, but Navi PH showing why they are, or their roster consists of the defending champions of MWI with their sweep win, and of course Terror Queens getting the sweep win over Virtus Pro as well. These are a few of the results from Group D. Yes, gotta update it now. Onyx did sweep DreamHack Girls, but Rising Rage and Foot Esports, it's the series going on in Stream B.
Yeah, and it's something to look forward for, especially here for Group B, as we mentioned, which is still happening here for our Stream B. So far, we've mentioned a lot of heavily bleedy groups onto Group B. Like the dominating teams are onto Group B. But I could also say the rest for the groups, like it's equally distributed in my opinion.
Oh, what do you think, Pasha?
Yeah, agree, definitely. I mean, like, let the beautiful girl talk. Definitely is the truth. But then, again, it is not like denying it immediately, because the fact is all of the teams are divided equally and they are having their own prestige, their achievement as well. Yes, they might be a little bit big of the power steps on other players or other teams as well. But then again, it's not as significant so much to a point that it burns down those who are still starting out here on MWI.
Yeah. So now let's see what we can expect for tomorrow's games on Stream A and Stream B. Again, for a good amount of MWI, there will be 2 broadcasts that you can tune into. For Stream A tomorrow, you can actually see Team Liquid versus Navi MY, Team Vitality versus Team Falcons, Tidal Legends Gaming and Game and Gladiators, and then Twisted Minds versus WoW GG.
So far, we could definitely see 2 crowd favorites you've mentioned. The nationalism in you is showing. They're up against Team Liquid Philippines, by the way, Pasha.
Finally, I get to see my own team. But then again, I'm not even on the panel to even talk about them again. But it's okay. It's still on Stream A. I'm glad I will be able to actually inject a little bit after that. But seeing as well, we do find that there's Tidal Legends Gaming as well will be potting off. And for Stream B, now those are still waiting on hold right now because of the fact that we're still waiting for them to start to actually finish off their day itself.
Yeah. Watch out on all the official social media channels, and of course Stream B as well. You can watch there for the final schedule for Stream B tomorrow, considering, again, as Fasha did mention, they are still ongoing with the series between Rising Rage and Foot Esports. And I think that is it for our day. We've had a terrific day. So again, if you want to follow any other updates regarding MLBB Women's Esports, you go through TikTok and Instagram, MLBB Esports_women. A lot of the official updates you can catch there. If you've missed out on any of the games for MWI 2025 so far, they also have some really straight up funny memes there. So go ahead, check it out, and great features that may or may not have shown up on broadcast. Check out the social medias over there. And of course, with all of the other events that are still going to happen, of course, with MSC still around the corner after MWI, go through the official channels of Moonton as well and MLBB Esports to see more updates there. But this has only been day number 1. We are finally done here on Stream A. Stream B is still ongoing. I've already asked you of your favorite moments, so I'm going to ask you something completely off the cuff here. What is your quick little inspirational message to all the female esports broadcast hopefuls that you would want to share?
Okay, you're doing great. And all you have to do is trust yourself, build your style, and of course, trust the process.
This is inspiration for all the players of MWI, is it? Or is it like generally for all the community of women who are playing?
For all women that would want to go into esports as broadcasters.
Okay, just like how Atina said, whereby for all the players of MWI, you guys are doing great. There's certain things that you might have to actually revamp yourself or probably have to go back to the drawing board, but you're still doing good. Don't worry, you still have 1 life to go, so make use of it. But for those who are watching us right now, as well as the rest of the players, please keep on supporting. Your support means a lot. It will grow our community as a whole and make us one as a team.
Thank you so much, Fasha Bunny, and of course, Athena. Congratulations on making your debut day here at MWI 2025. And my message is simple: you're breathtaking. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. My name is Renmar. We'll see you. Good night and good fight.
In MWI, we say limit, watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready.